What's up, everybody? How you doing today? Nice to see you, Stormy Jane, Meg P. And Woke Up 1984. How are you? Heather Fitzgerald is here. Heather Fitzgerald was actually just commenting on how so many other channels are following the truths that we've been bringing out. And, well, the truth is coming out all on its own. Isn't that right? So, yeah, Tony's here. He's got his hat, complete outfit, everything. He got washed and cleaned. Walking down the stairs. And, let's see what else I got. I got stuff. Let's see what I got. I got more soap. I got... Welcome in, everybody. Nice to have you here for the first time watching The Purge. This is a cooking show. It's called Cooking with Kane. Today's biscuit is chicken cutlets from Publix, as my cousin used to say. I also got, let's see, I got some new, you gotta have these when you go to the strip club. The biker shorts or whatever they are. Basketball shorts. My mom calls them basketball. Just basketball. Oh, something fell. M&M's are here, so if JJ is watching, I have 3 packs of king size. I'm giving these to Rockford's kid, so they're not going to make me fatter. Darn it. And then raisin bread is for Rockford. Here. I got batteries. Oh, Pantene for a nice clean shave. That's great. Good for you. Alright, welcome in, everybody. It has been one heck of a week. I hope you missed me. I haven't been gone. I didn't go nowheres. I don't... Nope, not that one. Nope. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Something's not right. Let's start that over. Jenn said it's Sunday is Family's Day. She might be here, so I'm not going to hold the show up around her. We'll definitely catch up with her at some point if it's not. I know she's spouting at the seams, waiting to get in here with us, so whenever that happens, it happens. Let's see here where we got now. I don't know why. Why did I wake up? Oh, right. It's me. It's me noggin, not me peepers. Hold on, let me see. We got some more British friends in today. Yeah, I went to the store. I got a new shirt. It says nope. And it's not going to happen. And you know what I'm talking about. So yeah, we got quite a show for you. JJ Vance going to join us here in just a minute. I'm going to give him 7 minutes to get ready. And this will be what we call the real for real. Ready? Are you ready? What do you think, Kipper? I think I know what he'd say. Oh, hold on. Did I get it? Yep. Yep. Okay, right there. No. That's it. Okay. I forgot what I was gonna. I had a bunch of stuff I was gonna open with, but you know, I go sometimes. All right, let's see. Heather loves it when I fail. I just hit rock bottom. Nothing would make her happier. Kick, dog, kick. Sorry, I like it when Pitbull bottom his kicks her in the back for bothering him. Here we go. 1, a 2, a 1 and a 2.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo, what the Kane said to you?
Click clackety duck. This is what the fuck I.
Last year I warned you about these alligator salesmen. They come door to door. Now they're coming in pairs.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo, what the Kane said to you?
Click clackety duck. This is what the fuck I.
Hi, Deborah.
welcome to another episode of Bad Design. Here's what happens when you don't have one woman in the pitch meeting. Of all the names, this one's British. They had to know, right? They knew. Yet another great example of the fact that fonts matter. I'll admit it, this one took me a minute. Someone went searching for dog toys. What? Apparently it's for aggressive chewers. Wonder where they got the idea from. Finally, 2 more images. I'm not sure which one is worse. This one? Or this?
Thank you so much at this time for joining me tonight. I know that this has been just a hell of a day, not just for you, but, 25 family members with you. Can you give me your reaction to what you saw transpire just feet away from you in that courtroom today?
Well, I know he wants to be an active participant in the process, so that kind of changes it for me. Before, he was just somebody that was dragged into a court that was probably surprised to be there. Now he's an active participant, and to me, it's I'm a competitive person, so I'm like, all right, it's on. It's us versus them, and
So basically, he's trying to say that because Brian's actually using his defense and defending himself, and not just laying down and letting you guys rail him up the you-know-what, that because of that means he's going to compete with him? Is he serious right now?
No, do you hear me? I'm quaky, I'm tired, I worked hard at school. Okay?
Alright, so what? You don't want me to mess with you tonight?
No, I'm quaky, I'm tired, I worked hard at school. Watch
You're not going to wrestle here in a little bit?
Well, maybe.
Oh.
I gotta stop getting cranky and tired.
Let me see if I got this right. You go to court, but you can't present a defense for yourself unless you tell them ahead of time so they can decide whether they think it's good enough for you to be able to say they did it and not me. When the whole time you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty and the burden is on the state. But then wait a minute. The judge keeps acting like he works for the dang state. And all he does is rudely interrupt and act like a little prisspot by putting his wimpy little hands on his face and pouting. Oh, do better. That's it. I'm spelling you, Hippler. It's coming your way. Hipple-doo-doo. Hipple-dee-dee. I'm gonna put a spell on thee.
Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Could you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. Daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run goop, pump, pump, pump some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy. Dinner, such a sham. It tastes good. Such a sham. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop.
I've already given you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is begging for treats. Because they're in there. Someone left the cupboard open.
She's in the neighborhood. You're gonna call Ghostbusters. When there's something weird and it doesn't look good, you're gonna call Ghostbusters.
maximizing right now. Oh my god.
Evidence that he'd been at the place before. You know, we've got phone, GPS, location evidence. We've got the fact that things were found in his apartment at Wazoo. The evidence that he was throwing out as a big piece in Pennsylvania. You know, and of course the car.
Now that the verdict late today in a case that sparked nationwide protests back in the U.S., 3 former Memphis police officers charged in state court in the beating death of Tyree Nichols after he ran away from a traffic stop. They have been found not guilty. Let's get right to Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas with us tonight. Pierre?
David, those 3 former officers still face sentencing on those federal civil rights convictions tied to the death of Tyree Nichols. But today, that state jury believed the defense argument that those officers specifically did not deliver the kinds of blows that would have killed Nichols, whose beating was caught on their police body cameras. It was a beating so vicious that some...
Well, I've got a hitchhiker. See if we can catapult him.
I'll fix it.
You gonna fix it?
You want to see a big waterfall? Check this out.
Do this.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely. How many more do you need?
More teens are having fun.
You must have had to beat off a lot of American men to get this part. Why does that make you giggle? Did you not have to beat them off?
Swallow? Did you? Or did you spit it out? I swallowed the worm. I'm impressed that you swallowed. I really am.
Pleasure yourself with that food. That came out wrong.
Rice University says after some initial concerns, they'll let David keep his balls.
You can take a small bite. Just bite the corner like this. You see? Just bite it. Gentle.
Look at me.
I'm not going to school.
Look at me.
But the Vannas are rocking. Don't you dare come a knocking. Especially when, can you just imagine, man, talk about a magnet, this thing. We as a society need to go back, and in a hurry.
They counted on America to be passive. They were all so fucking
Oh my gosh, RC Surfer. Right into it, 20-footer. Yeah. Oh. Surfer gonna go? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, RC Surfer on a bomb.
this game. Rock like a madman. Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king. Breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is he guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the queso. Rock pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. Glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
All right, what do you think, everybody? We're purging. We're purging now. All right, I got a couple news stories to read for you first, and let's get right to that today. Oh my gosh, I'm upside down. I can fix this. All right, let's see what we got. Let's get rid of this here. We have JJ Vance from Operation Ghost with us here in just a moment, and let me get that ready. Actually, JJ, let me know if you need the link there, bro. It's the same one though. And let's see here, turning it on. It's so nice to be able to turn this on and not have to worry about weird stuff happening. Like, people are following Heather Fitzgerald at night in her neighborhood. Apparently, she just went for a short walk to have a delicious lunch. She made a new friend, and it wasn't good, from what I'm told. Anyway, here, okay, all right, yes sir. No restore? No, maybe. Oh yeah, there was one I wanted. Okay, we're gonna start right here. Start right here. So I got a couple things with this one. Hold on. Let's get those logos active. Bam. Why not? We'll put them. No, I guess. Meow. If it's your first time watching The Purge, please hit that subscribe button and then prepare to be hungry. Because look at this, I can even do this with this. That's kind of fun. It'd be cool if I could do them both at once. I was gonna do the double mouse deal, meow, 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 but I didn't do it. So here we are. Okay, wait, hold on. It's not big enough. I've had $1. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Miss Potts. Miss Poots, welcome in, Miss Potts. Nice to see you. I enjoyed having you back. It's been a real treat. I hope you got all your workage done from schoolwork or whatever it is, or beating the kids next door that won't shut up. What do you do? I don't know what she does. That's even. I'm OCD on this thing. Right? There we go. All right, let's look at some news stories. Wrong one. Interesting, as Miss Potts would say. Hello, darlings. All right, so Heather Fitzgerald posted this picture. We talked about Coeur d'Alene, and somebody in the chat asked us to clarify our stance, and I'll wait for JJ to arrive to tackle that big question. Hopefully we'll put it out there today. I hear rumblings in the background. Hold on, let me check my mic. Mic check. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Should I play some harmonica for JJ's entrance here? Oops, pulled the wrong one. Darn it. Yeah, no, that's right. There it is. I heard something rumbling around back here. We'll check back, folks. We'll check back. Alright, first story. Heather Fitzgerald. Yeah, great pick, Heather. So this is Steve G's brother. As you guys know, you've probably seen this picture already. And he was delivering a speech there. He was also granted the right to speak at University of Idaho in the past. He's quite a speaker. He's got a real way with the mouth, I guess. And seeing him in that uniform, and from what I understand, they shared an office in Coeur d'Alene for a period of time. I don't know what kind of business they were doing there. One can only conjecture. Like I've mentioned with Steve, I noticed something else today. He has the white hat with the white cross, and it's kind of pointy. Just saying. That's his new religious movement. He always will let people know, as we know from...
Officials say the Mexican Navy tall ship had 277 people on board, including sailors. It hit the underside of the Brooklyn Bridge around 8:30 last night. And the New York City Mayor Eric Adams confirming that the ship lost power before crashing into the iconic bridge, posting, quote, 19 sustained injuries, 2 of which remain in critical condition, and 2 more have sadly passed away from their injuries. The 2 people who died were crew members who reportedly fell from one of the ship's masts, and video shows the ship's 3 masts slamming into the bridge as the ship floated on the East River, leaving some sailors dangling from harnesses high in the air waiting for help. Remarkably, no one actually fell into the water, according to officials during a news briefing, where they also confirmed a mechanical issue caused the ship to veer off course and collide with the bridge. Officials said the 142-year-old Brooklyn Bridge was not badly damaged and no one on the bridge was reported injured.
Yeah, it's funny. I guess they were up in the mast, and how do you not know that you're at full mast and you don't know that you can't go into the Brooklyn Bridge? I don't know who sold them that package. All right, let's see here.
The greatest rock and roll band of all time. Better than the Beatles, better than the Stones, even better than Tenacious D. Yeah. And if you don't agree with me, it's because you never did the Zeppelin Marathon. The Zeppathon is when you sit your ass down and listen to all 9 Zepp albums in a row. Yeah. It's the rock and roll Hajj, the thing that every true fan must do at least once in their lifetime. The pilgrimage to heavy metal Mecca. They sang songs about love, about Vikings, about Vikings making love. You know, they say that Led Zeppelin sold their souls to Satan. Come on, guys, you know you did. There's no other way to explain your ungodly talents. I just want to say thank you, because while you're in hell, the human race will cherish your heavenly jams till the end of time. It's a small price to pay. We love you. Best band ever. The greatest rock and roll band of all time. Better than the Beatles, better than the Stones, even better than Tenacious D.
All right, if that doesn't get Twiz in here, I don't know what will. Twiz is watching. All right, let's get back to the next one. That's from the Kennedy Center Honors. I wish I could play. I have played it on the Purge previously, the Heart version Oh gosh, it brings a tear to my eye already. With Hart playing Stairway to Heaven with John Bonham, the drummer who passed away for the band's son. And I don't think there's a dry eye in the house. You know, you have Obama there and David Letterman. Yo-Yo Ma is there. Pretty crazy. Amy Conway, it's very nice to see you. Vic's Logic. Hello. Very nice to see you. Alright. And let's see here. Yeah, so if you've been enjoying my programs, my pop-up lives, I had a really cool one last night, and I stumbled across a new band, and they're called GED, and they're local guys, bunch of young kids, but man, they really can shred. I'll play a little piece of that for you if you missed it later. Let's see what other stories I got here for you. Oh yeah, I was finished up on TV. So, his brother was, I don't know, he had to protect himself or he had to take somebody out to stay alive. Is the only reason I could imagine that he's in prison for what he did. And it's funny the judgment that comes from the Gonzalez family for others when they have equal or more hearkening problems in their own family. But this is the way it is, my friends. Chief's super fan handed 32-year sentence after robbing banks to finance social media stardom. What lengths people will go to, right? Here's another one. So, a Kansas City Chiefs super fan, known as Chiefaholic, has been sentenced to 32 years in prison for robbing a bank. The sentence was handed down on Monday in an Oklahoma courtroom. Will be carried out after Xavier Michael Babadour, 30, apologized to the court and the victims of the December 2022 robbery that Tulsa Teachers Credit Union. If you're going to hit a bank, a credit union, go. Oklahoma, his attorney J. Michael Schwab said. He expressed sincere remorse and took full responsibility for his actions. He stole, he got $850,000. He could have really had a good show. Imagine the effects. I have effects. I have a remote that also doubles as a laser. Wait, let's see if I can get the infrared. It's the infrared, you guys. I don't know. Is that pertinent to the case at all? Infrared. See, it's not doing it with this one. That's weird. Maybe the batteries are trying to I'm crushing your head. Okay, so woke up. Nice to see you also. Dan the man in the house. Big back Dan. Angel Delicious. So nice to see you. Mittens for Kittens. I was stressed the whole day. Live. Welcome in. Alright, and let's see here. Who did I miss? Stormy Jane. You know I was looking at. I might have a future Jesse316. No. Protect Heather at all costs. Don't trust Heather. Whatever you guys do. She's all about the propaganda. Believe me. Okay, let's see here. So there he is. That's the guy. Superfan number 1. This is kind of cool. The 1959 Chevy Impala wins the Sloaner Award for the Grand National Roadster 24. And I only brought this up because this is one handsome vehicle. Look at this sucker. Oop, run. Ding dong. There we go. Close this. Oh, those cutlets are starting to smell good. This is Kane's cooking show today. Let me give you a full shot of that. Look at the glass on it. It's like all the way. It's almost like a bubble car with glass. Why am I? There I am. And back in the day, they envisioned highways And I still heard in the 90s a guy who worked for the Department of Transportation in California talking about it, where they wanted to put magnets in the roads so that when you got on the interstate, your car would just go and you could turn it off. And they had like, they started coming up with all these accessories to put into cars like this. First of all, you had the bubble car. That was the thing. And like the Barrett, or not Sid Barrett, but Barrett is the guy who did Batman and all those other things. So they had one option in a Chevy, I believe it was. It was an ice cream dispenser or maker. So you could literally serve yourself ice cream while you're driving on the freeway with no engine. So yeah, that was the dream. Unfortunately, it didn't come to be. Now in Switzerland, they do have, or is it Swiss or Sweden? One of the two. They have electrified magnetic roads that charge your car as you drive along. So if you have an electric car, you're getting charged as you go. So you don't have, you can just go continuously or whatever, I guess. So that's a nice car, right? All right. A man plummets after clinging. They never want you to watch anything. To rope under burning hot air balloon at festival. So trigger warning, real quick here. I'll small me. I think there's a video, but we don't need to see that. There it is. Okay, so a man passed after falling from a hot air balloon that burst into flames during a festival in Mexico, according to authorities. The tragedy occurred on Sunday, May 11th, during a festival. We urge all municipal authorities to strengthen their verifications. So, this week, after falling from a hot air balloon that went up in flames during a festival in Mexico, I regret to inform you. And so he was hanging, I guess, and it caught fire. And I think he clung on for a good long time. But then I think the rope, all I can imagine is that the rope burned up and dropped. Pretty good. The balloon was thought to have been carrying 3 people, and 1 man was able to get the other 2 occupants out. However, the man then became entangled in the rope and was lifted in the air. Oh my gosh. Event organizers insisted the aircraft, which was privately operated, had previously passed safety checks. So, anyway, moving on. I thought this was right up our alley here, y'all. I don't even know that we need any audio on this. Check this out. So you know that drones, typical military drones, which are now declassifying and selling to law enforcement. So they have the military drones, and now law enforcement, locals and sheriffs and these type of things are picking them up dirt cheap. They're being gifted them by the government. And so this is, I don't know why it stopped. This is a new defense mechanism they have to stop them. And it's basically a net in a bazooka. So let's see it in action here. There you go. Oh. Hold on.
You get this high back. That's where
I had the wrong impression. Misinformation. Misinformation. It's a drone to take out anti-drone rifles. I don't know what the... Show me what this is, guys. One sec, JJ. Sorry. I'm on full screen here. It's the same one if you can check the email, but I don't want you to have to search for it. I'll get it to you soon. Hey, what's up, Trish? Okay, it must be classified because they're just showing. What the hell is this video? Yeah. Okay, wait. Really? Yeah, okay, so it's a net. I wasn't 100% sure. Got you, Amy. Thank you very much. Let's see here. There you go. If anybody else would like to join us today, like Jen, that'd be nice. Oh, I gotta put the... Hold on, I gotta do all the things. I forgot. Browser. Let's have browser. Oh, those cutlets are smelling delish and nutrish. Alright, he'll pop up in the window there when he's ready. And let me see here. It was dumb. Okay. So you cannot take down a law enforcement drone. I just want to make sure everybody knows that. Also, if they put a tracking device on your car, you are not allowed to meddle with that. Did you know that? We talked about that before. Alright, what is this one? This is probably from Heather, something I can't understand. Yep. Oh, okay, this is from Rochelle. I'm sorry, and Rochelle, if you're in the chat, maybe you can explain. There was 4 pictures, and this is Cyray's company. It was sold to another company, or the Department of Homeland Security. So LexisNexis Risk Solutions, and they're out of Georgia. There, she said something about look at the logo before, and I honestly couldn't find it. But this is some of the spending and stuff like that, and all that business. I don't know. I brought it up just because I wanted to ask her that. Ow. Big toe. Alright, let's see. What are we doing here? Close that. Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, fish out. Sky Games Wrench. What? Official, you got some Hollywood sign video for us today? That would be nice. So this is, I was waiting for JJ to join us for this one here, and I'll see if I can muster him in the back room. Did I put the link? Let me put it again. See how he's doing here. JJ, can you hear me? We got a one in the foyer. JJ Vance. Are you hearing me, sir? Phil, what's happening? Hot stuff. Mr. JJ. Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. I have a story that you're not going to believe. This is going to blow.
I heard a couple stories about you, actually, but let's hear your story first.
Uh-oh. Am I in trouble?
I heard you're going to start robbing banks to fund your social media career. What's that about?
It's a great move. I'm sure many creators will follow his path.
A lot of mouth breathers in this world, Kane. A lot of mouth breathers.
Can we hear you? Say hello.
What is hello?
What is? Can you define is?
What is the? Well, depends on your definition, sir, of the word is.
I'm gonna give you some gain to make you sound boomy and pretty and basic. Let me make sure I've got you on the right audio.
Are you cloning me? You better not be cloning me, Kane. I come here every time you start cloning me. I'm out of here.
You know I'm dying to clone you right now, and it might happen. Keep on your toes. But here, this is a story.
I'll be surprised.
I pulled just for us, and this is called the Kane and JJ Cooking Show. We're two master chefs that like type 2 diabetes quite a bit.
Love it.
And so Krispy Kreme has 3 new donuts, my friend. And they're going to be giving them away for free.
Come on.
On a certain date. If there's got to be a catch. No purchase necessary. You can get a dozen free donut holes. Espresso.
The family show, Kane. Let's keep it clean.
Yeah, it says you can try them for free, so I'm not making. That's not misinformation. You're going to be alarmed at what the collection of donuts is. Are you ready for this, guys?
Let's do it.
It's the Pac-Man Anniversary Donut. And they've got everything from Inky, Blinky, and Clyde to the Cherry, and then Pac-Man himself. I don't know why Pac-Man has a hole in him and he's round. He's all the way around. They should have cut out a piece, and think of the money. They could have sold the little piece as a nugget.
You're talking aesthetics, friend, and I like it, but what I'm looking for is flavors. Is that a strawberry flavor, perhaps?
That's a good question. That might be strawberry stuffed. Let's get right into the beef of this thing here.
Let's get into that. Let's dive into that business.
Well, they give you a whole history of Pac-Man right there. He's now 45 years old, if you can believe it. Older than many of the people in the chat right now.
Older than me. Respectfully, though, these details seem inconsequential to the flavors. So what are we talking here?
Okay, let's get to it. I'm not going to waste any time. It's an amazing list of flavors. Ha ha ha.
Now you got it right there on the screen. It's
Pac-Man Party Donut. This is the original glazed donut. Is piped with yellow buttercream flavored icing, sprinkled with celebration sprinkles, and topped with a Pac-Man piece. Team Ghost Donut. This unglazed shell donut is filled with chocolate flavored. I like how they spell cream with a K. Like, really? Okay.
Trademarked.
And then it's dipped in black icing, decorating with a Pac-Man maze, and topped with a ghost theme piece. Here we go. Oh, it is strawberry, sir. And I will salute you. Please. It is strawberry power berry donut. This unglazed shell donut is filled with strawberry flavored K-cream, dipped in red icing, and topped with white sprinkles and green leafy lettuce. No, icing. In addition to the new collection,
these are free?
I'm getting to that. I know you're excited. We're all excited.
I'm very excited. I might have to cut this out early and go to Krispy Kreme right now.
Today might be the date. It was a double-digit date. In addition, here's where I really was going with this. To the new collection, Krispy Kreme has 3 opportunities for Pac-Man and donut fans alike to get free or discounted donuts from May 12th to today, May 18th. He's out of here, folks. That's it. I think they're hot now.
I mean, they might be closing soon. Checking their hours.
Today is the last day, so check your local Krispy Kreme. This story I pulled on the 12th. So, you know, that
we're open till 10 p.m. here. We're good.
10 p.m.? Okay. Well, 7 to 9 a.m. and 5 to 7.
Damn it.
Or whenever the hot light is shining. So
how dare you bring me this news 1 hour before it expires, sir?
I can't believe this. I think there's a bonus, though. Okay, so with those, the giveaway, 45,000 free original glazed donuts. No purchase necessary. Limited 1 per guest in the shop or drive-thru. As Bakery archives its goal in honor of Pac-Man's love fruit, it will unlock the return of Krispy Kreme's popular strawberry glazed donut, which the brand has offered since 2023. Let's check it out.
He got me thinking about all sorts of delicious food. So here's an interesting, not Pac-Man related, but it's novelty related, dessert that I had encountered one time, and that was the Simpsons movie premiere. When they made the Simpsons premiere, they had all the different Springfields compete for who was the Springfield from the Simpsons. Somehow Springfield, Vermont beat it out, and I just happened to be on my annual vacation to Vermont that summer when it was going on, so I popped down to Springfield and to the movie premiere where they had a Ben & Jerry's ice cream of donut and beer flavored, Homer Simpson style.
No. No.
It was definitely not. It's just as it's billed. It's not good. It was not good. It was a
That's a hard note
for that event.
That's
It's
a weird one. I
donut
remember
beer.
they used to do all kinds of crazy things for The Simpsons, and I like
Yeah.
The Simpsons. I like South Park better. The one I can't stand is, I won't take anything away from the show that it's funny sometimes.
Nope.
But Family Guy and American Dad.
Oh yeah, I like Family Guy sometimes. I never got into The Simpsons. I happened to be in Vermont. One of my dudes was a big Simpsons fanatic, so I went down there to get him a T-shirt from the premiere, and taking the culture and that ice cream. I wanted to try that.
You want to see more donuts, guys? Let's see what else we got.
I like your shirt there. It says nope, huh?
Yeah, I was ready for you today.
I was about to say you were ready for it. Yeah.
When you do something out of line, I'll just hold up the shirt.
Nope.
I bet look at my boobs. Look at my boobs, baby. I was just in the back room there, and we literally just did. You can vouch for me on this, JJ. We literally just did the hearing, right? And we might have dropped a couple F-bombs, but it's not like we had C-pipes up and doing all kinds of. And so here,
I wasn't there. I didn't do it.
I allegedly. I don't know what your thing is, but this one,
I have an alibi.
again, with this monetization thing here where they put on limited ad liability or ad suitability. And
Yep.
this
liability,
one,
that makes sense.
yeah, this one right here, wait, where is it? Is it on page 2? It's probably, this is, yeah, where is it? They probably took it down. Let me check my home page. Video was removed. No. Holy shit. Let's see here. Okay, yeah. Hold on. Oh, I've done so many videos. Gosh, we've done a lot of videos together, you and I, haven't we? Alright, so this one right here, where'd JJ go? That's okay, take a break. I'll keep talking. This was, okay, whoa. This was called adult content, if you remember, and so it has ad suitability. That, I've shown more than that in the videos 100 times, way more. And so the thing is they are constantly up my butt, and they always turn it over. But as soon as the video ends, boom, it's on. I gotta wait for the review. They're tricking me, JJ, is all I'm telling you. That one, this is the first 3. They tell you why, and this one says, where in your video? Thumbnail. Right there, it told you. And then after that, they don't bother telling you anymore what bothered them about the video. They just do it. And so I got it overturned on. Hold on that one we did with just the hearing. Gosh, dog it. Anyway, so it was just the hearing, and they still went after us on that one. Isn't that weird? Well, okay. Anyway, so yeah. I don't know, but you guys are doing everything on your shows, and you don't get bothered at all. And it astounds me. And then also remember the low quality views thing again? They hit me with 50 of those. So since we have hackers that also double as creators, or I'm sorry, yeah, they pretend to be creators and hoax everything they can, are hitting me with those spam bots and whatever blaster bots and sabotage bots, because I was over 600. They're keeping me at 600 also. Below, if you don't go over 1,000, you don't get recommended on the top 3 line. If your show it did, and so please hit the like, everybody. If you forgot, do that. That also helps push it up. And so views have gone down from, and we'll get back up there. Views come and go. It's no big deal, but we can't hear you. We can't hear you again now. No. You're going to have to come and go. Yeah, I don't know what you did. It's all your fault, though. I'm all right. Oh, Chuck Cutlets might be ready. Should I buffalo them up? A little ranch, a little buffalo. Oh, the sucker's going to be good. They're going to be good. All right, let me put that in the chat for JJ just in case he needs it. Hi, Lori. How are you? My dog is cuter. It's worth. Most people's dogs are cuter than me. I'm just a pretty face here. Heather runs the show. Believe me. I have nothing to do with this. All right, where were we? Okay, so that's what's going on in the back rooms there. And got that guy, the card. Hey, Jay! Oh God, you scared the crap out of me. Hey, JJ, I meant to ask you, how did you like the video there?
Which video was this?
Oh, did you not watch the... I'll just play the part that I'm referring to exactly here. One moment.
Oh, the your intro video? No, I missed it. I do apologize. I was on an Occult Reject show that ran way over.
Oh, okay. Then you have an excuse. Well, I'll play the part that'll... You can go back and watch the rest later at your own peril. But let's see here. This one... I'll just pull up the part that is relevant. Hold on.
Yeah, I do apologize for my tardiness there, sir, so I did miss it, but we'll have to take a peek.
Well, yeah, I was looking forward to you seeing it. And this is a big surprise for JJ. Today's JJ's birthday.
It's not actually my birthday, but this is 9 years ago today I started my YouTube channel.
9 years?
9 years.
Wow. I've been at it for close to 2 now. I was going to start...
I've had some intermissions. I've had some paralyzing injuries over those 9 years at two separate occasions. So
paralyzing.
I'm a 100% disabled veteran. I started that at I was rehabbing from an injury, my reserve duty towards the end of my career when I started my podcast.
Let me turn you back up again, bro.
Don't clone me, dude.
So you really are against the cloning thing today, huh? There's no answer there.
I would describe myself as an ardent anti-cloner. If that's what you're asking. Man should not play God.
Do you think they've cloned somebody? They have by now.
I
right?
guarantee they've cloned somebody.
Yeah, China at least.
Dude, they figured out how to clone frogs in 1902. A scientist did. So it ain't that far off. You know, especially when you're looking at when you're trying to look at what is cloning. Like if you just take an in vitro fertilization process. And you don't incorporate a mother, you just incorporate the father's skin cells into that process and not the mother, or vice versa, well, then you're going to make a clone of that individual, right?
How many picograms do you need of skin cells?
Did I geek out too much?
No, I was just, you said skin cells, and I kept thinking of the knife sheath.
Well, it ain't sperm. They don't put sperm and stuff inside when they do in vitro fertilization.
I wonder if Krispy Kreme puts in the K cream. All right, here, let me...
Well, you never know. That might be the special sauce.
All right, let me go... Did I open it with the right thing? Yeah, okay. We'll go to your part here. Yeah, you should check it out, though. I'll play it again, of course, on your break. If I give you a break today. I don't know. Did you get your paycheck?
I mean, if you're talking about those hula burgers, you're about a dozen late.
You're Glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get.
What do you think of that?
That's awesome.
This is where.
How did you make that? How'd you make that a video?
You sent me a picture of yourself as a Muppet, and I put it into something called. It says it right here, Kling AI. It's in the right-hand corner. You can't see it right now because the thing is up, but yeah. No, what do you think? Heather's like that American flag thing is fire. So I was like, well, if Heather likes it, I guess other people. JJ will definitely like it.
No, that's badass.
And that's where I got the. And yeah, I missed Pot's notice. It literally says. Okay, so this is a picture I took and you do this silly little thing with your face and stuff, and but I combined it with one of my thumbnails. Let me show you real quick, and then you'll understand, and then you will have all understanding and total complete peace on your bed.
I saw that there with the left thumbs up there. Is that what you incorporated in the thumbnail?
The thumbs up one I just put into AI. Yours was just straight. Whatever it was, you behind you in front of a flag. And where is this? Oh, those cutlets are smelling. I might have to let you take over the show for a minute. All right, so
got some chicken cutlets on deck, huh?
Yeah, they're about ready. What did I want to show you again? Oh, the picture.
Is that code word? Because you got to go to Krispy Kreme before they close at 7.
I'm trying to stay away from the donuts, JJ.
Chicken cutlets, Krispy Kreme. I'm tracking, Kane. I understand what you're saying.
I'm not even gonna go there. Okay, where's the thumbnail I'm discussing here? Stop. Oh, this was the one that I made my. Let me see here. Hold on. This is the one I made. The second, the one Miss Potts is talking about.
Yeah.
I used this. I was hoping you were gonna appear in it. But here, let me show you the other one. Hang on. Hi, Audrey CDNA. Very nice to see you, my dear. What's the other one? I can you get if you go to klingai.com and you have more than one email, you can do like tons and tons and tons of them. Let me see, when was that thing from? Was it November?
No, I'll definitely check that out. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I like the ones you did too. The Chris Farley one. I used that also in there.
I found that one on Twixter. Everyone's on these new trend on Twixter. I know you're not on there, so I try to keep you updated on the good stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, I am. Somebody called me an old man on a delivery last night because I was sitting in the pizza place. And listen, it's not, I was sitting down, and this guy was kind of a douche anyway. Just had that douchey kind of face. And so I kind of like gave the effort to open the door when he was coming out with his pizzas. And I was like, nah. And he goes, nice effort, old man.
Nice.
I had to laugh. And he was dead ass serious, like he was some badass. Right. I was just like, okay, yeah, yes, sir.
Just talking shit.
Love it. Oh gosh, where is the one? Oh, I know where it is. I know where it is. April show, I think.
Yeah, I've gotten fairly proficient in my Muppeteering of folks.
Yeah, no, those I also showed Shushley Jennings and all the Muppets that you made. So this is the original thumbnail from the AI, and all I did I typed in the word fighting. There's a prompt. It's called a prompt, and that's it. It asks you to make the prompt from the video, and so this one is fighting, And you can see in this video, so this is Brian beating me up, I guess.
Yep.
And if you see the umbrella guy, that's who they used for the
Here
second
I am,
character.
R&B vibes on deck.
And then this one, look, there's some point you can see it.
Looks
It
like you got
literally,
Moscow PD taking a piss, like they took a piss on everything in this case.
or the frat boys pissing on the house. There's another thing in this video. Let me get to that. I should just play the whole thing again because I think there's more people in here now. But Heather will arise. That's the last thing I want. Heather's disapproval. Heather's disapproval can have consequences, JD.
Heather's sus. You gotta watch out with Heather. She's super sus.
Just in the beginning. Oh, they have alligator salesmen are now going door to door again.
Click clackety duck. This is what the fuck out.
Ringing doorbells, and they're traveling in pairs this year. So be careful before you open your door in Florida here. Here, let's check this out, JD.
Let's check it out.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Bad Design. Here's what happens when you don't have one woman in the pitch meeting. Of all the names, this one's British. They had to know, right? They knew. Yet another great example of the fact that fonts matter. Now, I'll admit it, this one took me a minute. Someone went searching for dog toys. What? Apparently it's for aggressive chewers. Wonder where they got the idea from. Finally, 2 more images. I'm not sure which one is worse. This one? Or this?
Thank you so much at this time for joining me tonight. I know that this has been just...
It says fresh dicks.
Thank you so much at this time for...
I think YouTube made her cross it out, so I wonder if they'll cut
images.
my show.
I'm not sure which one is worse. This one? Or this?
Thank you so much at this time for joining me tonight. I know that this has been just a hell of a day, not just for you, but, 25 family members with you. Can you give me your reaction to what you saw transpire just feet away from you in that courtroom today?
Well, I know he wants to be an active participant in the process, so that kind of changes it for me. Before, he was just somebody that was dragged into a court that was probably surprised to be there. Now he's an active participant, and to me, it's I'm a competitive person, so I'm like, all right, it's on, it's us versus them, and
So basically, he's trying to say that because Brian's actually using his defense and defending himself, and not just laying down and letting you guys rail him up the you-know-what, that because of that, that means he's going to compete with him? Is he serious right now?
No, do you hear me? I'm quaky, I'm tired, I worked hard at school.
JJ, I thought it was odd. The other thing I was pointing out about the white hat, remember, and the cross and all that, and his brother's ties to extreme rightism.
Wait a second. His brother's got ties to extreme right-wing militia groups?
Oh, yeah. No, that was one of the...
This is shocking
did you know
news.
That? What a shocker, right? And
this is shocking news. This is brand new information, Kane. I did not know this.
Well, anyway, what I noticed about this mustache was another thing I wanted to add to my list. It's very... Would you call that or Germanic, or would you call it biker? I would say that's straight out of the biker catalog.
I would call that the gay biker mustache that's often depicted in the film series Police Academy.
And Village People? All Village People records?
You remember the old Gutenberg trick there? Mahoney would always send everybody to the Blue Oyster Club or whatever there, which was the gay biker night lounge,
Okay. Anyway, so here comes the second one.
I actually became a cop because of the Police Academy series, so I love those films.
Who was the guy with all the guns? What was his name? Oops, I said the
You
word.
talking about Tackleberry, dude?
Tackleberry, that's him. You know the guy.
Tackleberry, dude. He was a classic character.
You know the guy that did the sounds. That guy. He's still traveling, and he did a concert with John Mayer, and John Mayer was playing the guitar, and he was doing the noises. That was the concert.
That's funny.
Now, let me ask you something about Tackleberry. Is Tackleberry the same guy from Beverly Hills Cop? One of the cops, you know? That's not Tackleberry, right? No. That was a rhetorical question.
He was in, you may have seen him in Schindler's List.
And,
So basically, he's trying to say that because Brian's actually using his defense and defending himself and not just laying down and letting you guys rail him up the you-know-what, that because of that, that means he's going to compete
I want
with
you to
him?
see one more thing.
Is he serious right now?
No, do you hear me? I'm quaky, I'm tired. I worked hard at school. Okay?
Alright, so what? You don't want me to mess with you tonight?
No, I'm quaky, I'm tired. I worked hard at school. What's
We're not going to wrestle here in a little bit?
Well, maybe.
Oh.
I got stop getting cranky and tired.
Let me see if I got this right. You go to court, but you can't present a defense for yourself unless you tell them ahead of time so they can decide whether they think it's good enough for you to be able to say they did it and not me. When the whole time you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty and the burden is on the state. But then wait a minute. The judge keeps acting like he works for the dang state. And all he does is rudely interrupt and act like a little prisspot by putting his wimpy little hands on his face and pouting. Do better. That's it. I'm spelling you. Hippler. It's coming your way. Hipple-doo-doo. Hipple-dee-dee. I'm gonna put a spell on thee.
Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I special used to Lucy.
Not the How many more?
Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear.
But then wait a minute. I'll do the
Entertainment of I know.
It's in there somewhere, JJ. What were we talking about?
You're fine. We're talking about delicious Krispy Kreme donuts.
The Pac-Man edition. That's right. And chicken cutlets. I'm going to go bread-free on this one. Even though I have really good bread. So this was the Muppet that Steve's brother got from JJ here. Koberger did not do it. Let me see. Did I? If you want to mute JJ,
that's where they painted that in the background of that rally. They must have known something was coming
it's
down
like
the pike.
One of those cheerleading banners, like "Go Titans" or whatever.
Right.
Koberger did not do. That's the whole rally of the Muppet thing. I love it. This is the anti-Muppet League right here. A little username. I know what his password is. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, I'll play that in bits and pieces later on. But yeah, we did do a rundown of your Muppets. Okay, so these are the pictures here that the AI was from. And so they literally, if you look at this Jeep, it took me 20 minutes to explain this, I don't know why. But if you look at this Jeep, it's a plastic
I'm
Barbie
enjoying the journey.
Jeep.
Please go ahead.
Well, it's a plastic Jeep, and then it literally says Barbie on it somewhere on the hood.
Nice.
You could see it at one point, but you could see the failings of AI. I should have done it the other. I should have reversed it. But I guess this is me fighting inside the dashboard. And then I come out an old man. And then there's Twiz at the courtroom. I don't know if you saw my post in the community pages there. This was Twiz in the courtroom. Let me just...
That's a pretty badass Jeep you got there, Kane. I like it.
Yeah, you get a lot of attention from the ladies with a Jeep like that. Believe me. Why? I don't know where this is under. I'm gonna.
Do you have a pair of testicles hanging off the bumper?
No, I have a giant.
Jeep?
I have a giant
Jeep,
rooster.
It's a trans Jeep.
It's a giant rooster, and then there's twin flame waterfall coming down the back, and then there's
There
ducks
you go.
all along the
see
dashboard.
when
What's that? JJ down. All right, so JJ, yeah, this was Twiz with his unusual friend at the courtroom. I think her name was Sue or Pam, something like that. Anyway, so
For that next chapter in the
I love this. Is my phone ringing? My phone's ringing. Oh, of course.
am I back?
You're
Can
back,
you hear
sir.
me?
My butt. What's up? This is my neighbor Brian. How you doing, Brian? Nothing. I'm just doing a live with my friends here at Operation GCD. And what are you doing? I was going to stop by earlier, but I got stuck at Walmart, of course. You can never get out of there under $100, right? Hold on, let me put you on the speaker.
Kane, is that the detective again? If it is, hang up. Hang up.
I might stop by in a few. How's that?
Huh?
How about I just stop by in a little bit?
Well, okay. Well, this is an undercover live, so you'll have to pass through security.
Alright, that's cool. Alright.
But yeah, the door is chained and the other door is locked. So good luck getting in.
Alright, well, I'll stop by and knock first.
Alright, sounds good. Okay. That was Brian, my friend there from down the street. And let's get back to JJ. So yeah, here's Twiz, and you can see he's very interested in what's going on with this lady. And she's got her legs wrapped around Brian there. And then I don't know if you saw the community post. And so we did all the. Here, let me just play this. I love this background thing. This is JJ Vance here. It took him 16 hours to post for this AI video.
Be the Purge taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. Glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air?
I don't know if any of that's accurate. But.
Well, so this is the where you got it. This is the Sheshley Jennings, the special prosecutor, and you know AI wouldn't let me do a video with her because it's copyrighted. It goes against their policies or whatever. Unfortunately, so we won't have a Sheshley Jennings just yet. I'll try the other. I think the other ones, as long as it's not Kermit or Miss Piggy, I think you're fine. So anyway, this is the picture that this video is made from, and it's Brian attacking me there. Da, 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 da.
Oh, they got that Muppets on Lockdown, the official Muppets on Lockdown, huh?
And then this one's the one with the Jeep, and so that's the thumbnail I used for that. I combined it with my picture, and then let's see what it came up with.
Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor. I'm bringing this.
Just look at the Barbie little stickers on the side. Beep beep.
Now, but this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
So this one is Special Prosecutor Bill Thompson. I love this one, JJ. This is a good one. I have to find a picture to send you so you can Muppetize me. I'm sure everybody in the chat wants to be Muppetized. Thank you, Woke Up. Yes, please do subscribe to Douglas Ally. He's constantly putting out stuff. He's on. He's doing his weekend for the National Guard serving our country right now. Thank you for your service, Mr. Doug. And it'd be a
he's
nice
good one,
surprise if some of you guys went over there and subbed up for me. I'd be very appreciative. And also, at nothing half-assed, I can't believe that she's still stuck at 300 subscribers. It's ridiculous. She does great work, funny stuff. And so let's see what else we got here. But yeah, there's Brett. Brett Payne is my favorite. I don't know why. Okay, and then there's Jennings. Her eyes really blinking. So this is the idiot parade traveling through downtown Moscow. That's what I put in. And then we have, of course, the famous Dr. Seuss. So you see there was a theme there, JJ. What do you think? He's got a lot more Muppets that he sent me. I haven't. I like to save some of them for later, I guess. But yeah. All right. Let's see what else. I had some more news. I had Idaho news. Are you there, JJ? There you are. I wonder why I had you on screen. Oh, I didn't know what that was. Alright. JJ, we lose you. There we are. Okay. Can you hear me? Mr. Vance, not the Vice President. Show us your face if you exist.
I can hear you, but only through YouTube.
Only through YouTube? That's not right. Hold on. Oh, maybe because you...
Well, technically that's Shushley Jennings, but...
Hello, hello, hello. You should be able to hear me.
No, I can still only hear you through YouTube.
Interesting. Was that has that been the case the whole time? I'll tell you what, JJ, try popping out and popping back in again one more time. Maybe
hear you? I can see you and hear you, but only through YouTube.
Right, yeah, like I was saying, here, I'm going to hang you up.
Can you jump back in? How about I close it out and jump back in?
Yeah. Alright, and we back. And we'll reset that. I wonder what was going on there, because I see, you can tell right here. Let me show you guys. Here he's back. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes sir.
Awesome. Cool. Alright, JJ's back.
I really enjoyed that video. That was some good work, sir. Yes, I appreciate that. That's some funny stuff.
Right on. Yeah, that was that came out good. Let's see here. Alright, got everything under control. Talked about donuts.
Well, I don't know about all that, but we got something under control, I suppose.
DNA leads to arrest in graduate student's 2004 unaliving after years-long investigation. And it's on 2020. University of Tennessee graduate Joniah Berry was brutally unalived in her Knoxville apartment in 2004 in a case that remained unsolved for years. The 21-year-old was fatally injured in her apartment around 4 a.m. on December 6, 2004, after an intruder entered and stabbed her repeatedly. The attack woke her roommate, Jason Amami, who was stabbed when he emerged from his bedroom. Despite his injuries, he managed to escape to a nearby convenience store. Barry, who was found clinging to life in the entryway...
How convenient.
Say again?
I said, how convenient.
Oh, you guys can't see the picture. My bad. I'm sorry.
He escaped to a nearby convenience store. How convenient.
That's the young girl right there.
So this is a 2004 case, and they just solved this, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting. And it was contingent upon what sort of DNA we talking about? Sperm? Is it a sperm-related incident?
The first thing that stood out to the police at the scene was the amount of BLOD at the crime scene. Officers found BLOD spatter on the doorknob, the floor, and the bedroom door. It could have been a friend of theirs that was in the apartment, Knox County Sheriff's Captain said, but it was somebody that had gotten upset with Jason or Joniah. There's a lot of different theories. that were being thought about of what could have happened. Investigators discovered the knife used in it in the hallway outside Barry's room. What stood out to me the most about the weapon is how damaged it was. Now we're talking about one person. Do you have any thoughts on that, JJ, as far as what... There's a couple things. First of all, in the latest hearing, you're aware, we talked about it, that they're going to use the display case to have an RC car wheel in a knife for whatever reason.
I thought a trained monkey was going to do that. You're telling me it's an RC car now?
Yeah, well, they were going to use one of those little mini drones, but they decided on a monster truck RC car to throw it in. Now
Well,
and it's going to have
that seems
horns
reasonable.
and flashing lights.
Reasonable.
And
Is it going to be a pink Jeep? Beep beep.
Pink Jeep would be fucking awesome. To drag in the dollhouse, that
Right.
would be just terrific. Funny stuff.
Are you asking me my opinion on the tomfoolery in Idaho or this incident in Tennessee? Which one?
The first one was
Both.
Idaho.
Or are you telling me that Brian Koberger is responsible for this murder in Tennessee?
This was before his time. He was what?
Hey, look,
10
I don't
years
want
old.
to rule it out. I don't care if he's in diapers, Kane. I don't want to rule it out.
Yeah, that's the big boom from today, JJ, is that Koberger did this crime and the seaman says so.
As a toddler.
But what kind of damage to if there was one knife?
Do a lot of damage.
Would it do to the knife though? A hardened steel Cape Cabar knife, let's say, if that was used in this crime.
Yeah, I haven't used that exact model, but so that's an NSN item, and I've used an NSN, so a similar model of that. It falls underneath that same NSN, the national stock number. Everything in the military has a national stock number assigned to it. And it's usually a category of items that meet a certain qualification. So with knives, it's like you have to have a knife that is this long and, to meet certain functions, right?
Okay.
So there's other knives I've used that fall within that NSN. I've not used the K-bar, but I mean, they're not like, for example, I've broken knives trying to dig holes with them in a similar style knife,
Sure. Okay. And then
they're not like weak, but they're also not like the most sturdiest of, like you can easily break off a tip of that when you're trying to combat somebody easily. You're poking people with that, but I thought these were all slash wounds or cut wounds, right? They weren't stab wounds, right?
They were a variety of different stuff. I can't tell you exactly. It does
In fact,
sound...
nobody can tell us, Kane. That's the problem. Right?
Yeah. I can't
not,
tell you
not
what
even
they're saying.
Laytall
because-
Corner, Kathy Mabutt.
Yeah, everything that they tell us turns out to be false or wrong. So if you want my opinion, you want to address the...
I would love your opinion.
The viewer that wanted us to clarify... our opinion of the case today, which was a demand, made early on, that coffee.
Sure. Was this man's name Coomer Scott Green? Is he demanding we tell him about the case? Is that what you're
It
saying?
might have been his alias. Hi, Dean A. Dean A.
Is
I'm
this
sorry. Welcome in.
Is
What's
this a
that?
sock puppet account of Scott Green's?
Possibly. And you know what's crazy? Remember that Phoenix Oil commercial? That keeps popping up in my feed, bro. And so today,
I thought it was a like an investment fund. Phoenix, was it oil or was it investment fund?
it is. They keep patting themselves on the back for how much oil and gas that they're distributing right now, and they're a company out of South Dakota and Wyoming.
Phoenix Energy, right?
Phoenix Energy, thank you. Yes, and
yeah, they call themselves Phoenix Capital Group. I looked into them a little bit.
Oh, did you? Excellent.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your findings because I was gonna do
No, I
that
don't want to
live
interrupt
here.
you. I just want to make sure we're talking the same topics here.
Yeah, no, we are, sure.
Please go ahead.
No, my question to you was, what did you find? Let's go right into that.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. Anything in the speculative markets of energy like this is all very, very, it's all very suspect to me. And I don't have a great amount of experience in it, but I have a limited amount of experience in studying these, speculative fields. I think I introduced you previously to the the NASA Sterling automobile that was developed on the Sterling engine, which is ancient technology from the early 1800s, but you can burn anything in it. As long as you can burn something, you can fuel that engine for that car. But nonetheless, the folks that were often at times I was attached to that project in a driver capacity for that for the prototype there. But so I was familiar with the folks trying to get funding and stuff to build that prototype, right? The company all they had was the engine, the original engine. They wanted to build the actual car, fund the project, pay the engineers, etc. They had some of the original NASA engineers that built that engine too. So, but what I'm saying is, getting people to finance these markets, these speculative energy markets. I mean, you just start dealing with some real questionable types. That's all I'm going to say. To finance these things.
That's where I'm at right now. And what I would like to find is a connection to Phoenix University and Scott Comer Green. Who owns Phoenix Energy?
So, I guess what was maybe I forgot. What was the intersection here with Idaho?
Well, you have they got
land rights up there somewhere.
Well, you have the alleged purchase of the Phoenix University that you're a proud alma mater, Phoenix Proud.
Phoenix Proud.
And so
I'm saying these people own a lot of oil-rich land. There's a lot of that stuff in Idaho. I wouldn't be surprised. I didn't get it. This is the question mark I had. I didn't get that far into it, but I suspect they own property in and around that region, right?
Absolutely, Mike. Well, I mean, Wyoming's very close to Idaho, right? If it doesn't border it.
Yeah, but they probably own stuff outside of just Wyoming, right?
South Dakota and Wyoming, from what I understand.
Yeah, I'm seeing some stuff for North Dakota. That's what I'm saying. I would like to see a full catalog of their real estate, and maybe it's not something they own now. Maybe they would have some sort of play into looking in things speculative for future, oil speculation up there in Idaho. But I don't know. It'd be interesting if there was a greater connection. But I mean, I understand what you're saying with the name Phoenix. It is kind of odd.
Well, here's what I found. Who owns Phoenix Energy? A closer look at the Ferrari family and
Did
their
they
legacy.
invent a Ferrari?
A strong foundation and forward-thinking leaderships are key drivers for long-time business success. These principles are evident in the Phoenix Energy, a U.S.-based family-owned oil and gas headquarters in Irvine, California, founded and operated by the Ferrari family. The company has evolved from a company focused on mineral rights acquisition and fully integrated oil and gas production company with more than 125 employees. Recently, Phoenix Energy changed its name from Phoenix Capital Group to better reflect its transformation. While its name has changed, its leadership and core values are the same. The Ferrari family continues to guide the company with a commitment to ethical business practices, responsible resource development. Here's what stuck out to me. Was the mineral and what does it say? Where is it? The mineral rights. And so if you're somebody,
that's what I was talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you're looking at speculative land stuff, which sounds like that's their MO. You mean they might be looking at some Idaho stuff, right?
I would infer that with the Hadron Collider going into Arizona, Phoenix, and is it Oregon or Nevada, whatever it's going to traverse, that when you're going to dig like that big of a thing, you're going to have mineral deposits that you come across. So this is what a company focused on. It says mineral rights first, mineral rights acquisition into a fully integrated oil and gas company.
Yeah.
Here's Adam Ferrari.
Driving a Ferrari.
And so far, that's what I got, bro.
Well, I like where you're at. So here's where I'm at. So I got lost in a different trajectory. So I started looking into the current CEO and his background. He came from this weird Australian bank that's also associated with a lot of American business, specifically in the telecom market. So I started trying to find a connection with that bank and the Nugan Hand Bank. And while it's not concrete, I do believe I found some crossovers. And if you want to talk Nugan Hand Bank, Schnugen Hand Bank, that was a bank that collapsed. It was an early bank that collapsed. It was a CIA drug running bank, like early on in the Iran-Contra scheme.
Out.
This was like 82.
Get out.
I can't. I'm dead serious.
I'm gonna have to clone you, bro.
The director of that bank is a fellow by the name of John Hand and Michael Nugan, I think was his name. Michael Nugan was an attorney in Australia. That's where the bank was headquartered out of, like this other bank I'm talking about. And John Hand was a CIA Green Beret officer, CIA dude, and he walked and he lived quietly under an assumed identity in Idaho Falls, Idaho, for the next 35 years. Nugan Hand Bank collapsed. $500 million or something like that, which is a lot for like 1982 or something.
Still a lot for me.
I'm saying as far as bank collapses go, right? I mean, that's not a lot for a bank collapse today, but it was then. And Michael Nugan allegedly commits suicide, but again, it's not a direct crossover with the CEO, this Ferrari fellow, but the bank he comes from is Marquerie Capital, which is a large investment capital group out of Australia that does a lot of weird telecom business in America. So it harkens to me like that nature of the Nugan Hand Bank situation is what else are they involved in? If they're involved in telecom stuff, you're involved in spook stuff, in my opinion. So what else? When I say telecom stuff, they're buying up small telecom businesses. So they bought up the phone company on Hawaii, for example, which was owned by Cincinnati Bell, which is a big phone company out of Cincinnati, Ohio. So they acquired all these assets, these middle-sized kind of telecom assets, right? Which is odd to me. Not a lucrative business, a phone company, right?
Is it Nuyugen, N-Y-G-U-N? Nuyugen. All Bruken.
You're talking French to me here.
It's all
what are you asking me?
Let me see what else we can dig up here. Yeah, I'm trying to find who's on the board.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you're talking about all this kind of large scale,
talking
about all these large scale money stuff. I mean, all these people know each other when you're dealing money laundering and stuff, and these kind of upper levels of economics and tomfoolery.
What really strikes me as odd is that an energy company is doing such a media blitz. They just have this media campaign.
Well, they're not really an energy company though. They're a speculative land company, like real estate, right? They're out there trying to find new energy, right? They're not like a power production company, right?
Well, they do sell gas and oil.
But only if they find it first, though, right?
I guess they have 2 locations at least that they found it. Shareholders.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look more to see if I can find any connections with Green and more of that Nugan Hand Bank situation with this Marquerie Capital. But it is interesting.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be, and it's just interesting that it surfaces so close to the Phoenix College University thing.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. The common use of the name and everything is interesting. It's very symbolic of something. I feel like the Phoenix has got some esoteric and occult understandings to it. But what I also found interesting about that CEO is he graduated from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And that is other than Stanford, that is the other epicenter of activity of the PayPal Mafia. In fact, he would have went to school with members of the PayPal Mafia at University of Illinois Champaign.
PayPal Mafia?
He wasn't a computer science major, this fellow, Adam Ferrari, but he would have been. He was he graduated magna cum laude in chemical engineering, so he may have very well crossed paths with some of these folks, but he would have been there at the same time. You're not familiar with the PayPal Mafia?
Negative.
It's the colloquial name for Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and the other founders of PayPal.
Okay, I knew that there was some kind of group. I didn't realize it was called that.
Let me help. It's like your Secret Six of the restaurant gang down there. The Clearwater Restaurant Group you refer to. Let me describe this for you. The PayPal Mafia, and most of the members attended Stanford or University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. It is a group of former PayPal employees and founders who have since founded and or developed additional technology companies such as LinkedIn, Palantir, SpaceX, Affirm, Slide, Kiva, YouTube, Yelp, and Yammer. So these folks...
You say YouTube?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were the folks that developed YouTube, right?
Okay.
Not that later owned it, right? So the Steve Chen, Chad Hurley, and Jawed Karim were 3 former employees of PayPal. They're the ones who created YouTube. That's what I'm saying. So this is kind of the network of the founders and their early on employees at PayPal, right? So part of that group is a fellow by the name of Max Levchin. He was, I think he was the COO at PayPal, the Chief Operational Officer. Let me look. He is the guy that financed Authrum Labs through his startup, his investment capital firm.
No way. See, now people have been asking to look more into the history of Authrum Labs.
You do it.
I will do it.
I'm joking, obviously.
I will obviously do it.
Now this guy founded it through their Series A and Series B financing through loans through Silicon Valley Bank, which failed in March of 2023. Second largest bank commercial or residential bank failure in America.
Siemens company.
Siemens
is
it's a German company. What do they have to do with this? What
I
do they
believe
do?
there's some connection with Scott Green on Siemens.
Oh, okay. It's a large multinational Nazi-based corporation, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised either. Go on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I just think it's interesting that... Whoa, hold on, stand by. Let's close this thing out here on accident.
It would be interesting to see if at least he sits on the board here. You know how they have these boards and they scratch each other's back?
Sure. If I may, I think you're hyper focused on that. Again, I think it'd be interesting if there was more connections, and if he sat on the board, that'd be great. I agree, but I think right now we're chasing a ghost there with that, right? You know what I mean? No offense.
Well, absolutely, but then again, in that area, it's very nepotistic, and they tend to stick within their own, right? And so
I agree. I agree, and the fact that they're from Irvine, California, I find even more interesting because you know who else is from Irvine, California?
O.J. Orthonold Simpson.
Oh, Orenthal James Simpson. I don't think is he from there. I'm not sure.
Schindler's List.
Schindler's List is from there. You are correct, sir. Lucifer Morningstar's boss, the research assistant at the University of Idaho.
Yes, old dark one himself. Brea Silver, welcome in. How are you?
Turley Burks Turley's her name. She's the daughter of a former director of DARPA. Her mother helped develop the internet through the ARPA web. That's a DARPA project. And her father's a famed rocket scientist from Irvine, California.
What about the Gooch? Is the Gooch in there?
The Gooch? No, I don't think she ever made it that far south. To Irvine.
Phoenix Suns also. Okay. Which is Arizona.
Well, I was going to say Phoenix has a lot of cult connotations. I mean, the rising sun that's often depicted in a lot of a lot of state logos and stuff here in America, that is a depiction of the Phoenix. I mean, it was rooted in the founding fathers' occult belief systems.
Right. With that's basically representing the Dark Lord himself burning up and then rising from the ashes. Is that correct? With the
I think it's got a lot of interpretations.
That's one of the interpretations there. I'm just conjecturing where you're going with that.
It's possible. I don't know. I'm not sure all the occult. Nick would be a great person to have on here to tell us all about this. And in fact, I sent him a text to join us.
That would be nice. I'd like to hear from Nick. I'm going to write this down here.
He would know all about the Phoenix. I just know who venerates these ideas. I don't necessarily know the ideas, what they mean, right?
Well, I'll definitely say this as far as Phoenix goes. It's just like with the Illuminati or whatever, you'll see the stars, like Sirius Satellite or Texaco or
the ancient Babylonian fish goddess at Starbucks.
It's how they find each other through these symbols. They know that
you're right.
is one of them, right? And so
I don't want to. I wasn't disputing that. I was just saying you're casting a broad net on it. I just think there might be more to it, but I don't know what it might be at this time, right?
I just find it coincidental in that area, and with the advertising push, they keep throwing it at me. And I feel like it's a clue right in my face. So Noble Energy, I wrote it on a paper towel. We use this Noble Energy, NE. That might be a connection to Chevron there. And Chevron is out of Venezuela, right?
That sounds correct.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Awakening.
So yeah, it would be interesting if this dude was connected at all to the PayPal mafia, because like I said, Max Levchin, the former co-founder of, he was the co-founder of X.com, which was Musk's predecessor to PayPal before Peter Thiel showed up. Peter Thiel showed up with financing from the CIA, and they said, let's change it to PayPal. So it would be interesting to see that there's a greater connection with this guy being at Champaign-Urbana, University of Illinois Champaign-Urbana, because that's, again, where most of the PayPal guys come from, not Stanford. Including Levchin. Levchin came from Champaign-Urbana, and again, he's the guy that finances Altram Labs.
So what I understand, they're taking these electric trucks, these self-driving trucks, off the road. I think they fear it's too big of a danger to use them right now. I know truckers are dead set against it. While I'm on that page, I thought I'd mention that. What was I just thinking?
It's a bad idea from the bottom of the bad idea jar.
I think it is, and they were ready to roll it out.
Well, the Chinese are ready to roll it out because it would decimate our economy.
I see.
Yeah, one of the largest trucking companies, biggest trucking company, longest running, filed bankruptcy, just about a year and a half ago. Yellow Trucking Company?
Yeah, the truckers themselves have a tendency to screw over these companies for whatever reason.
It's because of the government regulations that have been placed on these trucking companies. Again, it's an intentional process. It's not accidental, Kane. There's been an intentional effort. I mean, Donald Trump's not wrong when he says there's been an intentional effort to ruin America.
No, absolutely.
Chinese they're not the sole occupants of guilt, but they're certainly on the list.
Ah, man, there was something I was going to discuss with you now, and I forgot what it was. Let me go back. Something triggered it. I forgot what it was here.
But yeah, Altram should be looked into more, man. That's I've done a little bit of research in that capacity, looking how they got financed, who financed them, stuff like that. But and a little bit of their operations. They recently got flagged and publicly released documents in the Long Island serial killer case as being the culprits for identifying that suspect, Rex Heuermann, from a slice of pizza. So I got a lot of questions on that case too.
You know what I'd like to do, JJ? I'd like to do a documentary style thing, or just a show dedicated to the New Orleans.
I was going to hope you were going to say pineapple on pizza, but I'm listening.
Well, I know that Belgian waffles came out of this, but the 1924 World's Fair in Chicago, and I'd like to specifically focus.
You had me at Belgian waffle, sir.
All waffles are good. Did you actually make it to Waffle House the other day?
I did. Oh, it was delicious. I love their breakfast sandwich. I make a little breakfast sandwich, a little gravy bowl situation. I'll tell you what, though, what I'm really jonesing for right now is maybe some chicken and waffles. That sounds amazing.
Chicken and waffle. I have some chicken cutlets. I do not have waffles.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Incorporate some waffles in that mix. You got yourself some chicken and waffles.
Okay, Jenn is going to join us around 7 o'clock. What are we at now? About 10 to 7.
6:50.
Right. So that would
You want to take a break?
You want to take a break?
Yeah, I'll go squeeze a couple of hula burgers in me here.
All right, I'm going to grab some chicken
I got to go take
cutlets.
my dog for a walk.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. If you want to put the... and we'll talk more about Othram when we come back. I have a couple things to talk about with Othram. And did you
I think they're a government agency, just quite out front. I mean, again, like when the PayPal's getting funded by Intel Q. I'll have to look it up. It's Intel Q or Q Intel. It was the CIA's seed money in Silicon Valley, and Peter Thiel was associated with that back into the mid '90s, late '90s, which is when he found Elon Musk and his credit card pornography operation at X.com. That's where this whole payment transaction that PayPal was based on was Elon and his brother had developed a manner in which to pay pay for online pornography using your credit card, you know. So then Peter Thiel came in with the CIA, and they became the PayPal.
And that's just okay. And what was the connection we had with the?
PayPal started off as a payment processing for credit cards and pornography, and then Peter Thiel comes in, right? So that's what I'm saying. By the time when you're dealing with the co-founder of that same so it was Max Levchin, Elon Musk, and his brother created this thing called X.com, this payment processing, which was designed for paying for pornography using your credit card back in the mid-90s. Then Peter Thiel came in with the CIA, so Levchin already would have CIA connections. That's what I'm saying. Othram Labs, when he's financing that later, and the shit they're doing, I don't like any of it. It seems like a spook operation.
Wow, that really starts dark, and now they call it Twitter, they call it X. That's just wild. Yeah. I did not know that. All right, take your 15-minute, and I need you back here at exactly 7:15. If that's cool with you. And I'll run my, if you want to play your laptop or something in the background, I'm going to run my little reel for everybody that's just joined us. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Silent G.
Yeah.
Chelsea Whitaker is here. Make sure you sub up over there and join us in the fun chats. Amore has arrived. Love Tina, my favorite. Mints for Kittens. I didn't say hi to you yet. I'm sorry. Username, hello. I know your password. And thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate you joining us. We got a lot for you. Let me show you my reel. Just because JJ ain't seen it all the way through yet. I appreciate you bearing with me. I'm going to go take a couple bites of chicken cutlet. I promise. I'm going to dip them in the buffalo sauce here, and it's going to be absolutely delicious. And I'll show you what they look like maybe in a second here. Hang on. So, JJ, you'll see that there's a theme coming out. You've already caught it, I'm sure, to this video, and I kind of liked it. I was happy with it. Let's see here. I'm gonna make a new one. And if you're new to please hit that like button for me and get this show back out into the algorithm. We've had issues here in the last couple months that have taken it out of people's feeds for some reason. So if you hit that like button, I appreciate it. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. We also have OperationGCD with us today. That's JJ Vance. We're going to be looking at the Othram Labs a little bit today, and we got Jenn is going to join us from Criminal Confidential. Please sub up to her, and we're going to have some discussion with her. We've had her in the basement for a good solid 3 weeks now, so believe me, there's going to be a lot of dish flying out of her pie hole today. So let's see what we got now with the media player, and I'm going to play this, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for being here. Again, I'm Kane B, and this is the roll.
Dibbity bobbity boo, what came to you?
Click clackety duck. This is what the fuck I.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Bad Design. Here's what happens when you don't have one woman in the pitch meeting. Of all the names, this one's British. They had to know, right? They knew. Yet another great example of the fact that fonts matter. Now, I'll admit it, this one took me a minute. Someone went searching for dog toys. What? Apparently it's for aggressive chewers. Wonder where they got the idea from. Finally, 2 more images. I'm not sure which one is worse. This one? Or this?
Thank you so much at this time for joining me tonight. I know that this has been just a hell of a day, not just for you, but, 25 family members with you. Can you give me your reaction to what you saw transpire just feet away from you in that courtroom today?
Well, I know he wants to be an active participant in the process, so that kind of changes it for me. Before, he was just somebody that was dragged into a court that was probably surprised to be there. Now he's an active participant, and to me, it's I'm a competitive person, so I'm like, all right, it's on, it's us versus them, and
So basically, he's trying to say that because Brian's actually using his defense and defending himself and not just laying down and letting you guys rail him up the you-know-what, that because of that, that means he's going to compete with him? Is he serious right now?
No, do you hear me? I'm quaky, I'm tired. I worked hard at school. Okay?
Alright, so what? You don't want me to mess with you tonight?
No, I'm quaky, I'm tired. I worked hard at school. Watch
You're
out,
not going to wrestle here in a little bit?
Well, maybe.
Oh.
If I stop getting cranky and tired.
Let me see if I got this right. You go to court, but you can't present a defense for yourself unless you tell them ahead of time so they can decide whether they think it's good enough for you to be able to say they did it and not me. When the whole time you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty and the burden is on the state. But then wait a minute. The judge keeps acting like he works for the dang state. And all he does is rudely interrupt and act like a little prisspot by putting his wimpy little hands on his face and pouting. Do better. That's it. I'm spelling you, Hippler. It's coming your way. Hipple-doo-doo. Hipple-dee-dee. I'm gonna put a spell on thee.
Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Could you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. Daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run goop, pump, pump, pump some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy. Dinner, 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 such a sham. It tastes good, such a sham. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop.
Call the cops.
I've already given you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is begging for treats. Because they're in there. Someone left the cupboard open.
In the neighborhood, you're gonna call Ghostbusters. When there's something weird and it doesn't look good, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
Maximizing right now. Oh my god.
Evidence that he'd been at the place before. You know, we've got phone, GPS, location evidence. We've got the fact that things were found in his apartment at Wazoo. The evidence that he was throwing out a big piece in Pennsylvania. You know, and of course the car.
Now that the verdict laid today in a case that sparked nationwide protests back in the U.S., 3 former Memphis police officers charged in state court in the beating death of Tyree Nichols after he ran away from a traffic stop. They have been found not guilty. Let's get right to Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas with us tonight. Pierre?
David, those 3 former officers still face sentencing on those federal civil rights convictions tied to the death of Tyree Nichols. But today, that state jury believed the defense argument that those officers specifically did not deliver the kind of blows that would have killed Nichols, whose beating was caught on their police body cameras. It was a beating so vicious that some...
Well, I've got a hitchhiker. See if we can catapult him.
I'll fix it.
You gonna fix it?
You want to see a big waterfall? Check this out.
Do that.
You're working the gym system. You're still light.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
How many more do you need?
More teens are having fun.
You must have had to beat off a lot of American men to get this part. Why does that make you giggle? Did you not have to beat them off?
Swallow? Did you? Or did you spit it out? I swallowed the worm. I'm impressed that you swallowed. I really am.
Pleasure yourself with that food. That came out wrong.
Rice University says after some initial concerns, they'll let David keep his balls.
You can take a small bite. Just bite the corner like this. You see? Just bite it. Gentle.
Look at me. I'm not going to school.
Look at me.
But the van is a rockin'. Don't you dare come a knockin'. Especially when, can you just imagine, man, talk about a magnet, this thing. We as a society need to go back, and in a hurry.
They counted on America to be passive. They were all so fucking
Oh my gosh, RC Surfer. Right into it. 20-footer. Yeah. Oh. Surfer gonna go? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, RC Surfer on a bomb.
Is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. KB got the purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane be the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane be the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. truth or just disappear in the air. Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the queso. Rock pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube
Bring
cup.
it back.
Got Kane
Bring
B,
it back in, guys.
the
Right
Purge, putting the story in flow.
Right now. Where my head
Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the Purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B, the Purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. Glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river.
KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
Yo, alright, we're back, and so, pretty wild stuff, right? And the one thing I wanted to show JJ about, I don't know if he's back yet, let me check back in the control room. JJ, are you there, bro? Where you
What
at?
happened with the court stuff there like a week or two ago? When there big, it was like, I saw it on the news and stuff, I thought.
Yeah, my buddy Brian's over here right now asking me about how the hearing. It was just a pre-trial hearing where the judge told everybody that they need to go fuck themselves and that Brian's guilty.
Hey.
Basically.
I resemble that statement.
So,
no, you're talking about the guy, isn't his name Brian also?
Yeah, right.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, he just threw me under a bus.
All right, JJ needs 7 minutes. I gotta get to this here. All right, so let's see here. Yeah, I'll swing by later, bro.
Just ain't seen it in a bit.
Cool.
Do your thing.
All right, thanks for stopping by, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. Let's always live, right? Okay, so let's get this going on, that going on, the other thing. Jen should be here any minute. Let's check this. All right, so where was I at in the news? Let's see. This is another one. Lewiston man arrested for alleged robbery and battery. A Lewiston man was arrested on multiple felony charges following 2 reported incidents earlier this week. The dateline on this was the 13th or 14th. 13th. After a series of events occurring on May 12th, May 13th, he was taken into custody. Authorities allege that on May 12th, Largent assaulted a woman inside her apartment by placing her in a headlock and choking her to the point she could not breathe, reportedly for over a minute. The woman described the incident as unprovoked, stating that Largent made a comment about repeating past actions during the incident. The following day, Largent reportedly confronted the same woman, convincing her to accompany him in his vehicle at a local... How do you... Yeah, sure. Let's forget all about yesterday. And, see you, man. During the trip, the woman told officers that Largent demanded money from her, brandished a large knife, and struck her with the handle before cutting her leg. The affidavit states that the woman escaped or was pushed from the vehicle, after which Largent allegedly took her bag and approximately $150. Law enforcement documented visible injuries on the woman, including a thigh laceration, bruising, redness, and Just saying, folks. Those chicken cutlets were bomb. I sauced them a little bit with the buffalo, and I put a little ranch in there. I'll be honest with you. And there's a good amount left. I'm gonna make. If you caught a glimpse of those cutlets, they were delicious, very moist, tender, and they're gonna go on probably a sandwich later on. So that's, and then I'll do some sweet potatoes. I've got tomatoes. I've got a little bit of onion maybe go in there. Maybe some corn. Yeah, go. Yeah. Captain Minky. Love Tina is let's see what we got. So very similar, right? To Ethan, and so I just thought it was interesting. They're out there, folks, waiting for us to catch them. And it's happened before, and a lot of people say, well, like Rockford was literally saying to me last night, well, there's nothing you can do about it. You're not going to affect the case in any way. And I'm like, well, it has happened. Look at Don't Mess with Cats and all that other crap. It's possible that you can make a difference, even as a small little channel here on the YouTube. And if you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. Jump in the chat. Heather Fitzgerald does bite, but she won't leave a mark. Kohberger defense to argue alternative perpetrators in upcoming trial.
Before you hit the road, the first step is always the same. Buckle up. Just have your seatbelt on so you don't have to pay no fines, get pulled over by law enforcement. I'm gonna get it safely to where I'm headed. Strap up, baby. Click it. Don't risk it.
Well, the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students is now pointing to the possibility that someone else may have committed the murders. Dakota Castett's DDA has more on.
Let me put gain on that guy. I can't hear crap. There it is. We're going to have Nick from Occult Rejects join us here, hopefully very soon, with Jenn. That'll be double New York in the house here. Let's get back to this.
What the defense has to say.
Brian Kohberger, the man accused in the Moscow quadruple murders, was back in an Ada County courtroom. It's one of the final pretrial hearings before the start of his trial.
To start with, I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out by now. I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed.
Judge Stephen Hippler beginning the pretrial hearing with a point that he would emphasize multiple times.
So let's start right there. As far as, I have to kind of refresh my memory about the hearing to talk about it. But this is one of the things that really bothered me, is if you think that you're going to have a problem and have some kind of objection, please let me know before. Like, isn't that the whole purpose of an objection, is to be able to bring it up when something comes up? Call me crazy, call me Gordon Lightfoot, but I from as far as I can remember, that's how they did it on Perry Mason and all those other movies we've seen. That's what an objection is. You're gonna have to make a decision there, Hippler.
Efficiency would be key to how the trial will be run. Thursday's hearing comes after a string of pretrial hearings that have touched on a wide variety of subjects, from the potential influence of Kohberger's autism diagnosis to a Frank's motion to a revelation that there's over 68 terabytes of discovery materials to multiple attempts by the defense to throw out the death penalty. Now, the defense telling Judge Hippler they plan to argue, quote, alternative perpetrators ahead of trial. Judge Hippler saying they must present evidence to support that argument by June 6th. If that evidence is sufficient, the defense will have an opportunity to argue before the judge on whether that alternative perpetrator argument can be used in court.
All right, that's another one. As far as the alternative perpetrator argument, the way they word it to begin with is they make it sound like a conspiracy theory, like, oh, he's trying to get off on a technicality, and look at what he's trying to pull off, this list, and he so discounts it, Hitler does, that it literally, had to be held behind closed doors, the discussion of that, because God forbid that we get the actual perpetrator's name. But listen, you guys, it is coming. And right now, like I said in the title there, you are about to see what happens when the Titanic starts to sink. People are going to start pointing fingers. They're going to start poking stuff in each other's backs, throats, necks, and faces, and they're going to blame. And they've set themselves up to do this. I don't think they anticipated having it happen so early. But that when you have Judge Ed retiring, you have Teach Fry retiring, you have Payne, who's never handled a case like this before. You have Kathy Mabbitt, who's just an elected official. She can be replaced. All these people that have put this BS out there and lied to our faces time and time again. That's one thing. Then you have the family who's now very comfortable on YouTube, floating all the channels, going to the Drunken Idiot, and telling them all this shit that has been disproven, and even by the prosecution itself, has been declared a lie. You told us that you were lying from the beginning. But you want us to believe everything else after. And they've doubled down. They've done everything out there. So what we want to do is figure out, in a case like this, you have two things. So when you pull strings, like I said, you have some kind of political figure. You have some type of law enforcement figure. You have a powerful person involved. So clearly this is a case where strings are being pulled right up Hitler's butt. That's pretty high up there, because we're talking about a state court all the way up there. It's not just Latah local. It's all the way up there. And he did state in the last hearing, that happened under Judge John Judge. Made it sound like it's not his issue. So he's already recusing himself from blame in this case, because he sees it coming. There's a truck coming. When you're playing blackjack and you got a 10 or you got a 15, if you got that 15, you know a truck's coming. You're going to get that 10, boom, and you're going to bust. The truck is coming. It's in the deck. The cards are being dealt out right now, guys. And by the next, everybody's like, this is the last pre-trial hearing, but from what I understand, there's another hearing. I'm not sure what the date is. Somebody could correct me on that. I think it probably closed doors hearing, but very curious to see if they push this to November. I think if they roll it out in August and they start on July 30th or whatever with the jury selection, you're gonna see some shit fly. It's gonna be this, and that, and this new district attorney is not gonna make a difference. I think the look on his face during that hearing was one of those, like, what have I done? What have I got myself into? He's literally right between Shushley and Bill in a world of shit. Kids, go to bed. He is sitting there like, oh no. We have Jack Squat. They got Jack Squat. And that's why I played in my opening reel there, where the lady, she literally says, and then there's the evidence that they pulled from his Pullman apartment. Well, we yet to see that one. From what we understand, they had a pizza cutter and a brown stain on a microwave, and a shower curtain was missing in the bathroom that he didn't use. So they literally tried to create this boogeyman right here that you see before you, and they've done it successfully in the CNN watchers of this world. We are the weirdos. Remember that. We are the enemy against them. What does the enemy do? They attack you with copyright strikes and things like this. I'm just saying, just so you know.
Setting a hearing on that issue for June 18th.
Provide me with whatever actual evidence you have that supports those allegations, rather than just allegations. And two, provide for me how it is you believe that what you are offering is admissible.
The hearing closed to the public shortly after noon, but other topics discussed included the jury size, which will total 12 jurors and 8 alternates, totaling 20 selected jurors, with the trial running Monday through Friday from 8:45 a.m. until 3:30 p.m., and the judge insisted on minimal sequestration, anticipating a months-long trial. Jury selection begins July 30th in Ada County, with trial expected to start on August 11th. Both
A couple people snuck in on the chat on me while I have my friend here. Kimmer, what up? Typically Unique. Make sure you check out her channel. She's a great. Somebody's got some bass. Can you guys hear that? I don't know where that's coming from, but it's like... Oh, I think it's coming from the helicopter going over. Maybe they use one of those sound weapons on me or something. Stormy Jane, hello. Welcome to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. Danger Zone. And then there was... Tex Mex Thunderclap. Mary Holt, welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. Thank you for being here with us on the Purge. We got JJ Vance, and we also have Operation Jenn at Operation Criminal Confidential podcast. Let me see if I missed anybody there. Hey P, always a pleasure to see you, my dear. I hope the crime lab is going well. Love Tina, did you missed my chat message, I think at the end of the thing the other day. I do have a cream cake. I have a little bit of pie I saved for you, but cream cake is going to be with our espresso in the morning. So just saying.
the victims' families and Kohberger's relatives will be allowed in court. Kohberger is accused of killing these four friends, Ethan Chapin, Santa Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves in their shared home off the University of Idaho campus in November of 2022. The home has since been demolished. I'm Dakota Castett's TJ reporting.
Dakota, thank you. And another ruling in the case coming down today as well. It comes after an episode of Dateline that aired undisclosed information in the case. In the ruling, Judge Hippler says the information must have come from someone currently or formerly involved in law enforcement or the prosecution of.
Ta-da! See, told you. I mean, he specifically referred to... Now, Ms. Potts herself doesn't think that it was law enforcement. A lot of people think that it was Brian or Steve G. I forgot what Ms. Potts said, but she's like not... But I think that since he specifically referred to somebody either present or pastly employed in law enforcement, leaked it, that is the direction it's coming from.
Of the case. He's ordering the prosecution to complete a list of everyone who had access to the details of this case. A gag order was issued early on for all members of law enforcement, the prosecution, those affiliated with the case, and even the victims' families. Judge Hippler says the leak could severely impact the ability to seat an impartial jury.
All right, so speaking of that, they did say that they're gonna... Stupid thing.
Ready?
Stop the commercials either. Close. Okay, so one thing I noticed is that Brian looked tremendously better fed. Well, you know, I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but he did look better. So that's encouraging. Now, there's, you know, still a very dangerous place for him, in my opinion. And right now, whether he stays in jail, whether he gets released, his like, hey, JJ, was that you?
Yes, sir.
I thought I heard you slide in. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
How are the Hulu burgers?
They're delicious. How about them cutlets?
Oh, I doused them with a little bit of buffalo, and they got the job done, bro. I mean, I'm gonna make a sandwich. I have to do it Sunday cheat day out of the rest because it's just gonna be like something you get at one of those fancy restaurants there, and I'm excited about it. Plus, I'm a little jacked up on espresso. Yeah.
There you go.
So yeah, we got a who's who in the chat today. Everybody's here, interested to hear our opinions.
We're supposed to be having Nick join us here soon. What's that?
Interested to hear our opinions on the case. Jen also would be.
Yeah, I'm happy to share my overall opinion on it. Jen's going to join us. That's awesome.
Let me check in with her real quick. Let's see. Rockford just got done cooking. I'm going to eat real quick. Okay, so she must have heard me talking about her. Her ears were ringing. Why don't you give us a breakdown of your overall opinion of the case, and I'd be happy to hear it.
Yeah. Where would you like me to start? I mean, we're seeing a lot of stuff we're seeing a lot of stuff now, obviously, in release of some more information and stuff like that. Well, first of all, let me back up a minute. Let me back up there a second there, bud. I don't buy any of this shit out of Dateline. I don't buy the contents of the information that's being released by Dateline. I don't, let's see here. I don't believe the defense had anything to do with it. Like I said, state law enforcement, like the clip you showed, former law enforcement, perhaps, sure. Let's see. I do believe that it's all bullshit, and it was simply released as in an effort to diminish the character of Brian Kohberger, and then old Hippler there, he decides to issue out his little investigation special prosecutor nonsense, and I think that's simply in an effort to add validity to the Dateline information.
So you act like you're freaking out, like all this information got out there, but it's really, we know it's bullshit. They definitely put a supernova in front of whatever that vehicle, suspect vehicle 1 is, on that 1112 camera, hiding the ability to be able to make the model and the year out of it, and even the color, in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah, but again, even that vehicle and that camera is still a distraction, right? All of this shit is distractions, right? Because like that ain't his car. I mean, it's pretty. I think it's pretty much been demonstrated that that's not his car. But it's also just the fact that, it's the fact that they never offered. It distracts folks from even recognizing that the state fails to even offer a theory of how and where he parked his car. They don't even tell you where he parked his car and how he entered that, parked it, entered the home following this path. That doesn't exist. They have no evidence of it, and so thus far, they're going to have to present some theory, but thus far they've presented none.
That is very true. That's a great insight. And we've all, over the years here, conjectured that he either teleported, parachuted with one of those parachute fan, what are those things?
Probably a better theory than the state's got. I mean, that or the Hadron Collider's responsible.
Maybe they had a practice collider over there at University of Idaho. Come on the screen for a minute if you don't mind. I like seeing you there. Oh, there you are.
Sure. Yep, that's me right there.
That's one of my favorites right there. Hold on, let me pull that up for Howard Blue. They got the stupid look just perfectly down for him.
Right. And he's the man to thank for all of these shenanigans, as far as not the good shenanigans, as far as the propaganda campaign, because his bullshit gets spewed by every major outlet as fact. And in fact, it seems to be that he's been he admitted to being the source of the Dateline episode. Not expressly, but implicitly, he implied that in his conversation with the drunk bird fella.
I didn't catch that one. I saw that he did an interview with them. What else did you get out of that Drunk Turkey interview there?
Well, I'm very interested in the Muppet Howard Bloom there, because he's being employed by the individual who co-founded the outlet the idea that this weird weekly publication outlet on social matters in America would suddenly start being the outlet in which reports on the true crime, quote-unquote, aspects of the Idaho 4 murders and Brian Kohberger is odd in and of itself. Then you look at the founder of that outfit, and that's a fellow by the name of Graydon Carter, and he was very, very good friends with none other than Bob Cocaine Evans, the infamous Hollywood movie producer.
Yayo.
Oh Evans. Yeah, my apologies. Yayo Bob Evans, He was so tight with Graydon Carter, he employed Graydon Carter to be the executive producer on his biopic autobiography documentary.
Yeah, I strongly feel that Bloom was brought in as a paid character, because writers don't do shit for free. They're usually pretty hungry. They love the attention, but to draft a narrative to try to boogeyman BK and to distract attention.
Big time.
So what really stands out to me also, as well as that was a great insight with the car, is Hitler refusing to acknowledge Cyree, and then also the alternative perpetrator conspiracy theory that Anne is cannot.
He's never gonna recognize Cyree, but and I'll get back to that Cyree point in a moment there if you let me. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on these alternative perps. What's the deal on that? What's the deal with those?
What's up with airline perpetrators? These perpetrators are probably going to be highly suspect. They're going to be names we've heard in the past. And so I think that, like I was saying earlier, I think that very soon a name's going to get dropped by Ann Taylor, whether it's by Ann Taylor or even Shushley slips it out. If we can get a transcript from these closed hearings, we'd already know, right? And so...
Well, that's just it, right? You think you just nailed it. Are we ever going to know? I mean, the transcript from closed hearings, are they just going to keep these things censored and, sealed, right? Not censored, sealed and redacted from public purview?
Well, you know, the thing is about Alexander Hamilton is you can only unalive me once, right? And so if push comes to shove, I think that somebody's going to make this is the guy who did it. Whether it's Ann Taylor or Kathy or Masseth or even Bicca Barlow that just says it and then deals with whatever the consequences are, right?
Well, sure, and I suspect they have something to present in compliance with the state's protocols and laws, in which you can't just be like they did it. They have to have, they have to build a nexus point, and essentially they got to build a motive. Really, they got to build a nexus point of that person in the crime. So that's why I was saying in previous purges that the easiest person to argue there is the DoorDash driver. And maybe they investigated that person and considered that person. Maybe that is one of the alternate perpetrators they're going to present. I don't know, but I don't think we'll ever know. I think they're just going to keep that out of the public purview altogether.
One of the other creators in this platform here, Jules of All Trades.
Yep. I heard of her.
She has kind of the same sentiments that I've echoed in the past about Ann Taylor not making strong enough of a case of things. However, I feel that in the legal perspective, she has made a really amazing arguments and what do you call those things? She's presented her arguments very well. So
I don't disagree.
Judging from that, I think that with this alternator perpetrator theory, I don't see her as the type of person that would come on there with 56 terabytes of jumbled mess. You know what I mean?
No,
she's got
right.
it. This is probably who did it, and if we follow the blood trail back to Othram or 23andMe, I think you're going to find a connection with whatever she has something. And it's not like with the prosecution, we're like, oh yeah, we got a mountain of evidence, and it turns out to be selfies and doctored car pics. So
well, I don't expect to see any scientific forensic kind of study into these perpetrators. What I presume is she's done is she's built a means, motive, and opportunity around suspects that she's identified through whatever tips or investigations that were done early on.
That would make sense also. But like I said, I think because science is once those names are presented, and then obviously the defense is going to insist on the blood being tested that was found at the scene in the glove on the rail.
Well, that'll never be
left.
tested.
Say again?
That was never preserved and it'll never be tested then, right?
I can only assume that they preserved it. I haven't heard otherwise.
I don't think so. I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
I have not
they
heard.
didn't test it.
I've actually heard that that it's still available.
I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked.
No, I am too. I agree. But from what I understand, it still exists. So she has not had yet the opportunity to test it, but she will, as according to the way the law goes, that, you know, with Discovery they have the right to test stuff like that.
Well, if it was considered part of the investigation, that's what I'm saying. They never considered it part of the investigation, so they blocked it out without even being considered it.
That's a good point. Wow.
Yeah, this is all being gamed. And when you're talking about presenting, when I was on my Hula Burger break, you were talking about Hitler gaming this stuff. We were kind of mentioning it the other day, like pre-gaming. You got to tell me your objections in advance, yada yada yada, which is bullshit. But that way the state knows. It's telling him the state's going to also find out, and then the state can come up with their defense against these objections, right, or their way to overcome these objections. And on top of that, you know, it's just a violation of Kohberger's due process. Again, I saw a clip. I think Heather posted it. Some attorney, I forget which, Jeanette Levy, I think. You know, again, I'm starting to see more attorneys be concerned about the violations of just basic violations of due process and the rights of the defendant, let alone if he's guilty or not. Don't have to consider that. You don't have to consider any evidence to consider the gross violations of rights in this case.
And many of them have been kind of along the mainstream up till now, and now they're doing some whistleblowing.
Yeah, as it should be, because again, these are gross violations. You can't be just completely gaming this system to continue to. Again, that's why Kohberger's never released his actual alibi, is because they knew just as well as anyone else did, Ann Taylor and gang, that the state was just going to come up with a way to overcome that. You know what I mean? Again, you give them an amount of time, they'll create shit. They'll just make shit up. We've seen it time and time again here. So it's not a matter of they'll factually overcome it by investigating his alibi. No, they'll just create shit to debunk his alibi.
Well, that's very telling in itself, JJ, is that there are very strong threats, at least, of repercussions should the defense not meet a deadline or go over the line, cross the line in any way.
Every time.
And when
we look at the Discovery, go ahead.
Well, there's zero for the prosecution. They've missed countless deadlines. They've lied. They've misconstrued. And so, if you go to these grade of lengths, don't you feel this has just got the top written all over it, whether it's military or whether it's financial.
Well, yeah, we've seen a U.S. attorney for an entire state. You're in. It's not a prosperous one, just generally speaking politically, being the U.S. attorney for Idaho, but nonetheless, it's a powerful position. We've seen him downgrade his entire career path and take the lead, seemingly the lead on this prosecution, as he went ahead and told Nye to sit in the back.
Yeah, Nye looked like a little boy in that hearing, didn't he? Sitting back there, all demure and shutting the blank up. Right? And so, but I mentioned that while you were on your Hula Burger break, is that JJ's still there? Did we lose it? He's been having some tornado weather up there again. Anyway, I did notice that, well, without JJ here to react, where did JJ go? Let me see. Maybe somebody else tried to go.
With all these people, but very Twin Peaks-like, even on the state level, including the U.S. Attorney's Office. So
yeah, that's what Jenn keeps saying. The Twin Peaks, exactly like Twin Peaks, with the cloning and all this stuff. What's up, Rolamana? And we also have Tony Stevenson.
I don't know anything about the cloning, and if I didn't make myself clear earlier, sir, I'm ardently against cloning, no matter how many times you try it.
You could you might be surprised what you get done with a good clone, even if it's.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, they have miniature clones from now, little dwarf-size clones that you can get for yourself, and it just goes and it hustles its way to your job or whatever and does things for it. I mean, imagine if you didn't have to go to the grocery store and all that type of stuff, and you just had a clone.
Who's liable for your clone, Kane? I don't want to be liable for that son of a bitch.
Listen, your clone doesn't mind walking, bro. So there's no gas
but
involved.
I don't know what he's getting involved in when I'm not around. I don't want to be liable for that.
Well, it's you as that clone, JJ.
That's
so
that's the scary part. That's the scary part. That's the real scary part. It's me.
Yeah, we're gonna put your brain on a hard drive like that. And see how that goes. What's up there, Nick, from the Occult Rejects? They put a link in the chat for Mr. Nick there to join us. Thank you for being here.
But when
today.
I was saying Twin Peaks, I mean like this weird small town political dynamic, right? And it is very weird. You know, the Twin Peaks kind of like secret society kind of culture that's beneath all the political and regular surface level of society in the area, right?
Mm. No, what's weird about that town is that they've been able to keep their circle tight. They've circled the wagons 20, 30, 40 years ago. And nothing, at this point, no messages get out of that circle. It's
back to the Gooch,
amazing.
Back to the Gooch, her father was U.S. Army intelligence for his career and then went on to be a politician in Ada County. He ain't from there. He's from Greece. And they for whatever reason, he was put into Ada County from after he was done with that operation out there investigating the Sharon Tate murders, right, with her father, Paul Tate. He became a county commissioner there in Ada County.
You know what it does? You know what it does
weird
feel,
trajectory.
JJ, that this kind of camaraderie, this boys network, whatever you want to call it. Hey, Nick, let me put your echo off real quick.
He became a county commissioner in Ada County.
Welcome in. JJ's joined us, or Nick's joined us. I'm sorry, JJ.
Hey, what's up, Nick?
How you doing, Nick? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
We can't see you yet.
Oh yeah, I'm smoking still. So.
Oh, that's cool. I appreciate it. We got Nick from Occult Rejects. Welcome in. Welcome in. We were talking about Phoenix, and I think that's why JJ texted you, right?
Yeah, we were talking about that Phoenix Capital Group Energy Company that Kane brought up before, and then the University of Phoenix, and I was commenting that there's a very deep occultism to the symbol of the Phoenix.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, even just the whole idea of like the rise. Well, it's a death and a rebirth image.
That's what I was gonna say. The death and rebirth. Right. I knew you could talk about it more than I could. I totally forgot about the death and rebirth. But that's a good point.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with. I mean, it even goes back to kind of Quetzalcoatl in a sense as well, which is a deity that is also associated with death as well. But yeah, I mean, to really get into it is it's a symbol that has been used a lot in occultism.
Right.
I have a question. Like, I mean, I guess it couldn't sound like a cool name to use, but
the founding fathers loved it. That's why they named a lot of things Rising Sun, right?
Yeah, anything rising, even the Phoenix would be associated with too.
Right.
It's like
JJ,
from
did you grow up in Japan?
I am 1/18th Japanese.
I knew a girl. She was gorgeous, and she was 1/16th Japanese.
Yeah, I'm not at all Japanese. I do like sushi though.
He smashed some sushi tacos. We have a sushi burrito place over here.
Now you're talking my language. My dude in Chico, California lives next door to a sushi burrito place. I love it.
I'd never heard of sushi burritos. I'm trying to think of what other stuff. They have fancy drinks, all kinds of good drinks.
Yeah, like boba teas, dude. You talking boba tea?
I'm trying to think of it. It's
that tea with a little yogurt or whatever in there.
It could be. I have not dined there. I plan to. I keep doing deliveries there though, and it seems to be a popular spot with families and stuff going back and forth all the time. And they have the little sushi bar.
If you're ever in the ballpark of Chico, California, or any fellow Purgers are, you, Nick, I highly recommend Sushi Burrito King. Sushi burritos, they're delicious.
Wow, interesting.
You cannot. Do not come with an empty stomach to this show, Nick, whatever you do.
Yeah, it's basically just like, like sushi style roll, but like a larger style with like burrito style.
Sounds good. I've gone to
Oh, it's
places like that
delicious.
where they burrito places where it's like all sorts of like weird shit. Like there'd be like I remember one time I got like cheeseburgers. It was like chopped up inside the burrito, and there's like fried burrito, all sorts.
Oh, that's what's up.
That sounds
right
amazing, dude. Maybe some pickles, some mustard in there, maybe.
Oh, mustard. Oh yeah, that's right. You're not from New York.
Well,
I
don't
gotta
do that
get a little
shit.
mustard in there, maybe some Thousand Island, maybe a little Big Mac burrito.
Yo, the
some
Thousand
Thousand
Island. Fuck
Island.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and then grill it back up, flip it over a couple times. Get all that sprinkled Mexican cheese in there, or maybe some sharp
Yeah.
cheddar.
I like
yeah,
to
then
do.
you
I like
go
to make
wild.
wacky pizzas like that, like you're describing these burritos, Nick. Like, and you don't like mustard. It
Hey.
sounds like, but
No, I do, but it's I had to get used. Well, not used to it. It just shocked me. I forgot that once I left New York and came to North Carolina, I was like, "Yo,
they're big on
burgers
mustard
have a
down
little
there.
Different of a taste to it." I was like, "I like it," but I was like, "Oh, that's fucking mustard."
They put it in their barbecue down there. They got some mustard barbecue down there.
Mm-hmm.
I like to do like Kane's familiar with the establishment. It's a Skyline Chili cheese, cheese coney. So I'll make it's a place. It's an Ohio establishment. It used to be down in Clearwater there, but they do chili cheese coney. So, but I make a pizza of it. So I'll do like a mustard instead of sauce, and then some cheddar cheeses, some Skyline chili, and some hot dogs cut up.
That sounds
pretty delicious.
Yeah, you're making me hungry again. It's good.
Told you. Now I'll throw my 2 cents in here. When I lived in San Diego, I lived around the corner from a Mexican taco stand called Los Dos Pedros No. 2, and for that entire year, I ate nothing but carne asada burritos. And if I had a couple extra, or had an extra buck, you'd get it with cheese. And I'm talking about. Okay, so this is what pisses me off about like Chipotle and these Big Island burrito places and stuff, is that they give you this burrito and they put a little bit of meat on there and some beans and then a big swath of rice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like you're eating a rice burrito. You go to
Loading
this.
you up with carbs. For a
You
food.
go to Los Dos Pedros over there on on Diamond Street in San Diego, over there Pacific Beach. You will get a carne asada burrito with carne asada, nothing but, and it's a fat, and it was like $1.76 when I lived there, so it was like the daily meal. That was it, go surfing, then come get the carne asada, and if you got the cheese on it,
That's
they
amazing.
give you like a whole bag of cheese, you know what I mean? And so it was like, wow, that was the special treat, And then they had they always have that salsa in the little cup with the lid, and that salsa is so good.
I like your style, friend. I love a good Mexican food truck.
Yeah, no, it's not it's an actual location. It's like one of those flip up window kind of Dairy Queen kind of places, and they grill it up
Okay,
to
well, that's
order.
just as good as a Mexican food truck.
No beans,
Mexican
nothing,
food stand.
no wasted business there. It's straight up meat, cheese. You know what I mean? If you want beans, you get at them, but there's no reason because you're getting your protein right there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hell yeah. No, I thought you still lived in New York, Nick.
No, I moved.
Good. You got out of there. You're from the city, Long Island, right? Queens area.
Yeah, I grew up on Long Island actually, and then I moved out to Queens for a minute.
What a fun. Long Island's
What's
crazy.
the official food of Long Island? Bagels?
Bagels
and cream cheese?
Bagels
Bagels and lox.
Pizza's better than New York
bagels
City.
and cream cheese. I shit you not. I was gonna say that on the bacon, egg, and cheese. I'm supposed to say egg and cheese.
They do make a fine bagel out there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yo, for real,
The
they're
bagels,
really
yeah,
good.
legend,
Yeah,
second to none. Hey, hello, Friday. How you doing? I'm gonna kick Friday out of here, dog. Just kidding.
That and chicken cutlets. Although I think chicken cutlets is a little more northern New Jersey, but Long Island makes a nice
I
cutlet.
think that's what brought Sergeant Friday in. I believe he's an Italian guy. When you start talking about chicken cutlets, he's probably an expert, at least at eating them. I'm sure. But that's the Italian. Je ne sais quoi. Let's have you, bro. So yeah, where were we?
Well, you're an espresso man, Kane. Some of the finest espressos I've ever had are out on Long Island.
In Long Island?
Italians know how to do it right when they end dinner with a nice espresso. Right?
Imagine drinking like espresso with Willie in Greece or in Italy,
Well, that's a standard move in Italian meals, right, Nick? Is that you get a little grappa and some espresso?
Oh hell yeah, yeah. I would say
grappa.
you know what's probably really big actually in Long Island is Italian foods. Really, to tell you the
Yeah,
truth.
a lot of it good
Yeah.
Italian places.
Yeah.
Little mom and poppers. They have the bomb food, dude.
I'm sure.
That's what I'm saying. And they'll be like, "You want an espresso
Uh-huh.
after you eat?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I didn't even have to ask. They're just handing it to you, man.
Oh yeah, that is huge. Coffees and espressos after dinner in Long Island.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, it's almost like expected.
I think
Right. I was like,
eggplant
I like
parmesan.
this.
I'd put that out there. Lasagna and eggplant parmesan as the culinary treats of Long Island, and pizza.
That's a good call. Eggplant parmesan. They're pretty known for that out there. I mean, all the Italian food, right? I've had some good Italian food out there, homemade and otherwise, in restaurants.
What's your favorite, Nick? As far
What
as
do you
Long
mean,
Island.
Favorite restaurants? Ooh.
What's your favorite dish? First off, I guess it would depend on where you're at.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a hard question. You know,
There's a lot to choose
I like
from.
Italian food. I like Greek food. I like Chinese food. Sushi.
Right.
Oh, Greek is.
Yeah,
the best.
I always. I mean, I don't know. I mean, normally when I go to an Italian place, I do get chicken parm. I mean, that is like.
Yep.
You can't go
Can't
wrong.
go wrong.
Chicken. Even Burger King had a good chicken parm sandwich for a long time.
Easy
No,
guy.
you remember that?
I remember.
Easy
And they
guy.
had
No,
3
easy.
different kinds of chicken sandwiches.
No, he probably thought the McRib was slamming.
Did you like the chicken? I didn't know. I never even had a McRib. Listen, I got nothing.
You want to
against
start
ribs.
talking BKs here? There's a lot of BKs in this Idaho case, including the Howard Bloom, his owner of the Airmail. They also own Burger King.
I keep getting those commercials too, and they get stuck on my head. Because the guy's voice is off key, so it's really
We got
annoying.
Brian Koberger, Brent Kopacka, BK Norton. A lot of BKs.
You got a lot of
Burger King,
Canes. You got a
BKs.
lot of Jasons.
You can have it your way, Kane.
Jets and yeah, BK.
You know what I did want to? You know what I just remembered? I'm so sorry, I'm interrupting you.
No, you're good.
I don't know if JJ. I don't know if you've ever had any sort of OTO with thelemic connections to this, but there is a Mass of the Phoenix. This is Liber. Fuck, I can't remember now, but that is a ritual that Crowley actually wrote himself.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I've heard about that. Like
sorry
Jimmy
to interrupt
Page
for that.
participated in
No,
it.
My head.
what is it called? I cut out from my end for a moment. What was it called?
The Mass of the Phoenix, and that is
No way.
actually
That's
that
fucking
is one.
interesting.
That is one. I'm going to tell you. You are. It does actually suggest it, I guess, and I don't know. I'm not saying it isn't word for word. I do believe this one might actually be word for word, and should be taken literal. You are suggested to wound your own breast to get the blood for the cake of light.
Oh.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what? And explain the cake of light for folks in the back who don't understand that sickness.
Oh, well, the cake of light in the OTO, it's made of like oils and a whole bunch of like other things, but eventually, this is, the priestess that is running that mass, she will have made cakes of light that you take the menstrual blood, you add it to the batter, you cook it till it's burnt to a crisp, and then you add it to another batter of the cake of light without the menstrual blood, and then they cook that, and that's what they bring to the Gnostic Mass, and that is handed out as like the offering, as if you went to Catholic Church. You get that and a thing of wine.
I don't want none.
Yeah, I'll pass.
I hope nobody ever slipped me something that weird.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I was going there for a minute before I found out. I mean, the crazy thing is the recipe is in multiple books of his. So, I mean, as long as you read his shit, he's not hiding it.
Oh, I mean, it's
I
funny
just
what you
didn't know
can
it.
put in a book, right? And
I
get
was
away
like, God
with
damn
it.
it, man. This thing tastes like fig Newtons. I kind of liked them. It's like, that's fucking gross.
That is wild.
Yeah, yo, I swear to God, there was times where I was like, yo, if they had extras, I probably would have ate more.
That's wild.
Yeah.
This is a frequent ritual though, right? That's an OTO like routine ritual, right?
Gnostic Mass, if you're at a lodge that is quite active, the one that I was going to Hootie Lodge in Queens, there was one probably about every week. Now, it doesn't mean I went every week. When I was active, I probably went there 2, maybe 3 times a month. But normally it would be like once a month. Once a month I'd go. But it wasn't always even the Gnostic Mass. It could have been classes or other things.
Interesting. Yeah, that I don't have to
Did you
pass on all
say-
that.
I also
That
put
sounds like a
myself-
rough eat. That sounds
I
like
also
and I've
put
eaten-
I don't know if you remember. I also put myself in the position where I started doing the mass, and that took me out of eating the doing that part.
Oh,
Didn't have to
that's
do
how you
that
get out
part.
of it, huh?
Yeah, and I did not have to look at the priestess when she was topless.
Did
So
not
you were
have to, or
actually
didn't
conducting
get
the
to?
ritual then.
Well, what do you mean?
Like, when you say you were giving it out, like what does that mean? Like you were the one like administering the ceremony? The ritual?
Well, there would be there's a priest, a priestess, a deacon, and then there's two. They call them children, and they are representing the left pillar and the right pillar.
Yeah, so you're involved in the performance aspects.
Yes,
of it,
I
the
would
pillar
normally.
stuff.
Yeah, I would normally be one of the pillars, where neither I would have I would have the water and the salt, or I would have the incense and the incense burner. And you would follow the priestess at first, and then you would hand them to the priest when he uses them. Yeah, you kind of walk back and forth. You follow them, and then when the priestess opens the thing back up and she's topless, my back will be facing her, and I'm facing everybody else. So
You didn't
I
want
don't
to
have-
see those boobies?
I would not particularly the women at the lodge.
I got you. Yeah.
I was gonna say they probably weren't the sight you were expecting there, Kane.
No, not even saying like I'm God's gift to women either. It's just they were just not my type.
Well, speaking of beautiful women, what's up with Deborah? It sounded like she lived in Florida and she was getting separated.
Oh,
Is there a
dude.
future ex-girlfriend story in this for me, or
Motherfucker is thirsty, dude.
no? Not at all. It's just
No,
I
right,
mean
right.
all my women through
So,
YouTube
so like
shows.
besides the chicks on your show, now I got Julia, I got Deborah. Anybody else you want me to ask for?
Julia
That's Kane's
was
Angels. He's always recruiting.
Julia was
No.
a red herring. Julia was only a red herring.
Just a red herring.
A literal red herring. She's got red hair.
Deborah was the real goal.
Dude,
And
that's
I-
how I got you to start watching the show. I threw that out there for you. I knew it would pull you in.
That's,
know
that's
my
how Kane
type,
got
man.
me
It was
over
the
here.
red
He sent
herring.
one of his angels. He sent Heather
No.
after me to come recruit me over here to the
Oh,
Purge.
God.
That's what I'm saying. Kane's always recruiting his angels there. Kane's angels. He's got them at work all the time.
They come to me. I don't know why. And Rockford wants to do a show on it now. And what he wants to do is film me going from place to place and just talking to the various people that I talk to. And eventually you're going to get something wild. And then we'll chop it up, put it on Instagram. He's like, you'll get 1 million views. Just because it's real. You know, I talk to
Yeah, I was
people. I
gonna
just
say.
talk to people. And so anyway, back to the Phoenix thing.
Oh
So
yeah.
this
Oh, there was another
ritual-
thing too. Just real quick. There is even there is a double-headed eagle. Even for like the 32nd degree in Freemasonry, that sometimes they interpret it as like a phoenix eagle. And even in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, there is a phoenix wand. The second adept's wand, I think, is the phoenix wand too. It's called that. Just things I remembered from magic. It popped into my head. There you go.
Nice.
So you
So there's
you're
definitely a lot of
alluding-
Phoenix stuff.
You're alluding to exactly what I'm talking about. Is that with these serious satellite companies, with Texaco, with the star, and you don't see it, you'll never realize it until somebody points it out. Is that that's how they find each other? That's how they name their companies, so that the business stays within the business. Is that correct with the Phoenix? Would you conjecture that that's a possibility too, where you have this Phoenix University, you have Phoenix Energy, you have Phoenix, whatever. And would that be another symbol that represents the occult people being able to identify themselves?
Yeah. Oh, yes. I know exactly what you mean. Exactly what I do with my logo. I had my logo designed so other occultists, I would hope, would understand that I'm one too. So yes, I guess that's what you're saying.
Well, next time you eat your favorite snack there, Kane, why don't you look at an Oreo cookie and you'll see, what is it?
What is
St.
with
George?
the Oreo cookie, right? It's like some whole traumatic, just some about a druid
Well,
stuff.
it's a very occulted symbol throughout many different orders, specifically the Templar, the cross of St. George, right? Isn't that what's on the Oreo?
Yo, you gotta show that symbol to Ed. He'll think it's a fucking it's a tridactyl.
It's an alien, dude.
Yo, sorry to bring that up, and we don't have to get into it because I'm totally.
Dude, I made a Muppet mid-conversation, dude. I think it's hilarious.
I haven't done a show all week. I'm here for you guys. I got Monday
That
off.
was one of
It
the.
was very entertaining. Very entertaining.
That has to be one of the most wildest shows I've probably ever
Which
experienced.
show is that? I'll
Come
play
on.
some of it.
This is why I was tardy. We just recorded it.
Oh, you just recorded it really tonight?
Yeah, today, a few hours ago. Yeah.
What were you guys? What was the topic again? I'm sorry.
On the tridactyl, the Nazca tridactyls, those like 3-fingered, I guess, things that look like little alien people.
The ones that were rolled out in Mexican Congress last year is from the Peruvian alien creatures. This guy's one of the leaders in that effort of trying to, I don't know, prove their. I don't think his conclusion. I think though was they're not aliens. That people think they're aliens, but they're really just terrestrial beings. They were mated through some weird kind of hybrid process with some sort of lizards or fishes or salamanders. I kind of zoned out on that part. I was making a muppet of him during that.
Yeah,
movie.
I honestly wondered, like at that point, if he was kind of just like. Not sure himself, but I don't know. He probably thinks he's onto something, just not quite sure.
Yeah, Kane, get this. He's an actor also. He's an archaeologist, anthropologist. The dude's got some credentials in those regards, right? He's also an actor, though. He starred in a film in he was in a film in 2021 called The Curse of the Ziz.
No way.
This shit up, Kane.
You hear that, Heather?
Can't make this shit up.
Zizians. We can't get away from the Ziz.
Are you serious?
They're everywhere. Can't make this shit up, Kane.
Yo, then to top it off, like 13 minutes in this, 13 minutes, huh? All right, hold on. Oh,
I have my face on there. You can't see it.
Howard Blum. Then to top it off, and I'm like, I'm gonna keep it real. I text a few people. I was like, is this acting now? Yo, like 13 or 14 minutes in, this motherfucker starts crying.
Yeah.
And I was like, you just said you're an actor, and I'm sorry. So now I have to question if it's authentic. And
very performative.
Especially when you turn off the camera. So for all I know, you're just rubbing your eyes and not even crying.
Yep, very performative.
I was like, dude, we're not going to beat you up, man. You don't have to, like, play the pity party. Like
Did he play victim on the whole thing?
I honestly, I'm going to put it out there. I honestly think he was nervous because he did start off that way. And I think he might have played a little bit of the victim to help damper if we're going to hammer him with, like, serious shit. Which it wasn't like that.
He was
at all. I wasn't aware of it.
And he was also admittedly chugging beers for some reason.
Well, he said
chugging beers like during the live stream?
Yeah, he was.
Who's to say that was a beer in that club? He could have said that as an excuse for why he's being emotional, which was fucking bullshit.
Right. But it speaks to the performative nature then, right, of whatever he was doing.
But then when you say, I'm jumping on after I'm done playing my Dungeons and Dragons game, you really got to wonder.
Right.
He paused his Dungeons and Dragons game for you guys?
Well, we were scheduled after it.
I guess he kind of had beef with Ricardo. This whole matter started with Ricardo. He's an occult reject. Very, very sharp dude. A lot of interesting stuff with Ricardo's work. A lot of ancient history stuff. So he got into it with this dude, I guess, on Twixter. Is that how it went down?
Yeah, I don't think either one quite understood each other, the situation. Because Ricardo was actually like had his hands on this stuff and was like, "Why aren't you getting someone tested?" So yeah, I don't know. He tried.
I was confused by all of the DNA stuff because at various points in time, he kind of I didn't want to like completely be like, yeah, that just completely doesn't make sense what you just told me about the DNA. But he had a lot of weird stories about the DNA stuff.
Yeah, the one thing is I'll say is, I mean, I guess it can be. Let's say if they were fake, I would still question if it still is symbolism that he was showing.
Give me a refresher course on the Mexican aliens. I'm not 100% right now.
Well, just like real quick, the reason why he might have been intimidated by Ricardo is because Ricardo compiled like all like the data. And
that's
huge.
That's what
Where's this show, Nick? Is it a podcast? Where is this show? Because I don't see. I only see yesterday's show.
One second. Sorry. It wasn't live. It's not dropping until next week. It's not dropping until next Saturday.
No.
I was nervous with this guy. I asked him to introduce himself, and he's like, I didn't, which is his fault. I didn't look into your show, so how about you tell me what you guys were about? I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it came in real hot like that.
Well, I just played along with it instead of making it fucking. It started off fucking weird.
He made it weird.
Yeah, he made it weird right off the bat, and then he's crying 10 minutes later.
Yeah, dude. My interweb connection glitched out for a second, so when I came back in, his screen was gone. He was gone. And I was like, well, what just happened here? You know what I mean? Where did this dude go? I'm like, is this a bit? I wrote in
Ricardo's
the
telling
private
him, like,
chat.
you're at a safe place. It's okay. We're just
Yeah,
like,
exactly. I wrote in the private chat. Is this a bit? Because I still feel like it was a bit, but like I didn't know what was going on there.
dude, it was wild. Yo, it was wild, Kane.
I can't wait. Now you guys have 2 next week that I'm already on the edge of my seat about. Is obviously the Back to the Future, and
Well,
now
that's
we
this
have
week.
Cry Guy, victim number 31, coming up on what day is that going to drop?
Oh, you know, I was gonna edit out the crying part.
Right?
No, you gotta leave it. You gotta leave it. I gotta see this.
If anything, you got a way to get in contact with you. I've actually wanted to reach out to you, and I was like, I don't even know how to fucking hit this guy up. I can send you like the edited clip and send it to you so you can watch it yourself.
Right.
Send it to me. Yeah, put it on put it on my G drive.
All right. Yeah. Well, you have to give me whatever.
Yeah.
Your Gmail.
No, you can email it to me. Maybe I don't know. Oh, well, it'll probably be too big. But yeah, no. Okay, so yeah, so that makes sense. Now, as far as the Phoenix thing goes, that's some wild backstory on it. But give me more backstory on the Mexican aliens. I'm sorry, it's eating in my brain hole.
JJ might know more about that.
Yeah. So
I
they
remember the story, but-
allegedly found these little bastards in a cave in Peru near the Nazca lines. You know, there's allegedly 9 of them to 1,000 of them. And then this guy who had already faked numerous, he compiled together numerous little corpses.
Are they
and
alive
bones
or they're preserved or?
No, these are supposedly like ancient kind of alien mummified in a cave stuff. But the guy that presented them to Mexican Congress last year, this quote unquote scientist, he's already been outed like 8 or 9 years prior for cobbling together some other bones that claim to be an alien. So the whole thing's mired in the normal nonsense around the subject.
Yo, was that the same dude that came out with that alien with Greer?
No, different incident. Similar fake alien, similar geographic location, but different situation.
All right,
Greer for president, though, right? Am I right or wrong?
Oh, Greer for grifting.
Well, I don't want to. Yeah, I'm not gonna badmouth the guy, but I highly recommend folks go check out this other podcast that likes to talk about all these alien psyop guys. And they just did a recent piece on outing Stephen Greer as having, he's just got some weird relations in life. I'll leave it at that.
Don't ruin my childhood, JJ. Come on.
I'm not saying he's a brony or even a furry, but he's just into some weird shit. It seems.
I need to find that video of there was a fire.
It's called
at a Las Vegas. What's that?
I was gonna say, Nick, what was the name of that show we were talking about the other day with the alien fellas you were familiar with? Hips, or was it? What was it called?
Hips, was it?
Go ahead, Ken. I apologize. I'll look up the name of that show that I'm talking about. Phil and I were talking about it during Fridays 2 weeks ago, but
yeah, I think it was Hips,
hidden in plain sight. Yeah, hidden in plain sight. Funny guys.
I was gonna bring up a funny video that I need to find, and I'll look here on the tubes of you here in just a second. But it was a fire at a Las Vegas hotel, and they had to evacuate the building, obviously, right? Well, there was a furry convention in town.
Nice.
So all the furry people are out of the street, and people don't even know what to make of it. They thought it was like Sesame Street Come Alive or whatever, and it's the funniest. And for some reason I overlooked it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this Back to the Future. I love the Back to the Future lore.
Yeah.
It's some of my favorite stuff. I wanted to go back to the future ex-girlfriend story here, though.
Your ex-girlfriend was a furry?
And she's not furry to me, but that's her.
Okay. But they did see that I had some sort of plotting situation, which then went away. Point is,
because I can't see it.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, hold on. I have the volume super high. I'm sorry about that, guys. If I woke up the dog, not Heather's dog, but anybody else's dog.
Is this a video?
Yeah. This is from the Occult Rejects with Headless.
Oh. Okay. Well, I'm watching on YouTube, but it's behind schedule. Obviously.
I'm outside. I'm now talking to trees. By the way, I'm talking to
trees. If I have a type, this is
plants.
it right here. Do you happen to know her height? This is important in this situation.
All right, let me actually see what I'm looking at. I gotta Kane do?
And I start to see.
Very intelligent girl.
Yeah, we can't see backstage, so we got to work on the.
So great.
Oh,
yeah,
you're talking about the headless mailbag show.
Kane, she'll fuck your world up, dude. Don't even bother.
Don't even look.
Now you're making me want her even more. That's the only.
I was about to say, I think you're talking Kane's language.
Yeah, I felt a psychic connection, and I had some wild dreams that night too. On top, I didn't tell you.
Oh my god.
This is my story.
All right, are you on Instagram? I'll hit you up on Instagram.
I'm
Send
told.
you her profile.
Oh, she's on the Instagram, huh?
Yeah,
She's one of those.
I might get her on again. I might have her on again too.
Yeah, I'd like to have her on the show. She had a lot of great stories.
Just got divorced though, man.
Oh, there you go, Kane.
No,
What's
but
that?
I mean, I don't know. It's still kind of fresh.
You said it's horse? Did you say horse?
Still kind of fresh. No, it's still fresh. The divorce.
Oh,
technically
she was
not
just
even divorced.
separated, she said.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not even divorced. They're separated right now.
Again, spark.
That's all right, Nick. You'll have another guest on next week that Kane will fall in love with.
Oh, who? Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
That there's a being, and I can't name names.
What other?
But there's a being that.
This was a great show, though. You guys put on there. Wonderful guest. Wonderful guest. Let me.
Well, your crushed Cosmic Peach will be on Wednesday for the Back to the Future. Kane.
That was just a misnomer. I'm telling you.
Oh, Tuesday. She'll be there for. No, she'll be there tomorrow if you catch the live tomorrow.
Who's there tomorrow? Cosmic Peach?
Oh, with Greg Carlwood.
Yeah.
I like
that'll
Cosmic
be a good
Peach.
one. You should tune into that.
She's good people.
Oh, yeah, that'll be a good conversation then with Greg Carlwood and Cosmic Peach in the mix there. She's a character, right?
Yeah, Deborah and I had a psychic connection. Is there a psychic connection hotline, but for dating? Is that so you just think about the person that you're looking at the picture?
You should start it if not.
I know. Did you ever? What about Dionne Warwick in the psychic hotline?
What about Dionne Warwick?
Indeed.
So she got defrauded by Michael Franchise, who was the capo. He went to prison on racketeering charges for defrauding, trying to shake down Dionne Warwick, amongst a couple other folks. Dionne Warwick, she was a singer, right? Was she am I thinking to somebody else?
No, she did have a lot of trouble. I remember that. I didn't remember the exact story. But that whole thing
she's
was
Whitney Houston's cousin, right?
It was like a telemarketing scam.
Yeah. Yeah, he was the capo of the Colombo crime family. I would argue he may in fact be a member of the process, but that's a different story altogether. He's the Colombo crime family funded a lot of the process Hollywood activities, like the film Deep Throat, the first pornography, like mainstream pornography,
which was probably a G-rated version of these snuff films that they like to do, right?
You ain't kidding, because some of them 8mm they were doing with some of the folks that were apparently members of the process, like Linda Lovelace, the actress in Deep Throat. I would allege that she was probably a member because she certainly had a proclivity of sexual relations with German shepherds.
Right.
On numerous films.
Ever since you said that, I've run into, I'll tell you a couple quick stories. I've run into a couple delivery houses that had German shepherds. And now it makes me question the ownership of German Shepherds because other than outside of law enforcement, I don't feel like German Shepherds are a very lovable breed, in my opinion. I never owned one. Everyone that I've ever met has tried to bite me or bit me. Like there's a King German Shepherd, which is a supersized German Shepherd, and it bit me. And they always say, oh, he doesn't bite. He just... For some reason, they like the taste of my ass. I've been bit by a giant bull boxer, a German Shepherd, you name it. I got a little dog bit through my hand, and you can still see the black spot where he bit through my hand when I was a little kid. Dogs bite me.
That's been my experience with German Shepherds. I grew up with a German Shepherd. I would never have called him my dog. He was not my dog, and he definitely bit me a number of times. He's a real dick.
Damn. Well, thanks for backing me up, JJ.
Real dick. Real dick. They were like, hey, we got to put the dog down. I'm like, I love dogs, but not that one. So.
Oh, well.
I'll be honest with you. I had a K-Sound. It was the same way. Of course, this is a furry dog in Florida. And eventually it's just going to get angry, And Yeah, they're very related, the German Shepherd and the K-Sound. Anyway, so that's why he bit you, huh? Yeah.
All the time, numerous times, man. He and I did not get along.
There's a reason they use them to track people down and bite people in law enforcement.
They're good at that. They're real good at that.
Dobermans, though, can be raised well, but they can also have the same temperament. I think they're now Rottweilers seem to have a more even-keeled temperament depending on the upbringing, right?
I just want to point out, I love the diverse conversation we have here at the Purge, from dog breeding to food, culinary discussions. At some point in time, I guess we'll talk about Idaho, but
we'll get somebody wants our opinion today. Finally, somebody asked for our opinion.
Good thing is we're just getting started. We're just getting started here at the Purge.
We're at 3 hours. Yeah, I just did the introductions. I've only played the opening reel twice now, and we got Nick from Nick. Show your face real quick. Come on. Where is Jen? I put the thing in the. She's probably having trouble in the backstage. Let's check in on Jen real quick.
Yo, did you catch that ghost hunting live I did like 2 weeks ago?
No, I don't.
Oh, you gotta check that one out. You got Cosmic Peach in that one. You got 2 other women too. You've probably never seen before.
Your guests are amazing on that show, you guys. There's Jen. Hold on, let me fix her echo. Hi, Jen. Nice to see you.
Hi.
You need to turn the. Use headphones or something, please.
Oh my god.
Wait, I got you. Never mind. You're good. You're fine. That was me. Okay. Are you gonna be on camera today, Jen?
No, not today.
I can hear you. Yep, we hear you.
I can hear you. Hi.
I don't see you though for some reason. I only see Nick. Now you can't hear me?
You don't. I can hear you.
Okay. Nick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
That's a JJ problem then.
Hi, Nick.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. Only through YouTube? That sucks. But you can hear Jen and everybody else? Try coming out and going back in. Try turning it on. I can hear you. You can try turning it off and turning it back on again.
Oh, JJ. He's talking. You obviously can't hear.
Just relay the message to JJ, will you? Yeah, let's see what happens. All right, Jen muted herself. Jen.
Sorry, I was texting.
What's going on?
Not much. What's going on with you?
Long time no talk. Last time we talked, you were at war.
Yeah, just been busy. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm trying to text something. Hold on, give me 1 second.
All right. Hi, Rochelle. Nice to see you. There's a couple people that came in the chat. Be Real. Dan's here. Mary Holtz.
Oh, I gotta share this out.
Lori, there he is. Can you hear me now, JJ?
Hey, welcome back. I can hear you loud and clear. How
Kick
many?
ass. That fixed it. All right. And Jen
can you hear me, JJ?
Are you
texting?
Yeah,
Jen, greetings. Welcome to the Purge.
Welcome in.
We haven't seen you in the last couple of Purges. What's you got a video out since then. What else is going on your?
Nothing. Just been busy. I feel like I'm getting sick. Like, when you wake up and like you have that feeling in your throat. So I'm hoping it's just like allergies, but who knows?
Sucks.
That would just be
What's
my luck.
yeah, that's no good. What's any new thoughts on recent developments?
Huh?
Any thoughts on the recent developments in the? I'm just trying to get this back on track here. We've been talking about food for the last 3 hours, so.
I'm just a little behind on this stuff. I only know like just kind of what I've seen on everybody else's channels, but I did watch the Dateline thing. Kind of. I kept just getting ADD and getting distracted because it was pissing me off. But
oh, it's awful, right? I mean, like the whole rape porn thing. I just feel like that's way over the top. I don't think any of that's real.
It's crazy. Like, you know what? If they had
Great porn,
access to
whatever
all
you
this
call it.
stuff, then Ann Taylor should have been asking them for discovery. You know, like they should have been asking Dateline
Right.
for discovery.
Right.
Like it's just I don't believe it. And I'm sorry, those pictures of Brian. Okay, it's 2025. Nobody's phone camera is that shitty.
Right. The angle doesn't make sense either, and his nose looks way bigger than it
Yeah.
normally is, like a normal nose.
There's like
I've
a
said that
clock
a
on the
lot.
wall in one picture, and then the next one you can't. It's gone. Like I'm sorry, those pictures are clearly fake. Like,
Right.
if they had any of that stuff, they would have put at least one of those things in the PCA instead of nonsense. At least
Right,
one.
right.
They
And I don't think any of that stuff's going to be part of the trial either. I think it's all just being, again, it's all propaganda.
Right.
Yeah, it's a way to
It's
push
just
that
really
narrative for sure.
It's really disgusting that this type of thing is legal because ultimately it costs
Well.
the taxpayers money. They wouldn't have to worry about, you know, not forever, but for the most part, the moving of trials for jury tainting. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I can't talk tonight. They wouldn't have to move trials because of the jury pool if there was some kind of law in place where you can't basically convict the defendant in public opinion. It's just crazy.
I don't
There's
disagree.
so
I
much
think it's a little
about that law.
ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't
There,
know.
there has to be laws, just they don't honor him in Idaho.
Well,
No, there's no like law. Like there's some country I want to say like
there's defamation laws, but that's all civil proceedings. I mean, there should be
Right.
some there should be some sort of criminal. You know, if you're going to go out and blatant effort to just make up shit, you know, in this
Right.
case, like we're seeing here in this case, like I mean, that's to me that's borderline criminal. You know, there should be at
Yeah.
least. It's not,
just
it's not, but
gossip.
it should be.
It's gossip. It's bullshit.
Well, if
And-
they know it's bullshit and they're perpetrating this and you know, again, I think it speaks to the larger implications in the case. But yeah, I mean, it's again, I don't think it. Not only is that stuff not like they're not going to introduce some search history in the trial saying, look, Brian Kohberger searched grape porn. You know,
Yeah.
that's not going to happen. That's only I don't even think it's real, but regardless, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be introduced. That stuff's just being used. Yeah, it's just being used for propaganda.
Yeah.
Well, Steve G's licking his lips over that one.
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah.
That is a juicy. Did you see my reel by any chance, Jen?
I don't think so. Probably not.
Yeah, you don't watch the show much at all.
No, I was doing I was doing laundry and I had to cook and I had to fold laundry.
Doing mom stuff.
Yeah, I had to do. I had other obligations.
Did you happen to watch the hearing the other day?
No, I didn't watch it.
So you have you?
Weird. Oh, go ahead, Kane.
Go ahead, Ron.
I know the gist of it. I know that Pipler's pissed, and he ordered like a hold on like nobody can delete emails or all that.
There you go. I was going to ask you about that. What's your thoughts on that subject then, Jen? About this order of the special prosecutor to investigate shit?
I mean, how do they? First of all, how do they even know if someone? I mean, are they really gonna really stay on top of that? Like, how can they really know? Second of all, it seems like he is kind of saying that it's on the prosecution side.
Yeah, that's what it appears, right?
That's the way it seems
Law
to me.
enforcement, in my opinion, yeah.
Yeah. So I know he said something about anybody who had access in the past or currently, whatever. I'm wondering all those people that quit, retired, et cetera. Maybe that
like
was
Roger
that.
Lanier or something like that, like the captain that retired there, or Fry even.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I think that's possible. Certainly, I think those are some characters that could possibly be involved in it too. Someone who retired or left, but I honestly don't see it being genuine. That's my opinion on it.
You don't think the leak is genuine? You think?
No, I think it's all bullshit. I think it's all bullshit. I think Hitler's doing bullshit. It's just all bullshit. So I think what's going on is if he issues that order, well, it adds validity to everything that was just leaked from Dateline. Everyone now believes that's
you're
valid.
right. I didn't even look at it that way, but yeah, you're right because it looks like there was a leak of actual information rather than fabricated information. Oh yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, because they literally, JJ, they literally use that car and say a car that looks similar to Kohberger speeding away from the scene at 420, which I don't even, I don't even believe that crime happened at 420. And I believe
I don't believe the crime happened in that house or the crime happened at all until I see more evidence of these things. But yeah, I'm tracking with you.
JJ, if there was
Yes,
a
ma'am.
crime scene with that, with that weapon on 4 victims, even if they cleaned up, they wouldn't be able to get like every stain out of the walls and things like that, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's my concern with the matter is the lack of cleanup, and then it's not just the initial cleanup; is the lack of any. You don't see a drop of blood in any ingress or egress point in that home. I mean, you can jump out the upper floor if you really wanted to, and you don't see any blood coming out of that window or nothing. But you also don't see it coming out of the doorways, right?
Because when they're, during the demolition, like you would think you'd see at least like a little bit of remnants of blood stains. I mean, the coroner said there was blood on the walls, literally. So
it's troubled me from day one when I first started looking at the case on or about Thanksgiving, looking at the photos from the 13th to the 16th, the initial photographs. It troubled me from day one. There was no signs of any evidence of any blood outside that home because it did snow that night, right? Early that morning, but the blood would show through that snow. I mean, you'd still be able to see. There'd be evidence of blood, right? I mean, there was just no evidence of any blood.
Well, let me throw something out here. Okay, so that backyard used to be heavily wooded, right? And there's pictures of like over the summer and the warmer months where
That used to be the front yard, right?
I don't know. Did it? I don't know.
I think that's when it was named, when it was on King Street. That I think the front.
Oh, when the entrance was facing. Yeah, I believe so. But either way, like that, it was heavily wooded, that backyard. You could see over the summers, nature wants to come back. Like it's going to overtake where it was taken away and have all those rocks. So how do they get rid of like all the grass and the, stuff that wants to grow back again? They have to like burn it, I guess, right? You can't mow it. There's rocks. And there's pictures where literally the backyard looks like it was burned. And I'm wondering, like, maybe the crimes took place outside and like burned the DNA. I don't know. I know that's crazy, but you have to see the pictures and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm willing to accept that a crime has occurred here and these murders did occur, but again, I like to see evidence of it, considering how much they've lied about all these things. Yeah. Again, I'm just at the point where like I'd like to see evidence from to even consider these things any further. Because again, let's say they were murdered. Was it at that house? Because we don't know there's been so much tomfoolery with the timeline of these victims and the surviving roommates in the preceding hours between about noon on Saturday and the time and the allegedly on or about 1:45, which then later turns into after 2, and Zane and Ethan aren't there. So we don't know where these folks were. We don't know what they were doing. They could have been murdered far earlier than what we're being told.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
And let's say that food truck video is legit, and let's say they leave there at 1:45. What's to say they went back to that house? That being Kaylee and Madison. Why didn't they go to another location and they were murdered at another? Why were all these victims murdered at the same location? Again, there's a lot of things that could have gone on here, I think.
Right. And what are the chances? Like everyone just happened to be home and in their rooms at at the same time. If they did, I mean, well, we don't even know really when Ethan and Xana got home, but I think Ethan and Xana
They've changed that. They've changed the locations of the bodies too, haven't they?
They've changed everything. We should make a list, honestly.
That's what I'm saying. I'm willing to admit that they've changed everything here has changed. I'm willing to say, like, I got to see some evidence of this shit. Like, it's just that bad. That's my opinion. But
I want to see like stomach contents to see if Kaylee and Maddie ate that food, because that whole story about they were talking in Kaylee's room, which I don't even think Kaylee even lived there officially anymore. But whatever. Why would they want to go?
See some evidence. I want to see some crime scenes, some death certificates, some actual burial records, some probate records, something. Start anywhere as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, there's literally nothing. It's
really stronger circumstantial argument, in my opinion, to say the crimes did not occur there or at all versus what we've been presented.
And maybe they were moved there.
I've considered that as well because. Well, again, how do you have no blood in or out of the ingress and egress points of that home? Again, you can walk in and out of the doors, you can jump in and out of the windows, so there's no signs of any blood of any point in entry and exit of that home.
Basement. I think that house is connected to the houses next door by basement. No, you're laughing, but like Kane and I
I'm laughing because I'm always giving Kane a hard time about the basement stuff.
No, listen, if you see, I have the floor plans and I've been wanting to show you. Kane and I have looked at them. All the houses around, literally every house surrounding, the apartments across the street, the apartment next door, the street behind those houses behind on Walenta all have basements. The chance of it not having a basement is pretty low. I mean, why would that one house not have a basement? And if you look at the blueprints from, I think 2000 or whatever, somewhere around there, I don't know how to read them, but there's like square footage missing. There's something going on. And the fact that they wanted to have security at the house 24 hours a day, I mean, when do they ever do that? Tells me that there's something at that scene physically there that could not be moved, that they were keeping under wraps. And then you throw in the fact that you have the same investment company that scooped up all those houses, a couple months later. It's like there's something there that they don't want. And then there's documents I found with like a 20-foot easement over, under, and through for utility, water, something between all those houses. Literally all 4 houses, 1126, 1127, 1118, 1112. So there's
I'm not familiar enough with the blueprints to look. I mean, from what I remember looking at, for all the property records vanished from the county's website. When I looked at years ago now.
I got them.
I don't recall seeing any evidence of a basement. I'm happy to look at whatever blueprint you.
Yeah.
Kane, but I keep giving Kane a hard time about it. Keep sending him clips from Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure, telling him the Alamo's got no basement.
Listen, I'm not saying tunnel. Like tunnels, I was like, I don't think. I mean, come on. But
I hear you.
All the other houses.
It's gone through so many different. Yeah, it's gone through so many different reiterations and reconstructions of that home over the years. It's impossible.
I mean, if not a basement, it's got something like a crawl space,
large
or like
crawl space,
or something like that. Because that backyard, you see how it's raised. It never used to be raised. It was not like that. They added soil to raise it, hence why they have that, and they raised the driveway up.
Right. No, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it seems like they reconfigured the whole back of the house, because it used to be the front, and then they changed during one of the reconstructions. It seems like they revamped the appearance to make it look more like the back side of the house, but that used to be the front entrance at one point.
I mean, think about it logically. Like, if they added the back part, right, that means originally all it was that very front, long, narrow part of the house. Like, that makes no sense. Like, I just, come on. I think
it's an oddly constructed home. There's no question about that. One thing to consider why they needed 24-hour security is you can look at it two ways. I think there's either no blood in there, or there was a bunch of shit written on the walls, Manson style, which is why they had to remove that drywall piece they removed.
Yeah, possibly.
Kane. You don't want anyone seeing the no blood, or you don't want anyone seeing pigs written on the wall or something,
But like, they could have just boarded it up and put like a camera. No, I mean.
No, because if you're hiding that entire tail, I mean, when did they stop doing the 24-hour security? It was probably around the same time that they cut out that drywall.
Yeah, I don't know the dates.
Well, we'll have to go back and look. That'd be interesting to know, because I want to say they were in there doing that drywall stuff around December 10th.
Of what, 2020?
I think it was reported around that time. 2022, yeah. Oh. Before Ann got her eyes on it. There's a lot of stuff that went down in that house before Ann got her eyes on the place.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. The evidentiary value she would have found in it by the time she got there was probably slim to none.
Yeah, I feel like it was. That's another reason I feel like there's something physically on site that they don't want people to know about, is because I feel like it was done on purpose. So then they could just do a little dollhouse or something, and they're purposely making it not to scale. Like,
that helps. Yeah, that helps out a lot of reasons, right?
Yeah, a lot of reasons, exactly.
Yeah, because I mean, it helps to serve a lot of purpose, because first of all, they didn't tape their run through of committing the crime, right? I think it was it Gunderson, maybe one of the other detectives, not the lead detective, I don't think, did the run through. He's like, oh no, I didn't do any notes or reports or video recordings. So that helps, because if you had the house up, then you'd have to record it, and then folks have to see it, and it would never comport. You could never do it. Right, with their timeline.
I found it interesting that they only did this timed run, to see if one person could have done it. Like, what made them automatically assume one person? I just feel like no matter what, the cops, like, they knew the intent of the crime on day one. Like
Oh,
they
for
knew
sure.
the intent. Because they would not. They lifted the vandal alert after 45 minutes. I mean, they knew something there told them.
I think it was a little bit longer than 45, but it was pretty quick. But
It
I
was
think
less than an hour. It was less than an hour, maybe an hour tops, but it was quick.
I think it was.
They had the vandal alert, the shelter in place for like hours when there was that guy with the knife a month or two
Right.
before. So for
I
that,
think,
they have a vandal alert.
I think it was noon to 4, but yeah, it was not. It was, you're right. The knife event, I think, was like 7 hours. Versus
Yeah,
like 4
so
hours.
I mean, it's crazy.
Well, I think it's telling that I don't know. I don't know. All this stuff about the dollhouse and the home again. I mean, I like to credit the defense. They know what they're doing in the matter, but again, even having these disputes right now, it just seems like tomfoolery when they could have just left the house up.
Right. Right.
Yeah, there was an urgent need to get rid of that house and to protect whatever was in there.
Well, there were so many urgent needs in this case. If you recall, Bill Thompson back in circa June of 2023, they're ready to go to trial in October. We're ready to go to trial, Judge. That's what he told him.
Yeah, right.
Let me ask Nick a question, you guys, and thank you, Jen, for being on. I appreciate you being here, and it's nice to see you again. But Nick, I did watch. I think we discussed it in one of the last purges. The Australian 60 Minutes piece on the girl who grew up under her grandmother's control, and she was in a satanic cult. Even the mother didn't know about it. Are you familiar with that case?
Sounds familiar. But
It's on the
you might have
tubes
brought it up,
review.
and I still don't know much about it. That's the whole thing. You could have told me, and I still don't know. Like, may not have looked into it.
Well, here's my question to you. She says that she was raised and she was forced to get together with older men and had, by the time she was on this 60 Minutes piece, she was probably 14 and she'd had like 9 kids. And she said that they sacrificed all of the children. They would take them away from her and sacrifice, I don't know if it was 9 kids, 5 kids.
Was it Fiona Barnett?
I'm looking it up right now.
Jen, I see you got a new video on Hush Money with Brad Little. Did you see that he just promoted Megan Marshall to replace John Judge?
No, I didn't see that.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, side note, you know that woman with the dark hair, I forget her name, in the Dateline thing. She said that she worked at like a boutique or something, and she had hired Maddie. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like pretty
Sure.
brunette.
Yes.
She's
yeah,
Miss
the
Idaho.
fakest chick on the face of the
Casting.
damn earth. That chick,
she's
oh my
like
god,
she's
like
like a
I
beauty
told
pageant.
Maddie, like blah blah blah. That
But
chick.
listen, she's a beauty pageant.
That's what I'm saying. She's
whatever.
straight out of Central Casting, right?
Oh,
Miss
dude,
Idaho, exactly.
you couldn't.
Casting. She's playing a role. She was just
Oh,
crowned
right.
Miss
Not a
Idaho.
good one
Thank
either,
you.
right?
I thought it was the
Not a
only
good
one who
right?
saw that. I swear I was thinking exactly the same thing, Jen. Exactly.
Oh,
Yep. So I find that coincidental. But yeah, it's a quick little video. It's like 3 minutes. If Kane, you want to play it.
So, yeah,
To describe
definitely. I
this
think there's a
story
lot to
as
be said
horror-
of people
Oops.
getting paid off.
I
in
didn't
these
mean
matters.
to play this. This is the girl, and she was raised by her grandmother, right? And they did all these things, and like I said, the mother left her there to be raised by the grandparents. She couldn't do it, or whatever the case may be.
Yep.
And she tells this really heart-wrenching story. I'll put a link to it in the chat for everybody. I would like you to do your homework and watch it if you would like there. But anyway, yeah, it's a really enthralling piece. But anyway, Nick, my question, I'm sorry, I've got you off the screen right now. Is this a witness protection? Larry's in the house. Is this a common
He's also
thing?
out of Central Casting.
The theme, he is, dude. Is this a common thing with the sacrificing of babies, and that in this occult world that you're familiar with?
I know. I mean, you hear all these stories from how many years ago that supposedly this was going on. I mean, I can't say I've ever heard anybody doing it personally. But I mean, in stories, you hear it.
What do you hear?
I don't know. Wasn't it like there's people like like sacrificing kids at the tops of pyramids and shit. Quetzalcoatl as well.
You're talking about in modern day, like
No, back in I don't know, probably a few thousand years ago.
no, yeah, of course. I'm talking about modern day cults, and of course you hear the Hollywood stuff. They got to drink their adrenaline and all this crap.
I believe all that stuff. I think it all still happens. I fully believe that.
Well, my question to Nick is downplaying it, but I know that he
No,
knows
I'm
more.
not downplaying it. I'm just saying I haven't experienced it.
Well, I would hope not.
I'm sure the OTO was like Freemasonries, right?
Thousands of years ago. I'm saying it's been going on for a while. I really wasn't downplaying it.
It's nothing new under the earth and sun, right? Okay, I got you.
But being a part of OTO is a lot like Freemasonry. It just opens you up to be members in other groups, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. You definitely find out other things from joining those. I would assume. Yeah.
Like you got to be a Mason to be a Shriner, but then you got to be a Shriner to be a Jester, right? So it's like that, right, with the OTO,
yeah,
right?
then to be a Shriner, you got to be a Shriner to be a Order of Quetzalcoatl. And yeah, there is add-ons.
We got another layer on top of that, right? So that's what I'm saying. There's layers once you get in there, huh?
Yes.
How much you want to bet Mr. Coomer Scott Green is in some kind of club?
He was the president of his. Yeah, I mean, it's very likely because I think they recruit out of fraternities heavily and these kind of Freemasonic organizations specifically. But he was out of one of the fraternities there on University of Idaho.
Yeah, well, I forget which one, but I know Brad Little and Hunter Johnson were in the same one.
Yeah.
Here's the
Brad
thing.
Little, the Mormon.
Yeah, and his grandfather was the Sheep King. He was a sheep slaughterer. Is that a word? Is that a word? Slaughterer?
So Witness Protection Larry here, he's out of Central Casting as well. They keep rolling him out on News Nation. The most recent interview he was given not that long ago was Brian Koberger better keep his mouth shut in his new prison.
It's just such a shame.
Well, you know what's amazing about Witness Protection Larry is the first time he appeared on Ashley Banfield there as a guest expert, she literally was cutting him off, kicking him off the show.
Yeah. Well, he's
but
an idiot.
then
He's a convicted mafioso. He's literally a convicted felon mobster. Literally.
Yeah, and then a week later they have him back on like nothing happened, like everything's cool.
Well, they didn't have anyone else in Central Casting, Kane. What do you expect?
I mean, they must have given him a 3-week contract he had to fulfill.
Well, maybe hopefully he's getting a good daily rate then. I mean, shit.
When you talk about bad actors, you have so many of them in this case. But you know Scott Green is, right, Nick? Are you familiar with him?
Scott Green. Sounds familiar.
We've dragged Nick into an Idaho 4 discussion when he came here to give us an expert opinion on the Phoenix stuff. But he is the president of University of Idaho. And he is a cold fish. He's a very financially oriented, and he has the warmth of a crocodile. You know what I mean? But he tries to smile, and he's just this slippery character that inserted himself in this case from the very beginning, and then more or less it seemingly took charge of the entire thing, the investigation, as far as the press release, and then he even wrote a book about it. Right.
Yeah, that's the book. That's the book, Nick, where he admitted to removing that Manson article.
Oh,
saying the crimes were like the Manson family.
Yes. I did see that.
He bragged about removing that from the media. So just again, it's just more high weirdness around that subject. But Coomer Scott Green is the guy who was also running the law firm that was at the merger behind FTX and Binance that fell out.
He's a non-lawyer who ran a law firm, and he's a non-professor or academic person running a university. So that's what makes me feel like you get those positions because you're connected.
Yeah.
Oh, he's deeply connected to Jen. Very deeply connected.
Because it's not traditional.
So he didn't really have
someone in that position that doesn't have an educational background and some sort.
No, he didn't have the background at all. No, you're right.
I was going to say, so he really didn't have the quality for the specifics for the job, and still got it.
No,
right. Yeah. It's very, very unusual to be appointing someone to be the president. who's never even been like a professor or some kind of administrative position in a school of some sort. So he's also a third generation, I believe, Vandal. I think like was it Kibby Dome? I don't know, something like that. His grandfather had
and one of the top attorneys in his firm there that he was running recently left that firm to go be a deputy prosecutor as a U.S. attorney in the criminal division of the Southern District of New York. The same division as James Comey's daughter works as a deputy U.S. attorney. The same division that is currently prosecuting P. Diddy and Sam Bankman-Fried.
Interesting.
So there's a direct connection to that. The prosecution there of those two guys that also have connections to Idaho, P. Diddy and Bankman-Fried, and they also have the same attorneys.
At a very convenient time, right, JJ?
Yeah, exactly. And they're also, and these people have this Bankman-Fried, again, and P. Diddy on paper look like, why would these two people be connected? And I assure you it's nefarious, whatever it is. But they have the same jail cell and the same attorneys, and they're being prosecuted by somebody who used to work for Scott Green.
Interesting.
And again, Scott Green's behind the Binance FTX, or his firm was behind that merger, handling that merger that fell out, that caused the FTX bankruptcy, that caused the Moonstone Bank, being exposed.
JJ, did you know that Scott Green's family owned 1122 King Road in the past? I
did, but could you ever figure out if he lived there? I could never determine whether or not he actually
grew up there. He grew up in that house.
I don't think his family owned it for that long. I
think he was 6
years, if I remember. Yes.
Before they deleted the property records.
But what are the chances? Come on. And the fact that they were saying at the beginning that they weren't sure if it was the residence targeted or the house. How does a house be a target? Unless the only way I could think of is that if it does have something to do with Scott Green or the current owner. I don't know.
Well, no, I hear what you're saying. I just always took it as that what I found out early on, or what I was
Brian Koberger is experiencing
concluded based upon
like I said,
reasonable evidence that was a drug distribution home for many, many years.
Now, my own thing with that, and also the whole party house narrative, is that I feel like there would have been a lot more calls. The cops, when they came for the noise complaint, the one that was at nighttime, he was asking who lives here, what sorority. Most cops, especially in a small town, I would assume, kind of know where the hot spots are. They know where the easy pickings are.
They do there too. And if you notice, that was Brett Payne in one of those videos. I think they're just playing the fool. I think they're shaking down those girls over something. That was more of a shake. Who's calling in the noise complaint there? That was a shakedown. They already shook them down the other time during the daytime video. There was no noise complaint there. They just went to go shake them down anyway. So, I see what you're saying, but there's a lot more nefarious shit going on there. I think that.
So maybe noise complaint was code for stop drawing attention to yourselves.
It could be. They could be causing problems. They're just over there, making a presence in which to present to these young women that they don't want to be creating a problem. That keep having the cops over here creating a presence, right?
Right.
Could be as simple as that. Could be as low key as that. It could be more like you're saying, more aggressive. But it also seems to me that when I first started looking at this case in November, around Thanksgiving 2022, I started looking. Once I identified all this drug stuff, and I started looking. Where's the drug activities in these towns? And you're saying the hot spots. Well, you're at the hot spot. That is the hot spot. Right, Greek Row in both towns is the hot spot for drug activity.
Well, right around the same time, there was an issue.
The cops are busting. What's that? No, go ahead.
Saying, there was an issue with drinks being rugged in Pullman.
Yeah, I know that was a thing that went around campus.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is I looked at the police reports and drug activity for instances of drug possession citations and whatnot, and the epicenter of activity on both towns was Greek Row.
Yeah.
On or off Greek Row. Greek Row over there is mostly off campus in Pullman.
I think that the cartels have infiltrated that long ago.
Big time.
And they're firmly implanted. And
Big time.
So, when you go against the cartel, heads roll.
Who do you think's paying the cops off?
Oh, that
happened here in Ohio in Pike County with the Roden family. They all got they're paying the cartels are paying the cops off here, and A family of about 9 different people in 3 different locations got murked overnight.
Right.
Got murked.
This is for Heather. Heather, you know that Rosendahl is with CC, with the church. He went to Logos High School.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Logos?
Logos, I think
Yeah.
it's called, or college or whatever the hell it is, something.
There's a lot to be said with it, with the Christ Church folks and the dynamics that go on in that town.
I mean, listen, if their goal is to take over and they have some sort of animosity between them and UI, what better way to take the university down than to, or really take the whole town down, honestly. Once you affect enrollment, that goes down, then all of a sudden now there's not people patronizing these businesses. The businesses close down. Then it's a snowball effect. Then
For sure, and that's what they were facing in the aftermath of the murders, right?
Right. But
that's why they had to get folks back on campus.
100%. They said like 60% of students had left and were not going to come back until an arrest was made. I mean,
right. And when you were asking about, why didn't they do this, why didn't they do that? Well, why did they never do a suspect lineup? Why did they never? There was never any investigation into anyone in this case except for Brian Koberger. He was the only one, and now they were outed to say that it was December 19th and there was no DNA involved in that conversation. It was just look at this guy, and now they're down to you guys just make up a lie to tell us how you got to Koberger, because it's that much bullshit that's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I feel like it would be statistically impossible to have thoroughly gone through all of those tips. On top of the fact that nobody's even in town anymore. Everyone left, so that kind of puts them a little bit behind. It's just I just feel like there's no way, because you have 4 people. Normally, it's hard enough to investigate one victim and their inner circle and their inner circle's circle. Sure. All their classmates, everyone in the frats, everyone at the grub truck that night, everyone at the
exactly.
I mean, that takes time.
That's a lengthy investigation right there.
Yeah, I just feel like there's no way it was.
Well, yeah, they didn't do any of those things though, Jen. They just said Brian Koberger did it. So, and it's evident again when you're looking at what they claim they did, right? So they claim they took some DNA samples of everyone else. To my knowledge, they provided none of that in discovery to Ann Taylor. These alleged other parties, like when they went down and chased down a cigarette butt of some suspect and did his DNA test, he didn't do it. So, like, from my understanding, based upon the court proceedings, none of that's been turned over to the defense, and because I don't think it ever happened. When Victoria Gooch, the Gooch, is claiming to have contacted these 4 brothers that were identified through this DNA IgG investigation, they've provided no evidence of that. Show me who are these brothers, and how did you get from the brothers to the dad's DNA in a trash can? Where's that jump? Because they provided nothing to justify or substantiate these claims. They just say, look, we did this and we did that.
That's it. They're just saying, you got to believe us. You got to believe us.
Yeah, and there's nothing even connecting these disparate actions, right? So they're saying, like, we contacted these 4 brothers from this IgG investigation, but, like, they don't say how they concluded anything. Like, they didn't say, because the report says the brothers refused to participate. So how did you then figure this IgG investigation out there, Detective Gooch?
I mean, bottom line is, the technology, it's so sensitive now, these DNA tests, that there's so much room now for error, contamination. They're too sensitive. You know what I'm saying? And people think it's foolproof, and it's ridiculous that it's even allowed to touch DNA, transfer DNA, whatever. It shouldn't even be allowed. It's bullshit.
I agree. I mean, it's one of those things that helps build a case if you already have a case, but they have no case.
Right. Nothing. And regardless, even if all these things were true about Brian, the PCA, they never should have arrested him in the first place based on that PCA. So, sorry, go do over. Start over again. Even if he was guilty. Because that's just not, you can't just build your investigation along as you go while someone's sitting in. No. That's not how it works. He never should have been arrested with that PCA. Period.
Well, another fact I think that points to this narrative that you guys are talking about right now is the fact that they won't recognize anybody else. They won't look into anybody else as far as being the perpetrator. It becomes a conspiracy theory. How dare you suggest anybody else does it. Now, when you talk about that fraternity road, that street, the way it's cul-de-saced, more or less, is no accident. That Greek road grew because you see those guys sitting on the roofs right at the entrance of, basically, you have Walinda that goes behind, and then you have Queen Road that goes in front of. Those are the only ways.
The party zone, dude.
In or out. And so you it's, hey, they make the whistle just like they do in the
stadium, right?
What?
It's right by the stadium. It's the party zone, right? That's
right.
Where, that's where
right
the Greek
there
Road wants
by the
to be,
Dome.
right?
And so you make the whistle. The cops are here. Shut down whatever you're doing. Hide whatever you're doing, and they have plenty of time to do it. They have a lookout at all times. They can do all kinds of transactions at their will. Now, Jen, I don't know if you caught it on the last live Purge we did. There was a video of a guy from TikTok, and at, I believe, 7:30 a.m., this is great. This sheriff's car, the Latah County Sheriff, is headed down Taylor or whatever, and the only way he can go is either with Linda or Queen. And so he's hauling ass, right? And then it's the dumpster cam video, freezes for the 13 seconds that you would see him appear on it.
Dun, dun, dun.
I think it was Sherlock Romes. He had posted a video pointing out it was like 11 seconds or 13 seconds like of missing time, but like over and over again. I have to find it, but it was crazy.
Yeah, no,
it was
it's
11:13. You know,
clear that law enforcement was there before they were called, allegedly at noon, and there is also from Ann Taylor's mouth herself, right, evidence of a cleanup. There's no way that there wasn't a cleanup at this scene before the public was alerted. Even Twiz has said that a neighbor that was forming law enforcement was monitoring the police radios and said it was a clusterfuck from like 9 a.m. And then you had the people coming in and out of the house, at least 30 people in the area of the house by 9 a.m.
Now, wasn't there like a gap in phone activity for Dylan and Bethany from like, I want to say like 8 until like 10:30-ish? Or something like that.
I'd have to look again.
That sounds about right around those times.
Yeah. So maybe that kind of lines up with around when that cop car was seen.
Yeah,
I think that was 6:51. But what I presume was going on is there was, like Kane's pointing out there. The way I see it went down is there was the call. If that is a real call that was released in this leaked fashion for the 911 call, then that was done so in a manner that they'd already responded hours before that, and the cops were like, "Look, your all's initial call ain't gonna fly. So now that we've kind of settled this scene, we're gonna need you to record. Go ahead and make that call again."
Yeah, there was.
We'll just add a bunch of noise and crying to make it seem authentic.
Well, yeah, because if someone called earlier, right?
It's crazy.
Well, go ahead, Jen.
No, I was gonna say you can literally hear Hunter say "get out" on the call, but according to Hippler himself, Hunter says "get out." And they go outside, and then they call 911 after he says "get out." So how are we hearing him say "get out" on the call if it didn't happen yet? Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I saw your video. That's a good point you make out there, and that's what I'm saying. As far as that seems like you demonstrated it is already rehearsed in that regard. So what I see going down is there was a much earlier call to 911 where the cops, a lot of things were said on that call. The cops were not happy to present publicly later if forced to ever actually release this 911 call.
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, shit, I'm not even gonna say it yet because I have a video that I need to post about it. But
you got some? Did I hit on something you're working on already?
Yep. I'm not gonna say it because I don't.
Let's hear it, Jen. Come on, give us a little.
Let's hear about your new video. What's this hush money about?
Maybe
we can do that.
So Kaylee's youngest sister Aubrey apparently has gotten a full ride or almost full ride scholarship to Baylor University.
Oh yeah.
Which the owner of Othram Labs is an alumnus. I think his wife is too, but I know for a fact he is. He's an alumni of Baylor or alumnus, whatever it is. So
that's down there in Waco, and just south of there is Sam Houston State. between Waco and Outram Labs at Sam Houston State, and that's where Lucifer Morningstar's an alum from.
Interesting.
No, that shit is so weird.
It just
Lucifer Morningstar used to live 6 miles away from Outram Labs. Just saying.
No kidding.
Yeah, this
Can't make this shit up.
That's crazy. You really can't. But yeah, I mean, listen, I said in the video, I'm not trying to like take away from her accomplishments or anything, but hold on. But
Institutions. Every time you transfer, Mary, and you're coming into a new
makes you wonder if there was any pull, any influence on who's being chosen for these scholarships. Give me 2 minutes. Let me call you. Let me just mute it for a second. I gotta take this call.
Sure, I'm convinced there's a lot of weird shit going on, especially weird cult shit between all this Manson stuff, the Yayo Bob effect, the Gooch factor, and of course Lucifer Morningstar. Nick, what were you going to say about Lucifer, the Prince of Darkness?
That's just too weird with me, man.
It's super weird.
Yeah,
and then it's his. He's been doing notary stuff for this rental property lady who's a research assistant at the University of Idaho. Lucifer is actually a research assistant at Washington State, PhD. They're both PhD research folks. And Lucifer maintains his professional address over in Idaho, working for her to be a registered voter in Idaho and not Washington. Why wouldn't the Dark Lord do that? But homegirl who owns that rental property that he works for and doing notary stuff over there in Idaho, the research assistant at the university, her father is that dude who was the deputy director of DARPA, who's this revered rocket engineer down there from Southern California, if you recall.
DARPA.
Back to the NASA effect, right?
Yo, what the fuck?
I know you like all the NASA connections. That's a deep.
You know what?
We still gotta get into that one day. It's just
Nick, I think you'll like this, and it kind of blew. One of the things that really blew my mind about JJ was his slurred speech when he got struck. No, was that he?
I don't drink.
He literally went to the NASA stuff where we had talked about Disney and NASA being involved in possibly doctoring some of these videos that we've seen
Delphi.
and a lot of the pictures.
They were admittedly involved in Delphi, right? Doing exactly that, doing a lot of weird shit. If you ask me.
What exactly? First of all, let's look at this, Nick. Almost 2 full years of, was it Facebook pictures? Almost the entire history of the last 2 years was erased directly after the crime from Sigma Chi and joining fraternities directly after the crime. They just wiped it out. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, there's like a huge gap in postings for like every person that I've seen so far. That's in the victim circle and little outer circle. It's another coincidence.
Right, totally normal.
I mean, hold on, sorry, I was looking at the
Kane, we were talking last Purge about you were asking some stuff about Austin, the smiley face stuff. So one of the victims down there was the son of the current or recently the director of DARPA. One of the victims there, his father was recently.
What is DARPA? Tell me again. What's DARPA? I'm like lost.
Oh, which one was that? Was his name Johnny? Fuck. Sorry.
It was the one that went there for the concert, right? Came into town for the concert.
Yeah, he was one of the people I think with a fishing picture too, which I thought was fucking weird. That
so
a lot of kids holding fish. That
is a weird thing you and Lisa picked up on that series. We did a smiley face killer series on the occult rejects, but specifically around the Austin stuff, real deep into. But DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. It's the black wing of black projects for the DoD.
Okay. Got it.
The weirdest and secretest of all projects.
Yeah, it's where you get the vanishing black holes of trillions of dollars and $3,000 toilet seats and these type of things.
That's actually used to pay for Bill Clinton's cocaine habit, or yayo habit, but
yeah.
Good correct, JJ. Way to go. Go on.
There's a lot of weird DARPA stuff, right? You got one deputy director of DARPA who most certainly is going to know the dude whose son died in Austin. They were DARPA at the same time.
Have you found any Ziz connection with the smiley face stuff? What do you think about that?
Well, there's some trans stuff going on within the smiley face killer phenomenon, sure.
So the smiley face thing allegedly is something that flourishes in these Reddit back rooms and Discord and these types of things where you have very private, very impossible to breach chat rooms. And that's kind of goes back to what I was asking Nick before about these groups that proliferate across the country. How big is it? Is what I'm trying to really wrap my brain hole around.
There's probably tons and tons of. I mean, my opinion, it's probably a lot worse than people would actually like to believe. There's probably massive amounts of underground, like just sick fuck shit going on. You know, I mean, just be real.
Recently in Houston, they busted a bar for human trafficking that had tunnels leading out of the back of the bar. So they were just taking women right from the bar, hand picking them and trafficking them. Now,
you know what's another thing? See now, like older buildings, sometimes, or I think I've even heard of like even certain orders, which is interesting because that's why it's like a few blocks away. There's already like another Masonic offshoot that they do have like underground tunnels isn't unusual, to tell you the truth.
At all, no.
And like, because there could be reasons that things are getting transported, or that you need to actually have tunnels made so stuff can be worked on.
Such as Hollywood, like
the Gem State,
the Playboy Mansion, right?
To bring in shit. So I mean, you could easily walk through these things as long as you have a way in. I do think a lot of shit goes on like that, believe it or not. I'm not saying with the Idaho 4 case. I'm not going as far as...
They recently, Nick, they recently conducted a sting here in Tampa Bay, in Polk County. Over there with Sheriff Grady B. Judd. Are you familiar with him? And they busted this child ring, and the defendant's age from 17 to 70, and it's just this one bust of like 30 people. And so it really kind of rung my bell, because if you think about 17-year-olds interested, and not only interested but involved fully, where they get busted for it in this type of thing, is nuts.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
So they're brought in from a young age and somehow drawn to that, or is that
probably
right?
Like, I would think so. Yeah, I would think a lot of stuff even starts off just being born into it.
There you go.
I think that
we got a conversation coming up with Ryder Lee coming up next week on that same subject regarding Virginia Giuffre, the infamous Epstein victim, being born into it and never really being able to leave it.
That's what's interesting about that Australian 60 Minutes piece with the satanic cult and that girl, is it was so hard for her to get out, and when she did, there was all kinds like older men that followed her with death threats and all kinds of weird stuff that would happen to her, and her family just wanted to get out of Australia to get away from it.
Sure.
It's like
Virginia Giuffre ran away to Australia, strangely enough. That's where she died, I believe.
She went out of the frying pan into the fire then, right?
Oh.
Yeah, she married an Australian dude with some really suspicious background, and apparently was quite a big wife beater.
So I heard this guy's got an interesting case to present us, according to JJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's next weekend or something like that. Got him coming up.
Yeah, you guys are really churning out some really good content over there, and I'm amazed by your guests every time. Not that I fall in love with every single one of them.
Yeah, you do.
I know, honestly, Deborah really struck a chord with me. It was more of a emotional connection.
Wait till you meet Dr. Greg Little. You're going to fall in love with him.
As soon as he heard recently separated, all of a sudden he just started getting these butterflies.
Wait till Kane meets Dr. Greg Little, Nick. He'll fall in love with him.
Who's Greg Little?
Now, Greg Little is the Mound Doctor. He's got a show coming up here, I think, this week. Next It's a great conversation.
Yeah, it's actually an amazing show.
Yeah. I really enjoyed it.
Really, yeah. I really,
I didn't mean it in a sexual way. You'll fall in love with it. It's a great convo.
Make P deleted Mark and Betty's smiley face. Anyway,
So,
sorry.
If you want to see if you want my opinion on the smiley face, it's part of the neo process movement, and in fact, you can actually watch a 9 Inch Nails. And the neo process movement is marketed largely through industrial rock. It was invented and marketed through with folks like Trent Reznor. In fact, you can watch a very much a smiley face type killing situation pop off in one of the first music videos from 9 Inch Nails. It's called Broken. It's from the EP called Broken as well, I believe. And that was recorded, drum roll please, in the Cielo Drive Death House of Tate and Polanski. In fact, in the studio, the Reznor built the studio, and they're naming it La Pig Studios, named after the murders there, and the blood written on the wall.
This is insane, man. La Pig?
Yep. La Pig.
Dude, that's...
You know who lived there with him? Marilyn Manson. You know who lives in that home today? Marilyn Manson. It's a new structure, but same property.
That's wild.
That's probably his hallowed ground, though, right? I did see a Marilyn Manson concert, and it was just kind of vomitous. He just, like, gets up on the stage, and it was literally kind of, like, held in a tent, the concert, for some reason. I don't know, whatever it was. And there was probably 200 people there. And I'm, like, right here from me to you. And he tears apart the Bible, and he's like, I talk shit about it. And you see Lady Gaga, and people don't realize that these people do this stuff, and that they get away with it, and they're constantly...
And it's not just performative either, Kane. Let's point that out, because he's a priest in the Church of Satan and a big proponent and member of this neo-process movement, Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, he's under, or he was under investigation last I heard for whatever, but it always seems like, for the most part, these people get off. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, you look at the rest of his folks in this group, like old Yayo Bob. He walked on murder and trafficking charges of Yayo.
Are you there, Jen?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I was reading something.
So did I miss a video of yours that I haven't played yet? Because I played 2 of them tonight already.
Yeah, let's watch Jen's video.
I just posted it literally, like right before it came on.
All right, why don't we reconvene here in 15 minutes? Nick, if you want to still hang out, you're welcome to.
Okay.
Please.
I think a lot of folks got paid off here, Jen. So I'm excited to see what you're proposing here with this scholarship stuff and the Othram folks, etc.
All roads lead to Othram.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about that a little bit earlier with the PayPal stuff and this Phoenix Capital Group that Kane has brought to our attention.
This is my biggest question. It's if the FBI could do this IGG stuff like on their own, then why are they wasting this money hiring outside companies?
Well, yeah, that's a great point. I have a lot of questions about Othram. I would argue they're part of this spook apparatus and these intelligence networks funded and financed by CIA and FBI type activities, if not both, which you think is weird, but somehow we've collectively mashed those organizations together over the years. If folks remember the name Peter Strzok, he served as the Deputy Director of Counterintelligence for the FBI, which somehow during those hearings of Russiagate was divulged that he was dual seated within that same position at the CIA. Never heard of that before, but that's what happened.
Well, I mean, you have ex-FBI agents or whatever directors going around training law enforcement on how to write their PCAs and how not to mention the IGD stuff, like how to actively cover it up.
And that's part of the infiltration campaign. That's why folks like Blaker and Gunderson, a number of other folks there within Moscow have gone to the FBI Academy because they're graduates there. Because, you know, that way the FBI gets their hooks into every small department across America.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's. Everybody needs a little. Go get a milkshake and a smile.
Bothering me.
Let me go get some hula burgers in me. I'll see you after the break.
All right, yeah, we'll play. Jen, post that link again if you haven't. I thought I saw it earlier.
Yeah, I'll do it. Hold on 1 second.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Nick, for being here. Thank you, JJ. And I'll play it.
Yeah, it's only like 3 minutes long. It's quick.
Okay. Well,
there's no music. There's no music. Don't worry, Kane.
Yeah, I gotta watch it with you. I forgot. Let me see here. Let me play the Witness Protection Larry. You guys go ahead and take your little break, and I'll play the Witness Protection Larry here from Heather Fitzgerald. All right, this is a good one.
All right, and I just posted it in there. The link's in the chat.
Okay, here, I'll open this in a new window real quick.
All right, I'm gonna go get some tea. My throat's bothering me.
Okay,
I'm getting sick. I'm such a baby when I'm sick.
I am too. All right.
This is the ozone trick used by top ophthalmologists who don't believe.
Hold on, wrong one. Sorry. Here we go.
Larry Levine is with me. He founded Wall Street Prison Consultants. He knows what Bryan Kohberger is experiencing tonight. Like I said, Larry went to 11 different institutions. Every time you transfer, Larry, and you're coming into a new institution, what is it like from the inmate's perspective? Like, take me to Bryan Kohberger's view and what he's doing and thinking right now.
Well, he's starting over. I mean, you go to a new place, it's new people, new routine, new correctional officers. You know, what the officer you had on before me said was correct, that he's never going to be in general population. This guy is going to be living in a cell, high security for the rest of his life. He's not going to experience any type of real social interaction with any of the other inmates. So every little noise he hears is going to get to him. He's not going to have a lot to do. He's not going to have TV. Essentially, he's like a vegetable in there. And this is a hoax. This is a hoax. This is a hoax. Moving him to a new place, you know, he is internationally known. They said in the old jail that it was a mob mentality in Leda County. Well, what does he think is going to happen in this new jail? Everybody knows him. Everybody knows him, I don't know, throughout the world. It's going to be probably the same prosecutor. It doesn't matter if the judge changed. It's the same charges. He'll get the same sentence. I don't see any value in this move. I mean, Leda County, I think it had 24 cells. This jail has about 1,100, and the high security wing where he's at has like 88 cells. So he may be shouting things across to the other inmates, but he's probably keeping his mouth shut. The number one thing somebody should do when you get to a new facility, keep your ears open and your eyes open and your mouth shut, because nobody really wants to hear what you have to say. Now, as far as meals, I suspect because it's high security, they're going to bring a tray. There's like a little slot in the door, little rectangular slot. He's not going to be going to a dining hall. I don't see that. So they're going to be bringing his food into him. Maybe he'll get out 2 or 3 times a week to take a shower. And then maybe somebody will come by with a library card. They'll give him some books. He may have a Bible in there or something. He could probably use the telephone, but he's not going to socialize with anybody. I mean, this guy's like a vegetable. It is a county jail. It's not a state prison. He could probably buy some commissary items. You could probably get that commissary list.
Yeah,
but
I was interested to find out if it was better where he was because it was familiar and comfortable, and he got to know it for 2 years, or if it's better. You know what? But I have to go, Larry. I would have a longer conversation with you, but I have this breaking news on P. Diddy being arrested
quickly,
tonight. We're going to have a. By the way,
they probably took him into custody because they figured he was a flight risk. That's why they do that. This is a hoax. This is a hoax.
That video is a classic. I love Protecting Larry. All right, we're gonna play the Jenn video, and then I'll do the ones that Rollo dropped for me if he's still with us. Give me 1 minute on that, Rollo, please. And Meg P, why are you picking on Mark and Betty? Somebody keeps deleting Mark and Betty's messages. I don't know why. Okay, I thought it was Meg P. I'm not meaning to pick on you, Meg P. Okay, let's see here.
Even invasive procedures. Do this ozone.
It's a lot. You know, I feel like we are preparing for war.
On a positive note,
Aubrey got a full ride scholarship to Baylor.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
So
Wow.
that's fun to have that, and she worked her tail off. She always wanted to beat Kaylee, and they were very competitive. So Kaylee would be saying, "Sister got me on this one."
And Aubrey is Kaylee's younger sister, right?
Yes, she's the youngest. So that's another, emotion that's kind of thrown into everything right now is she's graduating high school and going away. So that's, it's hard. Literally, she goes to college. We start the trial August 11th, and we fly her down August 20th. So we'll be taking a few days off of court. So
yeah, and one of the, I say this carefully, but one of the schools she applied for, I won't even say the school, there was like a shooting there. So it's just like, you send your kid away and then you hear about some
UNLV. We're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, so there's a little stress of that going on, but
Good call for you guys. And now her full ride is, what's she going to study? What does she want to do?
She wants to, what is she going to major? I forget, biology. She wants to eventually become an anesthesiologist.
Nice.
And she didn't get quite a full ride, but pretty close.
Well, even if it's a partial ride.
Awesome.
It is. Yeah. Ride. Baylor's very expensive. She did very good. I mean, extremely good, but yeah.
Well, the world's proud of her. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So we've got yet another strange coincidence to add to the list. And honestly, I'm starting to question whether these are even coincidences at all. Recently, Kaylee's sister Aubrey landed a major scholarship, like almost full tuition, to attend Baylor this fall. First off, huge shout out to her. That's a big deal and clearly the result of a lot of hard work and dedication. But here's where it gets a little interesting. Some of you might remember that Baylor has a connection to the Idaho 4 case. David Middleman, the founder of Otherm Labs, which came up during the investigation, is actually a Baylor alum. Now, I'm not saying anything shady is definitely going on, and I'm not trying to take away from Aubrey's achievement. But the timing, the connections, it all makes you wonder. Is there more to this story? Could someone like Middleman have had any influence here? And if so, could that scholarship be seen by some as a kind of hush money? I don't have the answers, but I think the questions are worth asking. Let me know what you think in the comments. Coincidence? Or something more? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell so you have another strange coincidence to add to the list. And honestly, I'm starting to question whether these are even coincidences at all. Recently, Kaylee's sister Aubrey landed a major scholarship, like almost full tuition, to attend Baylor this fall. First off, huge shout out to her. That's a big deal and clearly the result of a lot of hard work and dedication. But here's where it gets a little interesting. Some of you might remember that Baylor has a connection to the Idaho 4 case. David Middleman, the founder of Otherm Labs, which came up during the investigation, is actually a Baylor alum. Now, I'm not saying anything shady is definitely going on, and I'm not trying to take away from Aubrey's achievement. But the timing, the connections, it all makes you wonder. Is there more to this story? Could someone like Middleman have had any influence here? And if so,
let me read this. David Middleman has held a variety of roles in the medical and scientific fields since 1997. David began his career as a research assistant at UT Southwestern Medical Center before becoming a postdoctoral fellow and graduate student at Baylor. In 2009, they were a research scientist in research and development at Apple Center. Ruth L. Kirstein, NRSA fellow at Baylor Medicine. From 2012, they were, why is it referred to as they?
Maybe that's his pronoun. I don't know.
I didn't want to say, but it's like, what? Hi, Tonka. How you doing? Nice to see you, Mark and Betty. Welcome in, Andy Ruler. I'm glad you're here. Don't worry, Andy Ruler. We're just getting started. This is our midterm break. I think we're at about 4 hours, and we're going to do at least 5 or 6 hour purge tonight. So welcome in, everybody. Get comfortable. Too fast, fool. Please. It's always good to see you, my friend. And, yeah. So here we are. We have an interesting night. We got Nick We got JJ Vance, and fortunately we have Jenn back from At Criminal Confidential. We've had her tied up in Heather's basement for the last few. So Rolo, why don't you drop those links? I'd love to see what you were talking about on those, if you don't mind. And I'll play that one next here, and then I'll do the reel. If you're just coming in, do me a favor, please hit that like button, because apparently, due to recent events, I guess, with the whole thing, it has buried me back down in the little clicky thumbnail stuff on the algorithm. So that would help if you'd hit like for me. And if you're new to the Purge, please hit subscribe and notifications and all the YouTube things. And join us on Operation GCD on Wednesdays and Fridays, and you'll see the Occult Rejects. Rowie, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in. So, yeah, we're just getting the taste of where we're going. All right, let's get this first one here. Thank you, Rolo. And let's play this one out. Let me see here.
Hello, my name is Adam
Oh,
Ferrari,
and look
Chief
at
Executive
this.
Officer of Phoenix
Was
Energy.
I kidding?
I look forward to you joining us at our next investor
That's the
webinar,
Ferrari guy.
where you can drill deeper
I wasn't kidding.
into our 9
I
to
told you.
13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin.
You don't see Shell and Mobil out there advertising how they're growing. Okay, so it's North Dakota, it looks like, and 2 flyover states. Wyoming, North Dakota there. And so this, I'm telling you, this is odd. There is something to this. That's why I wanted to bring Nick in and get his
One
opinion.
of America's top producing regions. We are now right alongside industry giants like ConocoPhillips and EOG, and plan to continue rising in the rankings. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 18,000 barrels of oil per day. We've sold more than 4 million barrels, and we're just getting started. We hope to see you at our brief webinar. In less than 1 hour, you will learn more about our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and the U.S. oil and gas sector. These
Maybe I need to attend this webinar. Good link, Nick, Rolo. Now, this is a Creme News piece. I'm going to try and avoid having to delete the copyright thing by playing one of our contributors' songs in the background. I hate to remove them, because then you have to remove the chat. The chat goes with it, unfortunately. So I'm gonna play some music. We'll find Douglas Outlaw here. Backwood Beats. It should pop right up. There it is. Thank you. And let's see what he's got new going on here. May 16th, right before I gotta listen to this. It was pretty good. So I'm just gonna play it quietly in the background. Hopefully here. Turn it up just a little shmee bit. Hopefully that's not too loud. We can hear the video. That might help. Who knows?
Now to another story Creme 2 has been tracking for the last several hours. A standoff in the Spokane Valley Green Acres area ended with a house fire and 1 man dead.
Creme 2's Nathan Young was at the scene today where it all unfolded.
I'm here near Barker and 11th Avenue in Green Acres, where a man was shot and killed after a near 12-hour SWAT standoff. The standoff started sometime after 11 p.m. last night when neighbors reported gunshots.
Okay, so I see what he's saying here. This is November 2022. Interesting, Rolo. Interesting. So, suspect in Spokane Valley SWAT standoff unalived by police on November the 15th of 2022. Let me rewind this a little smidge.
I'm here near Barker and 11th Avenue in Green Acres, where a man was shot and killed after a near 12-hour SWAT standoff. The standoff started sometime after 11 p.m. last night when neighbors reported gunshots.
Jim Kale woke up to what he thought was gunshots. His house wasn't hit, but a few hours later, police came to his door asking him to evacuate.
We chose to get out. And then basically hung around and listened to gunshots and flash bombs and so on for the next 4 or 5 hours.
Police say that they received a call around 11 p.m. last night of people reporting gunshots. A patrol team responded shortly after, but quickly called in the SWAT team when the man barricaded himself inside the house and, according to police, did not cooperate. Neighbors say that the man kept firing shots into other homes.
Just kind of freaking out because I, literally looked out my window. I see SWAT vans all in my front yard, basically. Right away, I fight or flight. You just get your clothes on real quick.
At 11 a.m., police say that the suspect started a fire on the second floor of his home. That's when the suspect walked out of his house and the SWAT team shot and killed him. It's unclear if the man was shooting at SWAT when he walked out. Kale says that he isn't surprised of what happened.
This neighborhood are very friendly and neighborly, and he wasn't, and made attempts to say hello, and he was polite but very withdrawn.
According to a press release, the suspect appeared to be suffering from a mental health crisis. The standoff also closed down Green Acres Elementary School due to safety reasons. So police say they tried to communicate with the suspect, but the suspect refused to cooperate, and you can see the road where the standoff happened is still closed, and officials don't know when they'll open it up. In Spokane Valley, Nathan Hyun, Krem 2 News.
The case was closed before the door even opened. Fair trial.
Jenn Hyun was at the scene today where it all unfolded.
I'm here near Barker and 11th Avenue in Green Acres, where a man was shot and killed after a near 12-hour SWAT standoff. The standoff started sometime after.
So it's a 12-hour SWAT standoff 3 days after 1122. Spokane, Washington. Dateline 2022. Did you say you had another one, Rolo? I'd love to see that. That was a good one, bro. Thank you very much. I thought he said he had another one. Yeah, no, I mean, it would have been something that people were searching for around that time. Wild stuff like this happening around. And, I guess there is a good chance that whoever was the actual hands-on in this case is now gone. Whether it's Kopaka or whether it's this guy or whatever you want to think. Or, so it goes right along with what JJ is saying as far as we may never know. We may never know. And so what could happen is Kohberger gets convicted or he gets released, and these people aren't looked into, this other evidence. They didn't do an investigation here. It's exactly right, and I'm sorry, whoever was asking for my opinion. Isn't that wild that Phoenix thing popped? I told you
they don't believe how toxic
keep drilling
this is.
It into
if you're
my
still
feed,
using a plastic or wooden cutting
wild.
board, you need
to me. It's that well, I guess it's more of a financial company, according to JJ. The Ferrari family there with this natural gas is got such a large media campaign. I guess they're trying to find investors, and so that's what they're digging for with that. And apparently YouTube is the place to do it, and it just strikes me as odd as far as that goes. So alright, let's look at this second one. Thank you, Roll. Let me play that song. Yeah, that's a good song. I like that. I went with it really good too. Thank you, Doug. If you're watching from the base tonight, you're the best. Please go to his channel and sub up to at least give him a couple likes there, and also nothing half-assed. I would love it if you could do that for me. That would be great. Let me start this over so we have enough time.
It was a long night for some people in the Spokane Valley. Police say a man barricaded himself inside a home, shot at other homes, and later a fire broke out on the second floor of his house.
This incident started late last night, with deputies saying they worked through the night to bring about a peaceful resolution.
Ronte Saransky was at the scene and has an update on that situation.
Okay, now you have a fire involved. Is this Rollo? Is this the same case? The Spokane SWAT standoff. whenever you have a fire, it's usually covering something up. If you guys remember the case of the guy in, I want to say Modesto, Fresno, where the cops were harassing him, and he had video of it, and they had like a movie camera, like thick-looking thing, which he thought was a thermal imager, trying to look in the house, which is what they used, and actually it was probably an X-ray camera, and people tried to play it off and say, oh, it's just a cinema camera, somebody was just filming a movie on a low budget. No, it's in a van, it's a giant camera, it's an X-ray camera. I'm going to tell you 100% now. I don't know if anybody remembers that case, maybe I'll play a clip of it here in just a second, but that guy his house was burned, he had 3 shots in his back, and they tried to say that he took himself out. So that's wild. Oh man, wow.
Well, it is a much calmer scene here than it was just a few hours ago. Police say a man holed up in his home, fired shots into this neighborhood. Well, now that man is dead.
We weren't ever really able to establish a rapport with him in order to de-escalate this. As the time progressed, around 10:54 this morning, there was a fire reported in the residence, and about 11:06, the subject exited the residence, was confronted by the SWAT team. Shots were fired, and the subject is deceased.
But things started much earlier. Police were first called about this man firing shots around 11 Monday night. Neighbors say they were told to either hide or stay somewhere else.
When the sheriff came and told us we should evacuate, we left.
And school at Green Acres Elementary was canceled for the day.
As a parent, it's pretty, scary. Trying to keep the kids calm and not tell them what's going on.
The sheriff's office says deputies believed the man may have been dealing with a mental health crisis. And despite the use of drones, tear gas, and crisis negotiators, officials couldn't de-escalate the situation.
They made numerous attempts to make contact with the subject. However,
all right, we saw that interview. Douglas Outlaw, great tune, brother. Thank you so much. I love his videos too. He does these great AI videos, and thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate you. If you're new to the Purge, hit that subscribe button. We got OperationGCD and the Occult Rejects also in the house for some expert opinion today. They both slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night. I almost got it out. One of these days. All right, so I'm going to play my reel one more time. I'm going to take a couple quick bites of chicken sandwich. If you haven't checked it out yet, I feel like it's one of the best I've done. This is by far one of my favorite purges so far. As far as we've done in this show, this is one of the best. Anyway, I feel like everything is kind of coming together, and it still makes me stand in here beside myself when I go on other channels as a guest panel, whatever, and I bring up any of the topics that we discuss at length here, and it sounds like I'm speaking Portuguese to them or something. And then as we get into it, like with Dago and stuff like that, he's like, oh yeah, I remember that, and so, you know, it helps to get stuff out there. Even if we're not the biggest channel on YouTube, I love being able to share anything that we come up with other people. And I think we've been doing it from the beginning, taking a different approach to everything. You know, every single creator on here has their own approach. I love Jules. I love Lana's insight and stuff into the stuff. And Annie Potts is fantastic. But I feel like we have our own little element to offer here. So hopefully we're correct. Like I said, or like Wakinian Tonka says, fire cleanses. Fire cleans it out. And the same thing with water. And they know how to use both. You know, these people that are behind this. And, you know, listening to Rockford saying that, yeah, you know, you're a small YouTube channel, you're never going to have an effect. I can't take it like that. Even though I know the bigger picture, that you have at least 300 million Americans that first of all could give a crap. You have 50 million which feel they're informed from CNN. And then you've got a tiny little skosh of a piece of people that are the don't F with cats people, that are the web sleuths, the weirdos, the freaks out there that try to find the tiny little rabbit holes. You know, people like True Killer Crime and Rolamata that dig deep and have found stuff that we never even would have considered. So, thank you to all them. And let's take a look at this reel. Thank you for being here. Stick with us. We got at least another hour or so purging tonight. And so we're going to keep doing it. I'm just going to run my reel, grab a quick sandwich, and we'll be back right after these messages. Here, let me take me a second here. I'm sorry. You gotta look at my face. It's a pretty face. You're looking pretty too fast, by the way. I wanted to mention that today. You look gorgeous. You don't know if he's wearing his heels tonight. What month is this? May? In the merry month. In this year, just flying by, you guys. It's just really, it's unbelievable how it's torn through. And I'm trying to kill time, obviously. Shut up, Kane. Hold on. It's like, Jen, I hope you're watching and you can catch my reel if you catch my drift. You know what I'm saying? Are you out there, Jen? Hopefully you're still watching. And I'm trying to drop a hint that you need to watch it. Okay, let's see. I gotta redo this thing here. Hang on. Killing time now. Am I muted? I'm probably muted. Am I muted? No, okay, hold on. It's here. And I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'll be right back. Enjoy the reel. Thank you for being here once again. And here we go. Boom. And give me some audio on that. Thank you very much. Alright. And I'll check you back in just a second. If you've already seen it, go grab yourself a lobster roll or some crab rangoon, and we'll keep on purging.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo, what the Kane said to you?
Click clackety duck. This is what the fuck I.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Bad Design. Here's what happens when you don't have one woman in the pitch meeting. Of all the names, this one's British. They had to know, right? They knew. Yet another great example of the fact that fonts matter. I'll admit it, this one took me a minute. Someone went searching for dog toys. What? Apparently it's for aggressive chewers. Wonder where they got the idea from. Finally, 2 more images. I'm not sure which one is worse. This one? Or this?
Thank you so much at this time for joining me tonight. I know that this has been just a hell of a day, not just for you, but, 25 family members with you. Can you give me your reaction to what you saw transpire just feet away from you in that courtroom today?
Well, I know he wants to be an active participant in the process, so that kind of changes it for me. Before, he was just somebody that was dragged into a court that was probably surprised to be there. Now he's an active participant, and to me, it's I'm a competitive person, so I'm like, all right, it's on. It's us versus them, and
So basically, he's trying to say that because Brian's actually using his defense and defending himself, and not just laying down and letting you guys rail him up the you-know-what, that because of that means he's going to compete with him? Is he serious right now?
No, do you hear me? I'm quaky, I'm tired, I worked hard at school. Okay?
Alright, so what? You don't want me to mess with you tonight?
No, I'm quaky, I'm tired, I worked hard at school. What's
You're not going to wrestle here in a little bit?
Well, maybe.
Oh.
If I stop getting cranky and tired.
let me see if I got this right. You go to court, but you can't present a defense for yourself unless you tell them ahead of time so they can decide whether they think it's good enough for you to be able to say they did it and not me. When the whole time you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty and the burden is on the state. But then wait a minute. The judge keeps acting like he works for the dang state. And all he does is rudely interrupt and act like a little prisspot by putting his wimpy little hands on his face and pouting. Do better. That's it. I'm spelling you. Hippler. It's coming your way. Hipple-doo-doo. Hipple-dee-dee. I'm gonna put a spell on thee.
Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Could you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you. Daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Go pump, pump, pump some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy. Dinner, dinner, dinner. Such a sham. It tastes good. Such a sham. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop. Doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop. Dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop.
Call the cops.
I've already given you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is begging for treats. Because they're in there. Someone left the cupboard open.
In the neighborhood, you're gonna call Ghostbusters. When there's something weird and it doesn't look good, who you gonna call?
Maximizing right now.
I'm here, by the way.
Oh my god.
Evidence that he'd been at the place before. You know, we've got phone, GPS, location evidence. We've got the fact that things were found in his apartment at Wazoo. The evidence that he was throwing out as a big piece on Pennsylvania. You know, and of course the car.
Now to the verdict late today in a case that sparked nationwide protests back in the U.S. 3 former Memphis police officers charged in state court in the beating death of Tyree Nichols after he ran away from a traffic stop. They have been found not guilty. Let's get right to Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas with us tonight. Pierre?
David, those 3 former officers still face sentencing on those federal civil rights convictions tied to the death of Tyree Nichols. But today, that state jury believed the defense argument that those officers specifically did not deliver the kinds of blows that would have killed Nichols, whose beating was caught on their police body cameras. It was a beating so vicious that some...
Well, I've got a hitchhiker. See if we can catapult him.
You gonna fix it?
You want to see a big waterfall? Check this out.
Do
I'm about to make you show. I'm going to show you your work in the gym system. You're still light.
Cool.
Thank you.
Absolutely. How many more do you need?
More teens are having fun. You must have had to beat off a lot of American men to get this part. Why does that make you giggle? Did you not have to beat them off? Swallow? Did you?
Or did you spit it out? I swallowed the worm. I'm impressed that you swallowed. I really am.
Pleasure yourself with that food. That came out wrong.
Rice University says after some initial concerns, they'll let David keep his balls.
You can take a small bite. Just bite the corner like this. You see? Just bite it. Gentle.
Look at me. I'm not going to school. Look at me.
But the Vannas are rocking. Don't you dare come a knocking. Especially when, can you just imagine, man, talk about a magnet, this thing. We as a society need to go back, and in a hurry.
They counted on America to be passive. They were all so fucking
Oh my gosh, RC Surfer. Right into it. 20-footer. Yeah. Oh. Surfer gonna go? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, RC Surfer on a bomb.
Is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. KB got the purge, no doubt, he's the king. Breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane be the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Showing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is he guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane be the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? KD's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the queso.
He's gonna get off the log,
pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube
Bring it
cup.
back.
Kane
Bring it back in, guys.
Purge, putting the story in flow.
Right now. Where my head
Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. KB the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. Glued to
just disappear in the air. Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing the sound, but this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
Alright, so I'm going to run one more video. I got my shirt off to eat. You know a guy like me, there's just no way I can eat with a shirt on. So I'm down to the bare essentials on the main stage here right now.
We still purging?
Hey, I was going to play a Miss Potts, a little bit more of the Miss Potts video. You can... Why can't I see you right now? Let me see.
I don't know.
I see you in the back room. I don't see you on the main stage. Here, let me try something here real shady. Did you see Heather changed her name to Lucifer Morningstar? Hold on. We can't hear you. Hold on. I'm sorry. You're wearing an in-between stage right now. Let me get this. Not yet. Hold on. I'm putting the browser. Hold on. Hang on, guys. Sorry. 1 second sec here. No, sir. I'm not cloning you. Not yet. I plan on doing it, though. Let's see here. Oh, wait. I need to control the audio. Control audio. That's all. Okay, just do that. And sorry about the delay here, guys. Thank you for being with us here at the Purge. Save and JJ. Nope. You might have to come back out and come back in, JJ. I apologize. That's my fault.
No,
I can hear you. I just can't see you. There you are. You're back. Okay, there you are.
Hey, I'm here. All right.
Do you want to have a quick discussion with Jen while I found... Here's the thing. I found some brioche bread to go with those chicken cutlets. And so it's heating up right now.
Cutlet, sure.
So if you understand, then just give me one of these. And if you want to hold it down for a minute, I think the audience would appreciate that. We got a lot of new people. Elliot Pollock, thank you for joining us. Lucifer Morningstar, his darkness himself has joined us today. Mark and Betty Love, Leslie and Billy. Rochelle, hello. I didn't say hello to Rochelle. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll let you take it from here, brother.
Is Jenn, are you still with us? You still purging?
Yeah, I'm here.
So did you see on the recent events this week that the Hippler's toying around with not sequestering the jury?
No, I missed that. I'm so behind on the recent stuff.
What do you mean not sequestering the jury? That means they'll try to use a what do you mean? A state jury?
He was toying around with not forcing them to be sequestered for the entire length of the trial, letting them go home and whatnot.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, I did see that. That's right. Yeah. And then he tried to set rules that you have to run away if you see them, and these types of things, right?
All sorts of silliness. That's what I'm saying. Just sequester the jury, and you wouldn't have any problems. You're asking for more. They have everything they do in this case is asking for problems. From the gag order, it's created a shitstorm of all of this Dateline nonsense would have never occurred if they didn't have a fucking gag order. And gag orders, to quote Steve G. there, he says those are for matters of national security.
Yeah. So why? It's like they listen. You know they did it on purpose. They were just like they were vague on purpose in the beginning until they got the gag order. They did it because the only way they could ever win, quote unquote. I hate that it's adversarial, but the only way they could win is to win in the court of public opinion. Because in real court, they don't have shit.
It just helps them. Yeah, it helps them perpetrate all the propaganda, right? And then they're just going to continue on with the nonsense. And they're going to say the jury's just going to go home and not be, impacted by the circus that's going to go around this trial.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it.
Seems intentional, doesn't it?
That is remarkable. I didn't really grasp the levity of that. I didn't realize that there were going to be, because that saves them money on lunches and housing and that type of thing, right? And so they can go out there.
You could look at it that way, but do they really care about those those factors?
Apparently, it's an issue. He made a big issue about the
It would
lunches.
save them money if they didn't do this shit in the first place. If they didn't, taint the jury by having the gag order in the first place. That would have saved them money. It's too late now. Go big or go home.
Well, yeah, all of this stuff is tainted. Everything's depending on this because if there's no reason for all the secrecy, and again, it's no objective reason. So the idea that it goes on in the first place is against the rules of the laws of this nation, and the fact that it continues to go on so they can perpetrate this propaganda, and they're going to continue doing more nonsense like not sequestering the jury. That's only going to present more problems. So it really, I don't know. I get frustrated with. Again, I'm happy to see more attorneys commenting on these, not folks who are interested in the case or true crime, but just general folks attorneys who do law tube stuff. Like, again, these are not normal procedures.
Right. There's nothing normal about this case. I mean,
right.
Starting from day one, honestly, with the 8-hour delay. I mean, there's nothing normal.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's insanity. And I don't know why people don't. Even listen, I always, I keep saying this over and over again, but I'm going to say it again. Even if, for the people who think he's guilty, even if you're going to die in that hill, you're not going to change your mind. That's fine. That's fine. But you can still see all the wrongs that are being done as far as the process and still think he's guilty at the same time. You can still, those things can happen at the same time.
I don't think you have to look at the evidence at all just to realize the violations of rights and the violations of other due process and other such matters in this case, because we have multiple grand juries. The feds are shielding evidence from the defense through this. Somehow they're playing this game and stuff. Everything about this is a violation of standard protocol.
It's scary, honestly. It's scary, and it should concern every single one of us. Because
I think so.
I
think so.
Look at my search history. I mean, shit. Like any one of us could be sitting in his Brian Koberger's shoes, and
they're using his actual homework assignments that every other student got against him. So anything Brian Koberger says or does will be used against him.
It's crazy. It's insanity. It really is. I mean, the fact that we as a country have gotten to the point where we're gonna actually bring up someone's eyebrows in a court. In a court here, like in the court process, is insanity. Like,
well, it is, but it's also part of the distraction, I think, because what folks fail to see if they're focusing on just the eyebrow aspect is there was never a lineup done. Dylan wasn't even presented a lineup at all to recognize anybody.
I mean, think about it this way: if they had a description, no matter how ridiculous it was, all you saw is an eyebrow or two eyebrows. But they should have put it out there. If they found a K-bar sheet, they could have put out white male over six foot or taller, bushy eyebrows, with known to carry a K-bar. They could have they could have asked the public for help, and maybe someone knew somebody that, hey, they used to carry the knife, but I haven't seen them carry it in a while. They didn't do that.
There was no effort for any investigation. There was no search for a weapon and these things. So.
Yeah, they never even searched for it.
Yeah, they're clearly seem to be continuing on. One thing that I think is very interesting is how they case against.
You're breaking up a little bit on my end. I don't know if it's my end or you.
Oh, it might be my end. We got some high winds coming back in.
You're okay now. You're okay now.
So I think one thing that might be utilized. This, let's say, I'm using this crime. Let's just say that. They wanted to pin all this stuff, so they went through his purchase history, his click histories or whatever, all that stuff. That was all sifted through, but not by a person, by a software and AI, and determined what they could utilize in which to build this case around. Because that's what it seems like what has gone on here, from the federal grand jury doing that kind of aspect to it, to the state kind of running their own gambit to make it look like they did an investigation when they're relying everything on the feds. So. One thing Ann Taylor argued about a few months ago, maybe back in November, I'm sure Heather will correct. I'm sure Lucy Morningstar will correct me if I'm incorrect here, but I believe it was around November. She argued that there was a deficiency in her defense of Brian Koberger due to the use of the disparate use of resources that she had available versus the prosecution, notably a prosecution management software AI system.
which is ridiculous. Like they should both have access to that. I mean, they're both paid ultimately by the state, right? I mean,
Sure. And those contracts are often like private companies contract with states for that kind of use of their software. But the thing that's telling to me is, so in Iran-Contra, a big focus of that was something called the PROMIS software. It was the Prosecutor Management Information System, PROMIS, PROMIS. So it's essentially, by all sounds of things, it's the same sort of software. So that software was designed by the Department of Justice as a databasing software to access multiple different networks and compile different information on one party or one subject or one thing, right? And at the time in the 80s, nothing was operating like that. This was developed, it was kind of an early AI. So I often wonder if that was a nod to the public about, whatever Ann Taylor's able to file in public purview, that there's some more of that shenanigans going around here with the improper use of these public prosecutor management systems.
yeah, it's just the biggest thing that is concerning to me is the fact that Kane, gosh.
That's a big hit there, bud. We need.
Oh, just us.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Okay, Kane was having a coughing fit. Okay, if they're being handed discovery in a jumbled mess, that means how did the prosecution and law enforcement go through it to begin with? How did they
That's
really?
what I'm saying.
Like,
Yeah, they never
thoroughly
did.
investigate and look through everything.
They never. It's
they never
pretty.
did.
Yeah, you're pointing out that it's pretty obvious they never did, right?
Right. It's jumbled up because nobody ever went through it and organized it. But yet they had, all these extra officers from other departments and agencies. I mean, what were they doing?
Right.
What were they
Nothing.
doing?
Nothing at all. Yeah. So in the case was built on all this Fed stuff, and if the Feds were improperly using this software to aggregate all of it picture, I think they could easily build this bullshit case around click activity and purchases on Amazon and witnesses to testify in support of that purchase. That doesn't make any.
Yeah, that makes no sense at all.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, here's the thing. We don't even know that a K-bar was the weapon.
I don't think it was.
You can't, based
I
on
absolutely don't think it
what I've looked into and medical examiners that have spoke about it, you can't determine the length of the blade, only the width. So
that's what I'm getting at with. So they would improperly use this prosecution management information system software. So that was the promise during Iran-Contra. It was then utilized by nefarious actors within the government and military-industrial complex to basically provide backdoors and other things where they could use this software improperly. Right? They could sell it to other nations to get the nation's secrets, for one example. But another example is some CIA guys who did no longer like some of these activities around this software, who were the ones selling it to other nations. They decided to kind of go rogue, and they ran something called the Fifth Element, and they were basically using the software to aggregate. So they got a copy of the software from a DOJ auction in Lexington, Kentucky, and then built a supercomputer in the back of a semi-truck and drove around America, hacking all sorts of things, including government systems. And what they were doing was framing illicit parties in Congress as they saw. So if there was a congressman or congresswoman doing a bunch of illicit shit, they would put together a dossier based upon using this software to aggregate all their financial transactions and everything else, and then put it all together, and then send them an envelope saying, with the file saying, if you don't resign within 3 days, we're making this public. So this shit went down. Some of those CIA guys got prosecuted, including U.S. Air Force Colonel Chuck Hayes. That court case got stamped national security when he invoked his CIA identifier in the Northern District of Illinois in Chicago.
Did you say Fifth Element?
1992.
The
yeah,
movie?
That's what they were calling themselves. Well, they were calling themselves like or maybe it was the Fourth Element. Whatever the element they have maybe the Fourth Element. Then you have the three elements of government. They were like calling themselves the fourth.
Oh, I see.
But they were using the software, and again, there's multiple uses of this kind of software is what I'm getting at. So if the feds today were using this current AI prosecutor management software unlawfully and illegally, as it has been done similar in the past with this PROMIS software, well, it would be an easy way to aggregate all of Koberger's life story in a very cogent sight picture on one computer database, and then build this bullshit case around whatever things he's done in his life. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like purchase a K-bar on an Amazon account.
What did you say before I forget? With the ab scam thing, it's all blackmail. They use blackmail. When you join these organizations, they intentionally gather destroying stuff against you. That's what they do.
Participate in something that is either embarrassing or whatever, and it's all they use psychological tactics to build these bonds and to emotionally get you to buy in. There's a process.
Yeah, they're excited to join
done.
these fraternities or Masons or like you guys talking about the Shriners, but when they get in there, there's more to it than meets the eye, and some embrace it and some stay the person they are, and like that's why there's even examples of 32 level Masons that never made it to the 3rd level because they weren't cleared, because the people above them didn't think they could handle it, or they would swerve.
Well, that's how all these organizations work. At some point in Scientology, you're allegedly then presented, Masons, all these things. Once you get to attain a spiritual level or attain a level of understanding, then you get the new knowledge for that level, right? So that's this tiered, hidden secret system they got going on. But
yeah,
I just saw
clearly
a comment about Cy Ray from the Princess of Darkness there, Lucy Morningstar, and it reminded me of a story here. So we're talking cartel hits. We're talking matters of national security and shit getting stamped and swept under the rug and no one knows anything. Cy Ray tells a great story of, in fact, it was the same cartel that I think is probably associated here in this case, the Cowboys of Mexico, damn it, it's the one with the S. I can't think of their name right now. I'm drawing a blank in my brain hole.
Sinaloa.
Say it again?
Sinaloa.
Thank you, sir. So he tells a case of a murder and a hit in a Sinaloa cartel that happened down there where he was a detective on down there in the Phoenix suburbs of Arizona. And, he's describing how he got shut down by the feds and stuff like that, kept getting shut down, kept pissed. They were threatening to arrest him. Because what happened was the cartel hitman went to the wrong house. So he's investigating a murder that didn't make any sense, right? And again, it's the story he tells on his podcast.
Interesting. Okay, look. Let's give the people what they want here real quick, JJ. And let's just close your eyes real quick and picture a peaceful, beautiful garden. And I'm going to clone you real quick. No, I'll feed you some hula burgers, I promise. Let's conjecture, let's just say in our wildest dreams, that the reason this is under a gag order, that this is so secret, why we have to have sealed hearings time after time again. What branch, what operation would lead us to this road that we're on right now? Like, okay, so obviously you've said we've got a lot of money being made off these college students, because like I said, you don't go to an old retirement home to sell your stamped pills or whatever that you're giving to these fraternities that you're making in the same fraternity that Steve Jr. is a part of. Right there, over there in Pullman, right?
It's not just that one fraternity. They're all linked.
There's
a lot of them involved in that shit.
Yeah, and there's probably a little bit of.
Good question. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it was a good question, I think if I can offer any insight, it would be not to look at it so narrowly focused. So, like with Iran-Contra, you have a U.S. Army Colonel, Oliver North, you've mentioned before. You have him doing, working with the CIA, doing business out of the National Security Council at the White House. So it's a weird amalgamation of these spook activities.
It does seem okay. So, look, I mean,
that was all run out of the White House, right? So that was like CIA dudes, U.S. Army dudes, right? Other intel spooks, but it was like even within those agencies, it's being compartmentalized out of a very small team of the National Security Council.
I got you. So you're giving it a broader scope because we have this is why I love this community, because people that work together, that are friends, that stay together, support each other. You know what I mean?
You mean like 2 paratroopers from Fort Bragg?
If you're Kopaka, please stand up. Please stand up.
Well, I hate to cut you short here, sir, but I'm gonna have to go. I gotta make a store run here before they close here this evening. But
okay.
I'd like to continue this conversation here on the next Purge, if you don't mind. I like where we're going here.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Jen and I have a lot of catching up to do, so I appreciate your time here, man. Thank you for being with us tonight.
I'll listen in on my store run. I just got to make it to pick up a few items before they close here this evening. And
yeah, if we're still here, you're welcome to join back in, bro.
Oh, well, for sure. If you guys are still purging, I'll be happy to join back up. I see the time, and
get on it and get your thing done.
Days.
Sure, absolutely. Don't let this interfere with real life, for sure.
No, let's put a pin in that, though, as far as where these things go and how these things operate. Because again, I think comparing to things like Oliver North's activities out of the National Security Council is relevant, because I've long alleged also that these satanic cult, spooky, homicidal death cult things get operated out of the same function the National Security Council with. And that's exhibited by old Yayo Bob's relations with Henry Kissinger for decades. And Henry Kissinger's right-hand man, 4-star general and former National Security Advisor as well himself, Brent Scowcroft, his literal assistant ran one of these process cults.
Well, listen, put a pin in right there. Get to the store. Come on back. We'll still be purging. And we'll pick it up there. I don't want to keep
I'll see you then. I'll tune in and listen. See you in a bit there, Jen.
Bye.
Jen. What are we going to do with you?
I don't know. I don't feel good.
What happened? You got the flu all of a sudden?
I don't know. My throat's been bothering me all day, but then, like, as it's getting later, I just feel shittier and shittier, and I think I have a fever, and I'm a whiny baby when I'm sick.
Well, you came to the right place, because we're going to listen. That's so funny. Lucy Morningstar. She's actually the mistress of Lucifer Morningstar, Lucy Morningstar. That's epic. Well, I don't know. You guys are making me feel like I should shut it down. Then I don't know. I just promised these people another hour, and they want more JJ. Everybody loves. I give this community more JJ than JJ himself gives. So if you get your JJ fix, this is a place to do it for sure. No, we can. If you're feeling crappy, that's fine. We did a good talk. What you guys were talking about was awesome, so I really like that.
I wanted to ask JJ what he thinks about the fact that there was that FOIA request on the FBI website for Kaylee on December 15th in 2022.
Well, what are we at? What's today? Sunday? We can do a Purge Thursday. If you're down, like Thursday night, do another late nighter like this, all-nighter. And I'm kind of starting. I ate that brioche bread. I'm starting to feel heavy myself. So
I think I have a fever.
Oh,
I don't ever I rarely get sick, but when I do, oh my god, I get
some
sick.
zinc, Jen. I don't know if Twiz told me
to
take
zinc lozenges.
Just zinc. I went to the Dollar Tree and I bought zinc when he told me that, and I was getting sick, and I never got sick.
No, listen, zinc lozenges, if you feel your throat, I have to get some, I don't have any, but if your throat starts to feel that feeling, you, like, one every hour, just, like, suck on it. Don't laugh. And the next day you'll be good.
You won't have to beat it off the next day, right?
Yeah, you know.
Did you ever watch my video that I played?
The one you played just a couple minutes ago?
My reel, yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh,
yep.
Okay. Did you like that little thing with Steve G?
Yeah, it was great.
Right on. That's collaboration there.
Kane, I have 100.6 fever.
100.6? Oh, okay. Well, you go do your thing. I'm going to shut it down. We'll do like a Wednesday or Thursday or Tuesday Purge. And we'll get JJ back on here. And we got a lot of things now focused to look into. So we'll come back with our findings on that. And
I'm going to send JJ the blueprints for the house.
Yeah.
So he can give it
you did good. Good. All right. And so, yeah, we'll talk about the basement. While you guys were talking about that, I was searching for some of those pictures. I did watch that, Rolo, as a matter of fact. Of the house that had the entire what I call the basement, but it's you'd have to say the foundation.
Yeah,
That was if you're facing the house to the left of the front door, where the front door was at that time, and it is like it's like 8 feet tall. I mean, a foundation. I was asking around, and I don't want to piss nothing half-assed off right now, but by any means, but a foundation is usually for a 1-story house about 1.5 feet, 3 feet for a 2-story house, and this is just a flimsy potato chip house. So to think that they needed a foundation 6 to 8 feet deep that we see
8 by 6 or something like that. 8 by 12.
If there's nothing else, there is some type of utility room, maybe where the boiler is. I don't know. I'm not familiar with northern houses. Like I said, I did a pop-up live, and I found one house in this entire city that had a basement only because they put the dirt over the first level. You know what I mean? And it was just in a regular...
No, but all those houses have basements.
Yeah.
All the ones next door, the apartments, they all have basements. The chances of it not having a basement are very slim.
The important aspect would be why are they hiding it? What role did that play, and why is it such a big secret? Because if it does turn out that there is one, and we could figure it out through the blueprints, that would be really damning. That would be really not that they haven't damned themselves to hell already.
Right.
You
because
know?
they're hiding it. It's the point of them hiding it.
Right.
If you look at 733 Taylor Avenue at that house, the way if you look like you pull in, it's got a like a carport thing that goes at a downward angle, so you can enter the house on the basement level. But if you're just looking straight at the front door, you don't see that level. So that's what that wall that's in the driveway. You know, that like 3 or 4 feet tall on the left side of the house if you're facing it.
Right.
It looks like the same kind of wall. So there probably was like some sort of situation like that where you pull in at a downward angle and you can enter the house at least a half basement. But they raised the driveway and it's hidden now. It's easier to show than to. I'm not explaining.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very good chance, it's very likely that was the original part of the original 1-story structure, and then I don't know, maybe just through the shuffle of redoing the kitchen and these type of things, it got kind of buried. Maybe it was behind a piece of drywall. But whatever, it does seem to be, it's just like, it's another anomaly akin to, what is it called? The seatbelt ticket. Like, they're showing us video now, you know, accidentally or on purpose, take your pick, of the car fleeing the scene, allegedly, at 4:20, but we can't see a simple body cam from a seatbelt ticket?
Right. We could see the Banfield footage, but not the body cam. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's what makes me think that anything they are releasing
is part of the propaganda.
It's right. It's to build this picture that they're trying to paint.
Yeah. And
we need to look at the exact opposite of what they're telling us, basically.
Listen, Jen, if you're a typical 300 million American, you just take the word of the story.
Yeah.
And I'm one of them. As far as when I watch crime documentaries, guess who's I'm watching? I'm watching Dateline. I'm watching 2020 or something like that about some story. If I catch it and I'm interested. But when you're talking about weird shit that they keep doing here, they're very good at keeping it from the public's eye.
Yeah.
You know, and
why? It happens more often than you think. It really does.
It seems to be that it's in every case, and they'll do. In this case, they are so determined to keep this guy that they will completely ignore the fact that they're making complete asses out of themselves.
Yeah, they don't care at this point. Like they're in too deep. at this point. Like, there's no going back. There is none. But, you know, people need to be concerned and people need to be pissed, even if they think he did it. Because this is not how our justice system is supposed to work, and this is how things get, this is how our rights get taken away, little by little. It's not overnight. It's a little bit, it's to get us used to it. It's to condition us to accept things, and it's not okay. I mean, in what investigation is it okay to completely switch every freaking basic detail of the story twice, basically, because they switched it from the beginning. When the PCA came out, everything was changed, and then now things changed again. Like, in what plan and where? That's not okay. Like, no, not okay.
One thing I wanted to bring up while JJ was still here was about Murphy the dog, and
Ooh.
it's been confirmed that he was in there for hours, and the doors were all open.
I'm glad you said that, 'cause I
the
was
front
rereading
door
that document.
was open. The dog
So what do you
knows
think
where to
left
go to the
that?
bathroom. You're going to tell me a dog was left by itself, didn't bother the other two surviving roommates and all their friends for all these hours, and just sat in that room and didn't go and take a piss?
Bullshit.
Come on, man.
I was rereading the document where it said that the doors were open, and I forgot that it also says that Murphy was barking, or a dog was heard barking, I should say,
Right.
for like 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So
After that car
the
pulled
roommates
away.
didn't hear that? Like, they didn't hear that? Come on.
Right, yeah, that's not in there. No, we didn't. They don't mention that. What else was there? The
There's
dog.
something else I was going to say too. Hold on. I forgot.
What were you doing?
I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say.
It's okay. You have a fever.
I'm out of it today. I'm like not myself.
Poor baby. I'm sorry. I was riding you pretty hard there back at the office. I apologize.
Damn, what the hell was I going to say? I was going to say something.
Damn
it,
well,
I don't know, I don't remember.
I was going to say something too. Maybe you'll remember at the time. If you do, just interrupt me. I don't care. Is with anybody that's not everybody that I pretty much see in here right now. If you're listening and you want an answer, somebody asked me for an answer today, you 100% have to go with your gut instinct on this case and just not even accept a single thing they're telling you. And it's for some people it's tough to do. It's like you gotta swallow the red pill or the blue pill and go back to your life as normal, because once you do go with your gut instincts and they start to reveal themselves, then you will find what they're doing as a complete insult to your intelligence. Am I right?
100%. I always say that. I'm like, it's an insult to my intelligence to expect me to believe this bullshit. It's ridiculous. It is a straight up. It's like, it's basically they're laughing in our face.
It's like a magician would do. It's suspension of disbelief. They're getting you to wait to not believe. And so it's like they keep promising you these rabbits out of a hat, and all they keep pulling out is Easter eggs.
Yeah.
Did you hear in the hearing where Hitler said the word chicanery twice?
No, what does that mean? I've never heard that word before.
Have you seen my thumbnails before, Jen?
I don't know. I've been like MIA. I really haven't been.
Let's stick with me here for a second.
Okay. You got
And
it.
let me just show you a history of the Purge and a reason that even though I'm a small channel and every creator watches this channel, and I thank you for being here, guys, and I hope anything we say and do does help in solving this crime, and whoever does it has a bigger platform, that's great. I just want answers. Oh, I had a Kaylee dream, Jen, the other night. Check this one out. Man, I had a couple. You know, you ever had those stuck in them dreams where you'll even wake up from the dream and you'll go back and you're right where you were. Like, no matter what you do, you can't seem to get any further or any better in your life. And you're just stuck.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so I was in one of those, and I can't honestly give you the details of it right now. But let's see, where's my first Hippler? Anyway, what was I saying?
About your dream about Kaylee.
Okay, so somehow I was at the grocery store. I was at Winn-Dixie or something. And I'm at the checkout, and I'm going around to where you bag the bags, the groceries or whatever. And this beautiful blonde comes around the corner, and I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, and she's like gives me a sneer, like I'm going to hit on her, which, you know, like, creepy guy, hey, at the grocery store, right?
Yeah,
and that's all I thought at first. And then I said, Idaho 4. You ever heard that before? And she just bowed her head and went like this. And it was really intense. And I didn't realize even that it was Kaylee. I just, for some reason, in the dream, it finally came out where I said Idaho 4 in my dream. Because I must have had 16, 17 dreams with these kids. And I've never said those words. So it was like I crossed a line, you know? And then she walked away off into the distance. And I went on with my basic day. You know how you just have a day? You go through the motions of a day sometimes in a dream. So I walked out of the grocery store. I remember doing that. And then there was some kind of weird thing. I was just stuck in this loop. Like the Groundhog Day. Yeah, kind of thing. You know, and it was really depressing because it was like some sucky thing, you know, like, oh, I don't have a job or whatever, you know, something like that. But anyway, so I had that, and then what was, so chicanery, I don't know. We feel like they've made a couple direct references to Dinky, and, you know, these people, they probably get together and talk. I don't know. What do I know? Or they, you know, who knows? They have a group chat on
No, listen,
LinkedIn.
I agree.
And so, you know, this Kane guy keeps... I'm trying to find all the... I love this one. I'll add to it, but... hold on, wait. Sorry. I can't find the... You've seen my thumbnails. You know, I had Hitler in front of the Nazi crowd.
Yeah.
With the mustache. I mean, I've put some pretty rotten, filthy, stinking thumbnails out about a allegedly rotten, stinking, filthy, lying person. They fit. And I called it right from the start. I think we all did. What he is, what he's going to be, right? And he hasn't proven me wrong.
Yeah, you've got some good thumbnails.
So you guys know what I'm talking about. I always show them on the Purge here. Anyway, let me see if I can find one just for an example, Jen, just to shut your fever ass up. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, poor Jen, you sound miserable, huh? You need a cool towel on your forehead.
Yeah.
You need some nice guy there taking care of you.
No.
Here's one. Hold on.
I love how you have my picture up there where it says 59 subscribers. Aww.
What's that?
my picture they have up there where it says 59 subscribers. I'm like,
yeah,
Aw.
This is from the early days of stalking you.
I really started digging and got scared, and now I'm like, I don't know if I want to show my face.
That does show you how long we've been hanging out.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, we knew each other well over a year before that. Before either of us even started a channel, we were at least a year and a half in.
Speaking of a year, it's been just about a year, I think, since TRP's been gone. What the hell happened to them? Thought Right Podcast, in case anyone doesn't know.
We keep talking about it, dude. It's weird. I mean, they definitely had a sponsorship. So the only thing I could think is that that's what the sponsor wanted from the beginning, or something, or it went too far. I don't. What do you think?
I don't know. I just feel like, they blew up like overnight. It seemed like from like 10,000 subs to like 80,000, and then they disappear. Like what?
Oh, did they have like 80,000 subs?
Timing.
They had 80,000.
Yeah, last time I looked, it's 80,000 something ish. I mean, that's just, come on. It doesn't take that long to move sets. It's just there's more to that story, and I'm so curious. Like, I just need to know. It bothers me that I can't figure it out. It's going to always bother me until we find out.
Oh, I mean, you would think as big a deal as Brendan and Malia were, that we'd at least get a word in or a message from them.
Something. I mean, everyone's got their phone in their hands. Like, you could be like, hey, sorry, guys, we're out. We're quitting. Something. That's what makes it so mysterious.
Right. No goodbye. Nothing.
Nothing. I'm offended.
This is what happened. Yeah, because we put a lot of time in that business.
Yeah.
And
like, if they came back right now today, unless it was like a really good excuse, I would be kind of like, no. Oh, no, you want to come back? No. Oh, no. Like, that's honestly, like, I'm butthurt. I'm butthurt.
Heather'd be all over it if they came back.
I need an explanation.
Where have you been, young lady?
Yeah. Make it make sense.
Dead in a ditch.
Yeah.
That's unreal. Let me see. Here's a Hippler. Here's how the Hippler started out. I'll give you all the Hippler ones. And I'm putting a couple of my favorites here. This is where it came from. Let me open those real quick. Hold on. I got a couple of good ones. And there's one of the ones. As far as Hippler thumbnails go, I would imagine that these are the reasons that if I've drawn attention from him, it's possible that he literally called me out by name. It's a real easy name to disguise.
Wait, that's not a real word?
What's that?
What was the word? What was the word again?
Chicanery.
That's not a real word?
No, that's a real word. If it is a message to me, it's brilliant. I'll tell you that because it fits right in with JJ Vance's shenanigan-infused journey that he uses for the title of his show. You know what I mean? So it's there's the Hippler Ultraman. Let me give you the Hippler Ultraman one, and then that's where I got the picture there. There's the Ultraman one, and then I'd put this out originally, I think. And then I have Bill Thompson as BK, and there his neck is spun around. This is my favorite one, and that's where the Ultraman came from. I just put him in. And there's Hippler in his younger, heavier days. Let me see if
him?
Yeah, that's
Wait,
Hippler.
what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Be quiet. Really?
He had hair once. A little bit. I'm imagining. Let me see more Hippler. I think that they can't say anything, but they get personally offended by this shit. And if it was me, and these are the people that are investigating me and looking into me, and you're gonna follow it, because I put it out on the regular basis. You know what I mean? It's not a weekend hobby for me here. This is a full-time job doing this little show, and I mean business. So maybe he does too. Here's another one of I did with Hippler. Where is it? Right here. Oh, this was Judge John Judge. So Hippler knew what he was getting into coming into it here. Hold on. Who is picking on Mark and Betty? I thought it was Meg P at first. Whoever it is getting blocked for life. Why did you get blocked, Mark and Betty? I'm not even playing. You're out for life. Whoever it was. I'm gonna find out right now. I'm pissed. Why is this out? Are you joking? Is this a joke? All right. I'm trying to talk about Hitler. Here, damn it. Here, I'll just save it. Okay. So let's see. There's Ultraman. Yeah, that's Hitler. Don't you recognize him? So that's the one, and it made it. I think I made it look like that's not the Ultraman. Here's the other one with John Judge. And there, it's right there. That one right there is my favorite.
When Twiz was here.
Where is it? Hey, what's going on, Doug? I saw that you were here. House is constructed on a slope, which results in a split level design. Lowest level, often referred to as the first floor, Jen, is partially below ground. Right, Doug.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the first floor. I'm talking about the foundation straight goes down 8 feet.
Underneath the balcony, basically, like that.
No, I'm talking about the front of the house. I'm talking about the front of the house.
And the front. Listen, that's why there's a half ledge. That ledge is only across half of it because it's a support beam. Because there's the weight of 2 floors. There's a basement underneath that empty room, and at least a half basement, maybe a full one. I don't know, but that's why there's that ledge. That's why there's the brick on only the left side.
Yeah. No, I know Doug knows a lot about construction. I wanted to ask you about your. Are you in Jacksonville right now or whatever it is?
Show him the blueprint.
New Orleans. What?
Nolans.
Y'all, what do they say over there? I don't know.
Show me your tits.
Shoot them.
They say, "Show me your tits." That's what
they do. They say that a lot. It's like spring break, eternal spring break.
Duh.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that Louisiana had such a reputation for ladies of the night. And no, I didn't. We drove.
Your neck or, come on.
Well, I drove through there when I was 16. Me and my buddy went to Baton Rouge, and we pulled up on this. We got lost. We got off the interstate. We wanted to see a couple sites, and this lady like flashed her tits right in the street. And he's like, "Oh yeah," my buddy's like, "Oh yeah, they're advertising."
Yeah, you're supposed to get like a necklace, a bead necklace.
No, this was a hooker.
No, they're not. Regular people do it, not hookers. I mean, hookers probably do it too, but it's not just a hooker thing.
Oh well, yeah. Obviously, you have that. Anyway.
Anywho.
Oh, I think Heather. There's echoes of clarity again. How you doing there, Trish? All right. What? Lucifer Morningstar has gone demonic. Middle finger. I don't know. She's trying to troll the chat, right? Hitler. What else do you think, Jem?
I forgot what I was gonna say. I remembered it while you were talking, and then I forgot it.
You did not remember it and then forget. Let me see. I'll talk.
I did. I really did.
Well, what I was talking about is Hitler was probably using the word chicanery in the courtroom. I felt like as a message to me. I don't know. Like, call me crazy, but I'm somebody that's not exactly one of his biggest fans, and chicanery. That's just such a great way of disguising it.
What does that word mean? Like
it means like tomfoolery, like monkey business. Now here's the thing about this hearing. I don't know if you got to see it all the way through. He used a lot of colloquialisms that were very.
I don't know what that means either. I'm not that smart. What is colloquial? What does that mean?
Well, he said he told the attorneys that first of all he expects things to be a certain way in his courtroom, professionalism, and no chicanery, and he said that he wants the attorneys to keep their witnesses on a belt and suspenders. In other words, to keep them wrangled in, not all, whatever that meant. It was just an odd colloquialism. And then you had, Heather, what was the other one, dude? She'll remember. It was hilarious. I'd never heard it before. I think it had something to do with fingernails, or it was just one. It was just a weird. The way his mind works, I think he definitely has some type of mental illness, because he doesn't work right. He doesn't function right.
Yeah.
Don't you see that? Do you see that? And it's. I mean, look at with his hands and his. I mean, it's like he's sitting through a disaster of his life, and he's literally. I can't even look. I can't. You know, Batman, damn it, Batman, get in the cup. Batman.
He's like peeking through his fingers, like he's like covering his face, like
you know,
looks like he's hungover.
He literally thinks he's a different.
It's just funny because like he had said something to Anne once about I don't know. She gave him something to look at while she was speaking, and it was like a lot of pages, and he said something basically like, you know, I'm not going to look through all this to find something. And I'm thinking, like, bro, that's what she's trying to say about the discovery, and you're like, oh, deal with it. But
right.
You don't want to do it either. Like,
he has the exact same reaction, and that's why she knows. There's no point in Ann Taylor getting up on a soapbox, telling the judge to hell, and just yelling, screaming at the top of her lungs, because she's presenting the more valid her argument, the further he'll reach into previous law cases to find an insignificant, infinitesimal thing to shoot it down with. He'll go to those lengths, but he won't read what's right in front of him. And if he does, he's not reading with comprehension. If you remember from 3rd grade, reading with comprehension. He has zero comprehension. He reads at a 1st grade level, apparently.
I mean, his order about the text messages or whatever, I don't know. He's got mistakes in there that are like basic. Like it starts out, he says that Dylan called all of the roommates and Bethany was the only one who answered, but that's not true. According to every other document, Bethany is the one that calls Dylan. Like she calls Dylan, not Dylan calls her. And then they call the roommates and no one answers. And then it says something about then he starts all of a sudden referring to Emily as a female speaker. And there was something else. I forgot what else. There was another problem in there. But, like, come on. You're supposed to be, like, the head honcho, like, in this process. Like, you can't even get it right. Come on.
Well, that's just it, Jen. Like, he wants to act like the head guy in charge, right? Mm-hmm. And he literally demands this expectation of the courtroom and then acts like a 3-year-old himself.
His body language is so unprofessional. That first court hearing, one of the first ones, I was getting so pissed just watching him, just how he was sitting. Like, it was so disrespectful. Like, sit up straight, buddy. I tagged their channel and like wrote something about it. Like, dude, sit up straight. Like, you're being really freaking unprofessional. Like, you're a freaking judge. Like, stop with your hand in your head. Like you look bored. You look like hungover. Like, calm down, buddy.
Well, that's just it, Jen. Now I forgot what I was gonna say. You and I learned how to converse when we were young. You say something, I say something back. And, you know, I'll give granted, and this is the thing I wanted to show JJ. Remember how we were talking about the 4 lambs in front of 1122?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's watching or listening or whatever at the Walmarts, at the walls of Mart. But this is, we brought it up and he had not seen the picture. It's something that's a good
a video where I show it's a short.
Well, yeah, this is what I have up. I have your video up right now. And so, she can't see the screen, you guys, because I keep her in the basement.
No, it's on my TV. I just wasn't looking in that direction.
But anyway, I said, well, Jen is digging out of the vault, because we've all seen this before. Not everybody remembers seeing it. And this is the kind of thing like I'd be on somebody else's show, and I would bring it up, and they'd be like, "What are you talking about?" And they always get defensive that I'm some kind of misinformation beast. And I'm like, no. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, I remember. I'll tell you 2 people that stick up for me are Jesse Shule, Eddie One Maiden Nut, and a few other people. They enjoy my discourse on these channels, but it seems like it's so overwhelmingly stressful for these hosts to have me on, because I bring up topics that nobody's thought of, talked about, or completely forgotten about that are important, and it blows their minds. And so the other day, Dago literally dissed me right to my face. He's like, "Yeah, I put the link up for anybody who wants to come on the panel." And he goes, "AR, I'd love to have you here." And he's like, "Oh, hey, Kane B's the Purge. Oh, Annie from Miss Potts, I'd love to hear what you have to say." Like, listed like 6 people. I'm like, is it just assumed that come on? And Jesse's like, "Kane, get up there." And I'm sorry, what?
Not everybody. They're not all ready to accept reality.
Well, no,
no matter how. Listen, we may say the craziest things, but the crazy things, we always have enough receipts to. If it's not a proven fact from those receipts, it's a very, very logical assumption and speculation based on receipts. It's not just coming out of nowhere. We're basing our opinion off of not just one, but multiple pieces of evidence that lead in that direction. We don't just make shit up.
Right, I'm only coming to it with them after we've drilled it into 6 or 8, 6 to 7 hour shows. I mean, where we've talked it out over and over. And, the process may not be as exciting. Like Rockford can't sit through a whole show. I get about 30-minute overall watchage time on the shows in general, which is more, I think, than most shows. A lot of shows do for a lot. So it's the process itself. Like, the jokes don't write themselves, and the facts don't present themselves. You have to look at it. And so we come in with ideas and then slowly process them here. And so when I go over there and they're shocked by it, I'm like, "Have you ever watched my show?" It's like nobody's ever watched it, but I don't know, somehow some of my stuff wanders over into their stuff. It's wild. But anyway, we've had, I kind of classify people, I hate to do it, in this community, just by their overall intelligence that they've displayed over time. And there are people that can play a good game and put on a good song and dance and walk you through everything 3 times a day. And then there's people that are actually, like Bubbly Waters and you and Heather, that are actually taking steps in the right directions and look at the right things. And thankfully, I'm like the culmination of all you guys. And, whatever happened with the views, it'll come back. Like I said, it's just some type of algorithm punishment. But
shadow banned.
It's not. Yeah, it's weird. YouTube is an odd entity. That's why we keep trying to switch over to Bumble, and I keep promising it. It's so much more fun over at Rumble. With the chat. Anyway, it's more interactive. You got all these little moving GIFs and stuff like that, and you can do all kinds of cool stuff. And YouTube is it's the one platform left that is still along the Twitter. Like, if Elon Musk came in and bought YouTube, they would fire everybody. And then they would just bring in enough people to do the job right. And they're still in the censorship mode of the DEI movement and the Me Too thing, caught up in that. They were the leaders of that shit. And so they're never going to walk away from that platform. So the only way to really further a channel and further do stuff is to go over to Twitter and to Rumble and to, I would say Instagram, but that's the same business. I think, with the Facebook
They're the same thing. Meta is Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, and they literally are selling this idea that you'll be able to put your soul into a hard drive, and you'll be able to continue your life forever. And I mean, it's so insane. What that you're gonna put your consciousness and live in this meta world that they're rolling out right now, and they're trying to sell real estate in. As if it's like as if they came out with the Atari 2600 in 1978 and said, "Well, you can own this tank." What difference would it make today? It's just some digital bullshit.
It's too much. Like, I can't eat my
Yeah,
mind.
you have to think that the technology is at the infancy of it at best, and so you're at the caveman stage. And these companies are spending millions of dollars to buy their own real estate within basically what is a video game.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make any sense. I don't know. Yeah, I tried to delete Facebook. I deleted my Facebook while you could still delete your Facebook. Now they don't let you. They suspend it or some shit because they don't. If you
I thought,
because there was a mass exodus to leave. It was like the Great Depression when everybody was making a run in the bank. Like if I delete my account, then they have that many less people that. And to be able to sell advertisement, you say, "Oh, we have X billion amount of members." But if I delete my account, you've lost a member. So they by not letting you delete your account, just suspend it. They still hold you as a credible member for their advertising.
right on.
Am I boring you, Jen, or are you just feverish?
No, I was just reading something.
What are you reading?
I was trying to find something.
Are you going to show me this new video? You never debut anything on here anymore.
What do you mean? What new video?
You said you were working on a new video. Give me a taste. Let me wet my
it's not
beak.
done. No, I can't tell you because everyone's gonna someone's gonna steal it.
Nobody steals from us.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Why would they take my thumbnails on them? So it's just ideas that it's idea theft. You know what I mean?
Idea theft.
Thought theft.
What do you think about? I think I posted a post about it. I don't remember if I did or if I was going to. I never actually did it. But anyway, the fact that okay, we really don't know what time Ethan and Xana got home, right? And MPD never mentioned this Betty's ball thing, right?
Yeah.
I showed you. I did a video showing why I don't think it ever happened. It was on a different day. That means the Chapins lied, right? I mean, what do you think about that?
Sorry, I was muted. I dropped my camera. I don't know that well, just because MPD doesn't mention it doesn't mean the Chapins lied.
Well, true, but based on everything as far as I can find no evidence of it being on that day.
Well, the story was, where did we hear the story from from the Chapins that he accompanied his sister to the Betty's ball?
Right. So, but even if that was true, which I've shown, it's not on the event calendar. It's happened in September, whatever. All those other reasons.
Right.
We won't go through it again. But even so, where was Xana? You know what I'm saying? Like, they never mentioned where was Xana then.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
Was where was Xana? Like, come on, it's the last home game of the season.
Right. That's something I kind of thought in the back of my head. But then you're just like, oh, she's a college kid. She's hanging out with her friends while he does something with his sister, right?
Right.
But allegedly they were together that entire day. At the football game. The football game ended at what, 4 o'clock?
7? No. It ended like 7:30 or something. 7
Oh, it started at 4 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, in the back of your mind, you think, oh, I guess Xana. You know what's really creepy? And Bubbly Waters did a video on it the other day. as far as that last alleged TikTok that Maddie or Xana posted with them doing the shots with Hunter Chapin on the back patio 1122. Do you remember that one?
I'm so glad that you mentioned that because I need that video. Who do you know? Remember, it was originally posted.
I want to say the first time I saw it was on a Euphoric video, but I can't. I venture.
Has that, send it to me, please, because I was trying to see something. On
I have it. I can put it on my my G drive.
On Bubbly's video. I emailed her. I don't know if she got it or not, but I forgot about that. Yeah. So okay, looking at that video, that was allegedly what night? Like Saturday or Friday, right? Something like that.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I think it was early Friday night or early Saturday morning.
There's another picture that is allegedly from that Friday from the party, the Pi Phi party, and there's snow on the ground in the back. But in that video, I don't see any, and it didn't snow if you look at the weather. That's why I really feel like these pictures are like repurposed from other times. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
like they've done a shell game scramble.
They deleted everything. Right, they deleted things. And also, remember, you can't just post what you want when you're in a sorority or fraternity, especially the sorority girls. Like, you have to give this a certain aesthetic. You have to present a certain look publicly. That's why I have a bunch of pictures where these kids have, like, disposable cameras that they are actually printing actual photos of. So they want to have their memories still of their parties and all this, but they can't really show those things on social media. So I think it's possible some of these pictures that never saw the light of day in the public were repurposed. And maybe during those 8 hours or however long, people were being instructed to clear out.
They started scrambling right there.
Right, delete things and repost things. If no one's seen it before, we can make it seem like it was from today. That type of thing.
Yeah, because you can change the metadata in the picture itself.
You wouldn't even have to. If it was a photo that was printed up and you took like a picture of a picture and just uploaded
yeah. There it is. That happened that morning. Sure.
Because the only photos you can really find that were taken or uploaded, I should say, not taken because we don't know when they were taken, but the only photos I can find on social media seem to be like in the same. There's like a small circle of people that just happen to be really close with the quote unquote surviving victim or surviving roommates. They are the only ones that posted photos.
Angel D is insisting that I say hello to you for her.
Hi, Angel D. Sorry, I don't have the chat open. My bad.
Yeah, I know she knew that. Hello, Angel D. It's wonderful to have you with us, Angie Wangy. So glad you're here. What were we talking about?
No, I was saying, okay, so if it's only like there's like maybe like, I don't know, 5 or 6 sorority girls that I can find photos from that weekend posted on social media. Like, it's only like a few, and those few happen to be really close with Dylan and Bethany, as far as I could tell from their social media. So it's just a little coincidental. Like, oh, no one else has photos from these parties except
think about
you guys.
this. Think about this, Jen.
Yeah.
Why is there videos now surfacing of the pool party? Yet all this time, and I know it's probably going to sound insignificant, but what about the Don't Kill the Clones movie?
Right, if anyone has it, please send
Nobody
it to me.
seems to have it.
It's crazy. I have some still shots that someone posted on Imgur or whatever that website is that I can send you. I have I just like screen recorded it as I was scrolling through them. But I mean, it's not I don't know. I can't really make anything of them. They're just pictures. I don't know what it means.
Well, I see where you're coming from as far as the pictures go, because here's the thing that's telling about that. We know that fraternities have these things called like the machine, and Meg P's pointed that out, and also Lala, and a few other people that are the cleaner, basically the wolf, like in Pulp Fiction, of the reaction to traumatic events. Why would Sigma Chi have to react to this event if none of its people were involved?
Exactly. It doesn't make sense. And these type of things are real. Did you watch the thing? Meg sent me this movie or documentary about the machine. It was so good. I could totally see something like that going
yeah, I
on
watched it.
in Idaho.
It's actually, I was talking about it with JJ, and he says that it's linked to the skull and the bones.
Yeah.
It's basically that, yeah. They
I mean,
said
they're
that in the
pulling
documentary
power
also.
moves. That type of thing. I could totally see that being a thing at universities all across the country, but especially in Idaho. Their influence and their power is.
Here's the thing I keep thinking about Idaho.
Idaho.
Weedaho. What was it? I'm a pig, you're a pig, and I'm a hog, you're a hog, and she's a hog. That was the name of three sisters or whatever.
Moscow used to be called Hog Heaven, I think. Or something
Yeah.
like that.
I think it was called Paradise something too, or something.
I think, Paradise and Hog Heaven, I think. Or something like that. Bill Thompson was in Hog Heaven.
It was a mining town.
Yeah.
And before that, it was indigenous natives that lived there. And so, the thing I keep thinking about Idaho is we know that there's a lot of people with money, and we're talking about the top Forbes people have residence in Idaho, whether it's full-time or part-time, between New York and California. They love it as their getaway, and this is how the whole we're against outsiders thing comes from, and it's so proliferate that people that aren't even from there, i.e. Steve G, can feel like they can use it against someone as a derogatory term. You're not from here either, dude. You're not from here.
I know, right? I'm like, okay, sit down, Steve. You're not even, like, citizens of Idaho. Like, come on. It's not a country.
And so, when you talk about Moscow itself being a small town, I'll get it, Heather. Thank you. Don't put me in timeout, Heather, please. Hold on, I got a commercial here, right here, Jen. Sorry. Yeah, this is okay. This is great, Jen. Heather. Hold on, let me hide this real quick. Explore news. Okay. Okay. So when you talk about Moscow being a small town, you have a lot of people that have come in from outside that have a lot of power, right? And
there's a lot of original families, like who's been there for generations, and there's like a love-hate relationship with the transient student population. Like they need them for
the town gown thing, right?
Right.
But that's not what I'm talking about. Let me finish my thought here real quick.
Sorry, my bad.
No worries, you're good. You got a fever, excuse me.
You talk. I'm gonna go. I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'll wait for her. Let's watch Heather's video. No quarter November. Oh, this is no quarter November from them. What do you want me to? Right here, she wants me to play it. I think this is the guy jumping into the water. Yeah. Wait, what? We keep our hands clean, we pray every day so we can fight like we just don't care. Use the closed captions. Let me rewind it a little bit. I'm just gonna tune out the music just in case. Alright. Alright, anyway, that's right along my thoughts, though. It is, okay. So you have what seems like a small closed town, a small college town, but within it, you have somebody from New York running the college that's involved in multi-billion-dollar brokerage and transactions and stuff like that. Then you have Douglas Wilson here, who has one of the largest Christian organizations in the country through its colleges, through its mega churches, and it's centered in Moscow and
I'm back.
Rudolph. Okay, yeah, I was just making my point about Moscow. Okay, ready?
Moscow.
Moscow, go
Russia.
Vandals. So you have what's considered. Oh, I didn't Skull and Bones better. I didn't see that, Heather. Let me see this point. So anyway, you have what's considered a small little college town that's very tight knit, right, Jen? Jen?
Yeah, sorry, I had you muted.
Okay, and so at the same time, you have one of the largest Christian organizations in the country through its colleges, through its mega churches across the country that's focused in, is it Lewiston and Moscow? Whatever it is. It's, here, sing me a song if you, with the boy sling, came along with the boy sling. Bones, you better be aware. About a SC in Bones, you better beware. She. Is this the lyrics, really? Fight like we don't care. Fight like we don't care. Praying for troublemaking sparks in the troublemaking sparks in the fly in the water, the altar, but it's still going to light up. Okay, so you have the headquarters for the, and when you talk about these mega churches, Jen, there's more money in religion than there is in rock and roll, right? So you've had a lot of rappers and rockers retire and start religions. Jared Leto, the list goes on and on and on and on, right? Koresh, even Manson, all these people that JJ would talk about too, right?
Yeah.
And so, apparently, there's more to it, because you also have now this Hadron Collider number 2 coming to town, which is going to be one of the largest financial projects ever taken on in the United States, to build this thing where they send an atom around in circles through 3 or 4 different states. And somehow University of Idaho landed basically the head role of that as far as providing land, scientists, these types of acquiring things, and Scott Green is in charge of it. Okay, so those two. And then you have all this, like you talk about the old money that's been there for centuries, as far as what did we say, the DuPonts, and these type of people, all right. And so then you have to think these people wield a lot of influence in just the country as a whole, right? In that little area, you have so much power compressed, because I could tell you that the people that own McDonald's, the people that own the Idaho potatoes, Heinz ketchup, all these people that have old money, a lot of money, live in Idaho. And so I can't say what the deal is in Moscow, but I think that's where the pressure comes to keep everything as tight as it could be, and they're ready to sweep something under the rug at a moment's notice. We see this over and over. So the way I see Moscow now is not as this tiny little insignificant college town, but as a major player in nationwide politics and stuff like that. And so when you talk about some type of military military activity that would be involved in this area, whether it be on the dark side or something of national security, I think there's a good chance that this little town has a bigger role in it and a bigger opposition to it at the same time, right within its own, because there's got to be a reason for the hostility. I mean, that's like Hatfield's and McCoy's hate. That's like Israel and Pakistan level hate right there in that town.
Yeah, and it's real.
It's like it's hard to describe because I haven't even been there to experience it myself. But what I've seen on video is I was looking for the video actually the other day, and I might have just uploaded it to my my G drive, so I'll have to look on there. But of the Christ Church just caroling through the town, that we watched the video on the Purge here, and Aidan Anderson, who is a member of the Christ Church, that is the videographer for many of the politicians in the town of Moscow itself, somehow it was removed from his YouTube page the next day. When we came across it. Do you remember that video, Jen?
Yeah, I remember.
And so if I had a cipher for everything that Heather said, I might be able to figure out where her creepy little mind is on this case, to be honest with you, with this Doug Wilson thing. And the messages that he puts out that go directly into her brain hole, that she keeps giving us hints on, but never gives us she gets impatient because there's something she wants to tell us but doesn't want to say it. Do you ever get that feeling with her?
Riddles.
Riddles, yeah.
Riddles, but she wants us to figure it out.
Anyway.
Yeah, like Doug Jr., female version of Doug over there.
All right, at the behest of my own health.
People can say what they want about Doug Wilson, but he is freaking clever. I'm sorry. If he wasn't so misogynistic, I would see the appeal. The things he said, a lot of the things he says is shit that people want to say, but they don't say it out loud. You know what I'm saying?
He's an outspoken individual, and he definitely has a mind of his own. It's a very what the fuck are you doing in Idaho kind of mind though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? People go to Idaho to do shit that they wouldn't be able to do in other states. You couldn't.
They go there to run, to hide. Idaho and Alaska, I think. I feel like people go there when they're hiding, running from something.
Or to build.
Right, or that too.
And to keep your operations out of the public eye, definitely, yeah. At the same time.
Unless you've been there, it's really hard to really appreciate the the vibe. I can't even explain it. It's just different. It's different.
Well, listen, I'm going to shut it down, Jen. I want to thank everybody for being here, and I'm going to do a rage quit because then you guys all have to watch my commercial and I get 20 more cents. And that's all go to the road to Moscow. So good night. Say good night, Jen.
Good night.